Now that's more like it. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. How'd you celebrate your first win at LCA? Yeah?
Yes, it actually was. I know it's feels like a meaningless regular season game, but the crowd felt like, boy, they needed to get this one last night.
You'll never forget it, will you?
John, they were outplaying the Islanders for most
Yeah.
of the hockey game, but they were not winning for most of that hockey game. Don't waste this good effort. Don't waste this good effort, because they did. They came out with a little extra juice. They're flying around. They had the puck. They were out shooting New York for the entirety of that hockey game, and they did pull it out. Berggren on the breakaway, Raymond late in the final minute of the game, and that was a great crowd. People were into it. I had a great time.
I'm so glad that you had a chance to see a win, that you had a chance not only to see a win, but a good, solid performance. And it's, you look at so much of what they have done, and I know that we were, leading the pack in regards to the frustration of Wings fans, especially for you being a season ticket holder. Every time that you went, it was, hey, you start the third and they're booing them off the ice, or it's boo alone and chants of different jobs. And now all of a sudden, not that doesn't go away, but it is, you stem the tide a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be clear about this. I'm a fan. I love this team. I want it to work. I do. And I don't know if last night solves the season-long woes, but it does feel like one of those games where you could look back to if they right the ship and say that was a critical win for the Red Wings. I liked what they did with Casper centering Kane and DeBrincat. That line didn't score, but that line was noticeable. There was some juice to that line. It might be something that they stick with, right? Are there things? Alex Lyon, I thought he played a really nice game. The one goal he gave up was a deflection.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it was a soft, cheap goal. And again, we've seen him heat up for stretches. I don't know that he's a starting NHL goalie, but could he step into a nice little run here and keep them afloat going into the holiday season? I mean, that's what we've been talking about. It's not that this team would be one of the 2 or 3 best in hockey, but that they could compete, that they could win their fair share, that they could keep the door open, that they could be in a playoff race. And last night, for even a brief moment, made me think, okay, that's more like it.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping to see this season. Not that they would win every game, but that they would be in every game, that they would compete more nights. And, John, the compete was clear. There was an obvious effort increase from every game I've been to this season and every game I've watched this season. And I think you can see in person a noticeable difference last night as opposed to the opener, as opposed to the Ranger game I went to where they lost, the Winnipeg game I went to where they lost. Those were 3-4 goal losses.
What was the atmosphere like at the LCA? Because I got to imagine there were a lot of tensions early on, and then when the game was over, what was the feeling inside the arena?
Yeah, it's kind of a fun dynamic when you can tell a city and the fan base is trying to will the team to win.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were a lot of "Let's go Red Wing" chants when they'd have a power play in the third period while they were trailing, almost like, "Come on, guys, you're close." Trying to will the team just over the hump just a little bit, because you knew if they scored one and tied it up, they were going to win the hockey game.
Mm-hmm.
They were putting pucks on net, they were getting chances, but they weren't finishing. And there was really only one power play where they struggled and the fans started to kind of boo a little bit, but that was a crowd that was into the game.
At a risk of asking a stupid question,
Please go ahead.
because I will admit, and I will call it out when it happens, there are stupid questions. How important were those 2 points?
I think given
the context,
coaches have already been fired in hockey
Yeah.
this year. They were in last place in the East. We know Thanksgiving is one of those benchmarks, and it's right around the corner. Yeah, I don't want to oversell it, John, but I think that was a big deal. I think that's a meaningful win for this hockey team.
because and I know that Lalonde talked about it yesterday. I don't know if it was before or after, in regards to, you could hear in his tone, obviously some of the questions that were asked of him, he knows what the conversation has been. He understands the pressure. So at least you know there's a guy that can read the room. And I mean, his response was, he's talking about playoff spots. I know I've talked about it in the last couple of weeks, albeit very early for fans to start looking at points, but you got to stay in the mix to be in the mix at the end. And I think the 2 points where they went from 16 to 18, and okay, the getting 1 point on that last game of the road trip, I also think that was big. Disappointing because they could have had 2. But getting that 1 point, now they've got 3 in the last 2 games, and they're just not falling by the wayside is, I guess, what I'm getting at.
Yeah, driving into the game, I was listening to the pregame, and it was Daniela Bruce was talking to Andrew Kopp. And Kopp's nobody's favorite player, right? He's making a lot of money to be a third, fourth line guy. But he's from here, and I thought he was pretty candid about where they are. He said we're getting maximum punished for minor mistakes on the penalty kill. He talked about how on offense there were 5 out, essentially, like picture an NBA team, 5 out, nobody getting inside the middle where you force defenses to collapse and respect. You got to go into those areas, and we have to force teams to respect us. And it seemed like there was a concerted effort to put better chances on net last night. And he talked about, he mentioned the 1 point that they had in San Jose. He said, if we can win the next 2 here, all of a sudden this becomes part of a point streak, that San Jose game, where you go, oh, you're 2-0-1 in your last 3. He goes, it's on us, though, to not let the West Coast swing hang over and hurt us now that we're coming back home. Because they had 5 of 6 at home, now 4 of the next 5 at home. Like, hey, go win the majority of these hockey games.
And there's always irony. The sports world is filled with ironies. And we've been talking about Lalonde's job. They get 3 points in the last 2 games, and now all of a sudden, who's come to town on Saturday? A new coach.
Exactly.
I mean, the irony.
That's the way it works. Quickly, a few ticket texts. 248-539-9797. Guys, I watched the Wings. It was a fun win, but they look bored. Kane looks totally washed. A lack of hustle on him. See, I feel the complete opposite way. I don't feel like he's washed. I don't feel like that was lazy. I felt like his line was one of the best lines on the ice last night. Maybe that's a difference in person versus on TV, but I do not feel that way. Texter says, man, Costa's drinking the Kool-Aid this morning. I liked seeing that fight. We had talked about yesterday how important it felt like optically. Not that Yzerman would fire Lalonde last night, but to get some heat off of them, to get them back on track a little bit here, they needed that. 20 years from now, the Wings will give away Cookies bobbleheads in honor of the night Jim finally saw a winning home game. That's John in Lake Orion. And this text says, walleye.
Oh, really?
Bryce Underwood is the top story. Come on, guys. Come on, Costa. Why are we leading with Red Wings? We have a lot of Bryce Underwood today. In fact, I don't know that we have a lot of Red Wings beyond just the start of the show here.
Oh, we'll mention that.
Hey, so optically, you said they looked much better.
Yes.
I agree. For a night, I lean more with that first ticket texter. I need more than just last night. I mean, look, I thought it was a little silly yesterday to say if they don't win this game, Lalonde should be gone. I just think that's crazy in an 82 game season. Like if you're asking that question, he shouldn't be here already. That's my point.
I think it was. I'll defend the question that we asked yesterday. When you have a coach already fired in hockey from a better team, it's certainly a fair question to ask.
But we're pinning it on one game. I mean, this team still has significant problems after watching last night's game. I mean, it took it to, 50 seconds left to win the game against a team that's not in the playoffs, and they just lost to 2 teams that aren't in the playoffs right now. So I am going to be glass half full this morning in terms of, okay, if they do get going here a little bit, you still have to look at realistic expectations based on, John just said how important was 2 points. And a ceiling for them going into this year was 95, 96 in a best case scenario, right?
I think so.
Points?
Yeah.
So we're going to get in, let's say the goods comes and they do achieve that, still making the playoffs is going to be quite a task. Because you look at the East right now, and if we're going to judge at Thanksgiving, who's falling back? Who's falling back? I think the first team people would still maybe say is the Capitals. And Ovechkin's hurt, but they have 27 points already. They already have a 9-point lead on the Wings. You know, the 7.
How quickly a 9-point lead can evaporate?
It takes a special group of people. But the Bruins and the Rangers are the 7 and 8 seeds right now, the 2 wild cards. You think they're missing? See, this was what we speculated before the year was the Devils are going to be back, and they are.
Right. The point is, though, on Saturday night, you have, if you're looking at matchups, and we will look back on these December days, these January days, and February days, when we get to late March, how did you perform against a team that right now is a wild card team in Boston when you had a chance head-to-head and home?
Right, true. I'm just saying, though, in a best-case scenario, they may do what we thought they did, and they may not make the playoffs, and it's going to be an interesting thing. How do you feel about that? Because if they did make some point progress.
It's like a reverse of last year.
Yes.
Where you start slow, but you finish strong. You actually finish with more wins, more points, more player development. Casper is a second-line center. Edvinson is a top-pair defenseman. Listen, I'm willing to revisit where we are with Yzerman as the season goes on, but the playoffs were a fair expectation, a fair mandate 6 years in. And to your point, Tom, last night did not clinch a playoff spot. They got a long way to go. But that was a nice stemming of the tide. That was a settle down, get a win, rally the troops win for the Red Wings. Okay, we had the ticket texter mention Bryce Underwood. There were people whispering and talking about Bryce Underwood last night at the Red Wing game. He's staying home. Michigan landing the number one player in high school football. The number one quarterback, dual threat, local kid. Belleville. We'll get to it this hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's getting cold outside. If you haven't had your furnace checked or if you need service today, do what I did. Call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, best prices, and same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Doesn't matter which comes out. You're going to love every contractor that they have on their staff, even offer generators. They're going to take up to $500 off if you tell them John Jansen sent you for fast installation like same-day service. If you want more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
That's more like it. Red Wings going to win last night in front of yours truly for the first time this season. And I think it was a necessary, needed win for this hockey team coming off that West Coast trip.
Yeah.
It doesn't save the season. It doesn't mean they're doing anything other than taking a deep breath, rallying the troops, and picking up a win. Where they deserved to win that game. They were trailing for most of it, but they deserved to win that hockey game, which is not something we've said very often. They actually won games they didn't deserve this year.
Oh, sure.
One of the best games they've played all season.
Well, and they actually shot an opponent and won.
And won for the first time this season. Think about that, guys. First time all year they've outshot the opponent and won. And we are almost 20 games in.
Yeah. So how do you pair that win and the way that they played with the conversation that we had the last couple of days, coming off of the West Coast trip where they, obviously get the 1 point, and we're talking about the coach's job? How does that fit into context with that win? Because it doesn't erase everything. It doesn't make everything go away, but and I said this, it stems the tide a little bit, right? It prolongs some of it, and now they have a chance to actually build on something.
Yeah, do I wish Lalonde was more fiery? Yeah, I do. Ultimately, results are all that's going to matter. If this team plays hard for them and they beat Boston on Saturday and can win a good chunk here on this home stretch, it's 5-6 at home. All right, man, then we can get into December and then you and I are going to a hockey game together, and the season is suddenly very much alive. By the way, that is the next game I will be.
Oh, okay. So you have, but you have tickets before that you can't go to that your wife's going to?
So there's the Black Friday game that we're both not going to.
Oh, okay.
But we can swap it for a game in January closer to my birthday.
Oh, you're used to that, aren't you?
Swap?
The swapping thing?
I
Is that somebody you met on the cruise? They got your tickets for Black Friday.
yeah, the Wings have a serious swap program available for all season ticket holders.
Tom and I were all over that one. Yes, as soon as you said the word, I'm like, ooh, ah.
And then there's another Saturday that Kelsey's going with her dad to watch a hockey game in a wholesome father-daughter. Don't you dare make that bad. They're going to enjoy that game together. And then you and I, the next game I'm actually going to attend, unless something changes, will be John Jansen sitting in the seats watching a hockey game with me. Can't wait.
All right.
Who's that against?
December 18th, so I don't have
You don't have to. It's not that important. I figured you knew.
Oh, I do have it right here. December 18. It's Philly.
Stoney.
So, yeah, I'm sure Stoney will be there.
He was
Yeah,
there last night. He came over and said hi.
I'm sure he did.
He approved of the seats that we had.
Okay.
Good stuff. We'll talk Bryce Underwood. We know that's a huge story today. It's going to be something we hit quite a bit on the show. 650, Michigan gets a big-time commitment, verbal commitment, from Bryce Underwood, the #1 player in high school football. What does it mean for the future? What does it mean for Michigan that he picked the Wolverines? And he had a cool video, by the way, where he did like a hometown hero and coming home and all that stuff. We'll get to it at 650. We have the picks coming up at 635. And some are saying that this is where Heather's downfall begins.
Oh.
Some say.
Some say. Yeah, huh? Yeah, we'll see what the numbers say. We'll see what the numbers say.
I'm not.
We'll get to your news. Let's do that first.
Well, there's more concerns of E. coli contamination.
Oh, I know.
You guys, you can't eat anything these days. This time it involves over 167,000 pounds of ground beef that was actually packed in Detroit and then distributed to restaurants nationwide.
But only restaurants, right? Not sold in...
That's what this says. It says
Okay.
restaurants. So I guess be careful what you order when you go out. So the beef was packaged by Wolverine Packing Company. It was recalled due to possible E. coli contamination, and the contamination was discovered after several people became sick in Minnesota. That illness was then connected back to this meat. So we've talked about E. coli a lot. It is potentially deadly bacterium. Obviously, it depends on
your health status
who
when
it is
you get
infecting,
sick, yeah.
But it can cause dehydration, bloody diarrhea, and abdominal cramping about 2 to 8 days after exposure.
That sounds awful.
It does sound really bad. Now, some restaurants may still have this beef, so the establishment is saying, hey, you should throw it out or you can return it. But I feel like, man, week after week after week, we're talking about E. coli.
Yeah.
Carrots earlier in the week.
and onions at McDonald's, and now it's the beef. Yikes, look out. The Detroit Tigers announced game times for the 2025 season, and there is a few notable changes to their typical schedule. So most weeknight home games in April will now start at the usual 6:40 p.m. time instead of the earlier 1:10 start. The afternoon starts were originally designed to avoid those kind of chilly April evenings, right? But now with their new rule and how quick the game is actually being played,
sped it up.
You're actually you're missing the peak temperature time of the day, which is right around 4 o'clock. So they think by doing these later times, it's just better all around. What else are they changing? Let's see. Friday night games will also start later next season, typically beginning at 7:10, 30 minutes later than other weeknight games. And that's because, again,
fireworks.
Yes, these games are going so much quicker. It's not dark enough for the fireworks. So they want to put on a good fireworks show as well. So a couple little tweaks to take note of for sure.
I can't believe they announced game times before signing their bat.
Complain.
Walleye!
A Muslim Democrat who was kicked out of Kamala Harris rally at a Royal Oak, this is at the Royal Oak Musical Theater last month, is now suing the venue. So the lawsuit, which was filed Thursday in federal court, accuses the venue officials of discrimination based on race and religion, also denial of public accommodations, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. This man is seeking an unspecified amount of damages. And when he was talking about the incident, this guy said that he had RSVP'd, cleared security, and was sitting in the auditorium. At the time, he was on his phone responding to some emails when a staffer came up to him from the venue and said, "Follow me." So he got up, followed her. At the theater's door, the staffer closed it behind him and basically said, "Hey, you need to leave or you're going to go in a police car." Never told him why he was being kicked out. He said he questioned a Secret Service officer about why he was being removed, and the response was, "I'm not kicking you out. The venue is kicking you out." Said he still never was provided an explanation, and he thinks that he was targeted because he is Muslim. So lawsuit has now been filed. Michigan State's Theta Chi fraternity has been placed on interim suspension by the school while they conduct an investigation into accusations of hazing.
Oh boy.
Apparently there was a video that showed possible hazing that was circulating online, which ultimately sparked this big investigation. So a statement was released by a Michigan State spokesperson that said the university policy strictly prohibits hazing. The university takes all claims of hazing seriously. Any student organization, group, or individual engaging in hazing may be subject to disciplinary action for violating university policy as well as criminal prosecution. It's not the first time we've heard.
No, I mean hazing can be deadly. Obviously, it's why they want to. It's one of the reasons why they want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Just days into firearms season for deer hunting, a deer smashed through the window of a mid-Michigan Gardner White furniture store.
Revenge.
Oh my gosh. The incident took place Tuesday afternoon in Saginaw County. There's video. It shows this deer hopping around on furniture. It was bleeding. It was running into walls. It was just very chaotic before officers were able to grab it and carry it out by its legs. Oh. I just picture like jumping from bed to bed to bed to like yes, that's how I picture it happening.
It's kind of like me in a furniture store, jumping from bed to bed. We're just gonna test them out.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. 6:50. We'll talk Bryce Underwood. He put out a video yesterday to announce that he is committed to Michigan. It actually features him as like a little boy, where he says, "I want to play for the Wolverines," and it comes full circle. What does it mean for the future of Michigan? Coming up next, the picks. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, Heather here. Now, you might not think of yourself as a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers. You all know those fake missed delivery texts, those urgent bank alerts. These scams can look incredibly convincing. Well, that's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to make staying safe online simple, no tech skills required. Now, with McAfee, you can confidently manage your finances, shop online, or even catch up on your favorite shows, knowing that your devices, privacy, and identity are safer. And right now, there's never been a better time to act. Get up to 79% off award-winning protection during McAfee's Black Friday Cyber Monday sale. But don't wait. This deal ends soon. It ends December 4th, 2024. So visit McAfee.com/online protection to take advantage of this limited time offer. McAfee Total Protection, because protecting yourself shouldn't require being a tech expert. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Another week of the picks, and the collapse is on.
Yep.
Heather went 2-5 last week. The door is open.
Take that.
You guys, it's not about the fall. It's about how you rise. So just wait for this
really?
week. Yeah, and more pure domination.
Are you paraphrasing Rocky?
I don't know. Is that a Rocky quote? Yeah. It's about how you get
How
back
many
up.
times you get back up?
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
All right, we're starting in Yankee Stadium where Notre Dame is a 14.5-point favorite taking on the United States Military Academy. Jim.
Hart wants Army, but Notre Dame did this to Navy, and they will do this to the Black Knights. Irish.
The battle of the number 2 and 3 defenses in the country, but one's a fraud. That's Army, because they haven't played anybody hardly. Notre Dame has only given up over 14 points twice this year. Hasn't happened since September. I think Notre Dame covers.
Gov hates the troops. John.
Yeah, I mean, calling the Army a fraud. How about that? I don't think Army's a fraud. I just don't think they're good enough or explosive enough and can keep up with the scoring of.
Nice way of saying fraud.
Well, I'm just no. It's not saying fraud. I'm just saying I don't think they can keep up with the scoring that Notre Dame will be able to do. So give me the Golden Domers.
Yeah, I agree with everything you guys said. I'm going with Notre Dame as well.
Middle school Greg Hargrave is ready for Ivory Covington flashbacks. Navy is similar to Army. Notre Dame clocked Navy. Notre Dame clocks Army. Indiana travels to the Ohio State University, where they are 11.5-point underdogs. We'll start with Gov.
All right, we'll start with the defenses again. Number 1 defense in the country, Ohio State. Number 7 defense, Indiana. Again, we have a fraud. Ohio State trucks them.
When I watched this Indiana defense play, now granted it wasn't against a great Michigan offense, but looking at their defensive attacker, C.J. West, I thought was really good at creating penetration. He was a much better athlete than what I saw on film. In person, he was good. I just look at this defense, and I think they are going to be able to be the side of the ball that keeps things in check. I think the point spread right here is just too much. I know it's in Columbus. I know the amount of money they spent. I know the athletes that they have. But Rourke will do enough offensively to keep it close. Give me Indiana.
Have you guys ever had those Buckeyes candies?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're one of Colin's favorites, and they're normally always in our house. So I'm going with Ohio State.
Don't get the college football world seemingly yearning for a 50-point Ohio State blowout. F Ohio, IU. Jim.
Double digits. It's telling. I don't want this. It will be lose Deanna this week. Give me the Buckeyes.
Purdue tonight travels to East Lansing, taking on Michigan State. The Spartans are a 13.5-point favorite. John, happy anniversary, by the way.
Happy anniversary.
You'll figure it out. Just
okay.
Go.
All right. So, does anybody else know what he's talking about? Yeah, this is ridiculous. Purdue is awful at football. Michigan State, they're better. I think there are some young guys that are going to get some run that I think Michigan State fans are excited about. I think Aiden Childs plays a game where he doesn't turn the ball over. I don't know if it's because his decision-making or not, but it may just simply be because Purdue can't do anything. So give me the Spartans.
Yeah, I'm going with the Spartans, too. Has Purdue won a game? They have won at least a game, right?
Yeah.
One. So, yes. Let's go, MCU.
Yeah, that game was against FCS opponent Indiana State. Purdue is ass, Sparty.
Hard to argue with that. Purdue 0-9 in FBS games this season, losing by an average of 30 points. It's hard to trust MSU, but it's the only choice here. Give me the Spartans.
Purdue defense, awful. As long as Childs doesn't turn it over, they will cover this game.
Yeah, Purdue's a fraud. Northwestern travels to Michigan to take on the Wolverines. Michigan's favored by 10.5 points on Senior Day. Let's go to Heather.
Oh, it's Senior Day. Sweet.
Does that change your pick?
No, but it just, I was going to pick Michigan anyway, so it's just kind of like, oh, great, another reason to pick Michigan.
Makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So I'm going with Michigan.
I am 0-10 picking Michigan games this year. Let's lean into it. Northwestern. Jim.
Well, this makes it even easier for me. Not only is it Senior Day, but Greg didn't pick Michigan. Yeah, I like the Wolverines in this spot. Northwestern's last 3 games not against Purdue. They're giving up shy of 200 yards rushing per game, 5 yards a carry. Michigan off a bye, commits to the run, and Northwestern does not have the passing game for any backdoor knowledge.
Gov.
I'm going Michigan, too. Northwestern struggles to score.
Yeah.
They just really do. And Michigan's defense is good. Is it as good as I thought it was? No. But Senior Day and those couple guys are going to be playing defensively that their last home game. I think they get some pride, find some energy. It doesn't have to be anything cutesy, but a 17 to 20 point win.
Yeah, whether they're seniors or they're other guys that are playing their last game in the big house, that will matter for some of these guys. There's also going to be guys that are playing for jobs, whether it's here or somewhere else in college football. They want to put some good film on tape. This is the last chance in the big house. I'll take Michigan.
All right, to Sunday football, the NFL. Heather's people. The Vikings, 3.5-point favorites at the Bears. Eberflus. Bears. Jim.
Yeah, I feel like Heather's winning this because she picks the Vikings every week and we refuse to pick the Vikings every week. But she is on her downfall, and I will take the Bears against her.
Oh.
This is a tough game to pick. I mean, are the Bears just going to keep losing and losing and losing? They are a home dog in the NFL. There's value to that. I'm going to go with the Bears as well. And just, Heather's, you know she's taking the Vikings. I know she is. And that's where she's going to get up on us this week. This is last night's game. The Vikings are like the Steelers in the NFC.
Yes.
And the Bears are like the Browns in the AFC. And somehow, some way, the Bears will win this game.
I don't trust Eberflus. I don't trust the Bears. I think they had a little bump because of some of the controversy in firing an offensive coordinator last week, even though it didn't do much for them. I'm going to take the Vikings. Your people.
I'm shaking my head, yes, because I'm going to stick with the Vikings. I've stuck with them pretty much all season. I'm going to stick with my people. Go with the Vikings.
Ravens take on the Chargers as 3.5-point road favorites. Did you hear that the coaches are related? Let's start with Jim.
Jim Harbaugh has that locker room singing for "He's a Jolly Good Fellow." Nobody can deny what's going on with the Chargers. Give me 3 in the hook.
Yeah, if anything here, I don't know if they win the game, but again, you're getting 3.5 points at home. I'm going to take the Chargers, and he's such a great coach at taking advantage of another team's like bad weakness. And the Ravens secondary is just awful. Okay, so I'm going to go Chargers.
I'm going to go Chargers as well. And I also think he's a guy that will look at his players and say, okay, who needs to score in this game? J.K. Dobbins, drafted by Baltimore. Now, he wasn't disrespected by Baltimore. He was hurt for a large part, discarded. I think he's going to make sure to get J.K. Dobbins a touchdown late. I think that's the one that actually wins the game. So give me the Chargers.
I'll go with the other brother. I'll go with the Ravens.
Ravens need a comeback and a bounce back. They get it. Ravens. Lions travel to Indianapolis, taking on the Colts. Lions are 7.5-point road favorites. We'll start with Gov.
The Lions are 8-2 against the spread. They're a covering machine. The only other time they were favored by 7.5 points this year, they lost.
Yeah.
It was their one loss against Tampa. I'm not buying it, though. The Colts' defense is horrendous. It's 5th worst in the league. That leads to the Lions getting the 30 points, and I'm not quite sure Indy can get beyond 20. I would go Lions.
I'm going Lions as well. Lions offense just keeps on rolling, and defense, who loves to turn the ball over? Anthony Richardson. Who loves to get turnovers? Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, the secondary. So give me the Lions.
I don't think Anthony Richardson loves doing that, but he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Lions are going to dominate. They're going to destroy the Colts. Let's go Lions.
One day the Lions will drop a game that's unexpected, but I'll wait and be surprised along with everybody else. Lions.
Oh, clean sweep.
When asking Heather about the spread, this is what she had to say. You can't make a spread big enough for this football team. The reality is, they got a run game over there, and there's no Anzalone. Doesn't matter. Lions will win in front of their fans who take over Lucas Oil Stadium. Those are the picks. It's 97-1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA. Here is what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're at home, at a tailgate, or in the stadium. You can get it everywhere. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
You heard this in the announcement video. Bryce Underwood, not committed to LSU any longer. The Belleville Star is coming home to Michigan. A lot to discuss with it. It's the number one player in the country. And I know Michigan fans are very excited. So we'll throw the number out, and we can take this where it goes. But I want to know what it says about the future of Michigan that they land Bryce Underwood. 248-539-9797. See, the headlines were thrown out that they were seriously fundraising to land him. And I think serious is a way I look at this. This is a serious move for Michigan. The season has been anything but. They're fighting for a bowl game. But you want to talk future? Whether this guy turns out to be a Heisman Trophy winner or not, this shows a commitment by Michigan from the collective to land a big-time recruit. And with him come more big-time recruits. We've seen others flip commitments. There's speculation that there could be a handful of other guys that join Bryce Underwood as part of Sharon Moore's first full class at Michigan. And I do think it says something about Sharon in the future for Sharon that he can build off of a 6-6 season, right? Still use the cachet from the national title, appeal to the local guy, play ball in today's college football landscape and land the biggest fish in the pond. Yeah, you have every right to be thrilled today as a Wolverine fan.
I don't want to be the wet blanket. I'm just going to say this. The signing day becomes official in December. So there's still a couple of weeks. Yes, you could celebrate, and I celebrate all good recruits, obviously, that come to the school I went to, and I'm very excited about it. I'm excited because if this is the decision that this young man wanted to make, and it's going to be the best decision for him, and there's more variables in it now than there ever has been before, right? I do think that there is, and it may be way down the list in regards to where are you going to get your degree from? What type of coaching are you going to get? What type of environment are you going into? All of those different things. And now the added, how much money can you make? That's all a part of the decision. We would be very naive to think that it wasn't. I just want and this is what I tell all the kids that I talk to that are being recruited, regardless of the sport, you need to go where it's best for you. And if this is where it's best for him, and with all of those factors involved, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for, any recruit that makes a decision that they feel is best for them. And I'm happy for Sharon to be able to build his class, to be able to recruit, because we all believe, even though this year has been a big disappointment, that he was going to get a second year, that he was going to get a chance to put together his recruiting class, that he was going to get to his chance to hit the transfer portal and see what he can do in a full year of this is 100% his program.
Yeah, we talked about, hey, listen, there's going to be a big offseason in terms of does he make staff changes, does he recruit and land recruits and go through the portal? It has to look better next season. And this is an aggressive move. This is a dynamic playmaker at quarterback. And this season they have had very little quarterback play to speak of. This is significant. Now you guys can fill in the blank on what it means for the future. 248-539-9797. Chris in Canton, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, John, this is Chris. I just wanted to say your son Jack is a great ball player. I've umpired him a few times at the U-Trip tournaments. We talked every now and then.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, guys, I'm torn, man. I'm torn. I was a season ticket holder when John was there. $10.5 million to a high school kid, guys. A kid that it's based on potential. It's all potential. I mean, yes, we saw what he did in high school, but I mean, can you actually bench this kid if he craps the bed? I mean, I just don't like where college football is going. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and it scares me because guess what? Okay, let's say he blows it up his freshman year and he puts up 30 touchdowns and 8 picks. What if he says, okay, I'm going to LSU now for 15.5? I mean, when does this stop? Do we have them sign contracts? I don't know, man. I'm so torn right now. I love my Wolverines, but wow.
Yeah, Chris, I get what you're talking about because there's no guarantee that a 5-star is going to be the saving grace of any program, but it's the business of college football as we know it now. It's changed so rapidly over the past, let's say 6 or 7 years. It started with the redshirt rule, then it went to NIL, then it was the transfer portal, and then it was a continued modification of the transfer portal. Well, you can transfer as many times as you want without any repercussions. So all of those concerns that you have are legitimate concerns, and it's whether it's here, it's another Power 5 school, it's somebody's going to hit and somebody's going to miss.
This is just the way it is now, and you have to accept that. And I applaud Michigan for getting in deep. They went deep with this. It's pretty shocking that I think they would pony up money wise. It's not that they tried to flip them. I do think from Michigan going after somebody that's committed to another school and then paying them what they're paying them is not a Michigan thing to me. But I'll tell you what,
it's not your dad's college football.
They're joining the party, so I'm very satisfied with that. But I can't get past the fact that Connor Stallions coached Belleville, okay, and it is part of the story here, and it's a little odd and it's a little weird, it's a little eyebrow raising, yeah, it's a little snub your nose in the NCAA's face maybe, but there's nothing illegal about it,
right?
That's the difference here. The sign stealing was against NCAA rules, and they're still going to see the final verdict on that later. But this is allowed. A high school coach, even one that has NCAA issues, this is not against the rules.
I think Michigan had a problem maybe joining this party at first because that's the way Michigan is. They think they try to put on this image that they do it the right way and all this stuff. And they just and this is the right way now.
I know sticker shock. The first call we took, you go, boy, it doesn't sit well with me that a high school was getting $10 million when he's never taken a snap of college football. That doesn't bother me. What would bother me is the second part of his call where it becomes the leapfrogging one school next to the highest bidder. I would like to see some sort of.
Well, he mentioned the word contract. And there's still a lot to be sorted out with the whole NCAA and House settlement. That's not completely done. It's not signed off on, and we don't know what the ultimate rules will be. But the one trigger word is revenue sharing. What does that mean? It doesn't eliminate collectives, but it just talks about being paid by the university as an athlete. So are there going to be contracts? I mean, where does this lead? Right now, it's the wild, wild west, and it depends on what state you're in. Ohio just passed a rule or a law. Georgia passed it earlier where they're not waiting for July 1st to start paying their athletes. They're starting it as of January 1st, and it's coming from a local legislature. Like this is the world that we live in right now where there are no common rules across college football.
It's a fast-moving train.
Yeah.
And if you're Michigan, you either got to get on board or get run over. And for Michigan, maybe there would have been some hesitancy in the past. I think the fact that this is in their state, that this is Bryce Underwood, the context, the second best player they've ever had commit to their school according to 24/7, behind only Rashawn Gary.
Right.
He turned out pretty good. The fact that this guy was in their backyard and may have forced them to modernize the NIL program, whether he turns out to be that player or not, he may have forced Michigan into the modern era of college football and opened the door to them competing financially, which is the way this landscape has changed.
We are having the conversations that we have leading up to the NFL draft, now leading up to signing day.
And correct me if I'm wrong. This is a capless situation, right? So Michigan's got money. They just they were hesitant to spend it. Now they've gone here. Why? You can just, if this doesn't even work, you can just correct the problem with money. It doesn't affect anybody. As long as they don't put the cost of tuition, it doesn't affect anybody.
It's a little bit of both. It's capped in regards to the revenue share, and everybody's throwing around the 20 million, the 21, 22, whatever that number is ultimately going to be, but it's uncapped on NIL.
Yeah, there's no limit there. Now, where it does impact the average person is if they start walking around with a collection bucket on game day going, hey, donate so we can keep our roster.
Well, there's a lot of people who will donate to that.
I know.
Hailgate.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to. You guys have some thoughts. What does this mean for the future of Michigan football? Bryce Underwood commits. Signing day official coming up in early December, but flips from LSU to the Wolverines. It's 97-1. NIL package, certainly a factor. That's college football now. Either you're going to be part of it or you're going to be run over. And Michigan is a big university, rich tradition and rich in terms of finances. This forced them to step up to the plate, overhaul their NIL program, and the result, the reward, is a dynamic athlete at quarterback that this program is desperately missing right now.
When you look at the big conversation going into this season was how much money Ohio State put into the transfer portal and recruits. Here's the thing. You can't rely on a lot of the numbers. It's been reported that their NIL cost this year was north of $20 million. Now, I don't think it's far off. It could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit less, but that's probably a ballpark number. It doesn't always translate into the results that you need. I mean, Ohio State is not the number one team in the country as we speak. Like that, they're going to be in the college football playoffs more than likely, but it ultimately doesn't mean that you're going to win all of the games that you want to win.
Get the phone calls in. Bill in Birmingham, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. I just have to say, I think it's absolutely disgusting that wealthy people are donating their philanthropic dollars to pay for a 17-year-old high school kid to play football at the University of Michigan. This is money that could be going to Mott's Children's Hospital, the library, any academics, or any other thing in our society where people need philanthropic support. It's a total turnoff. The NCAA is a professional minor league for the NBA and for the NFL, and it's like, and they don't contribute anything towards this minor league system. I just think it's a total turnoff. I don't even want to. It makes me not want to follow college football. It's just disgusting. It's a professional league, and I just think because the priorities. It's just ridiculous that people are spending this kind of money to pay a high school kid to play football, college football at a university. This is money that could be spent for so many other things.
Well, Bill,
I just think it's ridiculous.
Bill, I do understand your level of disgust. I get it. But there's a lot of the same people that are bringing in these college athletes and paying this. This is a smaller donation to some of the other bigger donations that they actually do give to, for example, Mott's Children's Hospital or any other philanthropy that they choose. This is part of what they're doing, not entirely what they're doing.
I agree that a lot of wealthy people give to a lot of missions, and we're very fortunate that we have people who are doing that. But just overall, I'm just thinking the priority, and it's Pandora's box. Like one of you guys commented, where does this stop? I mean, it's just crazy. I just hope somehow this gets corrected somehow. Well, Bill, I don't know if it's possible.
Bill, let me ask you this question. Obviously, this is going to somebody that's going to play a game and hopefully win a lot of games. If a college team wins a lot of games, is that not a financial boom for the rest of the university as well?
I'd call it trickle-down economics. I mean, sure, you can be proud of your school. Oh, my gosh, we're the number one team in the country. But really, what does that really do for people?
Well, enrollment goes up, donations go up to not just the football team, but to the university as well.
Well, I think Michigan's a great school. People want to go there mainly for the academics, not because they have a good football program and they have a great historic football program. It's because it's a great university to get a degree from, just like Michigan State and so many other universities.
But the saying is that athletics are the front porch of the university.
Yeah.
And this is not just a Michigan topic. All universities use athletics as a way to drive attention, revenue, enrollment, and it's been proven. Like winning does. As ridiculous as that sounds, people do make their college decisions sometimes based on, is the football team going to be fun to go watch? As silly as that is, it has been proven out that your winning football team benefits your university.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in my own house. All right, when Tennessee beat Alabama 2 years ago, and they carried the goalposts out of the stadium, threw them in the river, Lucy's number one choice at that point, and for a year afterwards, her goal was to go to Tennessee. Now, she ended up going to a place where the program actually stinks in Purdue, but some of it's admittance. Like, you still got to get into that school, but it does increase the awareness, which increases student applications. It actually, the influx in enrollment, but it's also donated dollars to other areas of the university.
And I would hope she didn't pick a school at the end of the day for the football program. It's good.
But there are a lot of but it does play a part. Not that they do that. It's a piece of the pie.
We got to get more calls in, but I wanted to react to one other thing that Bill had to say. Because I get where he's coming from. Heart's in a good place. You want to make sure that those donations to the hospital are still there and that people aren't redirecting funds to the football team. Grand scheme of things, one is much more important than the other. But he was bothered by the fact that this is becoming like professional. It does not bother me that people get paid to play sports. In fact, I love watching the NFL, where all of them are paid to play sports. It doesn't cheapen the product. It doesn't make it a bad watch. I don't have any resentment because people are being paid to watch the game I'm watching. College football's big business. These administrators, these coaches have been making millions. The idea that a coach gets paid but a player didn't never quite sat well with me. Now, do you want more regulation? Sure, we can break bread at that table. But it's never going to disgust me that an athlete is getting paid for his talents because that's something we're very comfortable with at the NFL level, and it only makes sense to me that the most talented people in a capitalistic system would get paid to take their talents to college as well. A scholarship doesn't cover their ability anymore. They're worth more than tuition, and they should be getting paid more than tuition.
Through, 42 years of my life, all I knew about college football was, hey, it's a quote-unquote amateur sport. You go there, it's for the scholarship, it's for playing for your university, and in another 20 years. And so I had a hard time adjusting to it. I'm adjusting to players being played. The only one that I have an issue with, and I think I will over time, is the amount of times that you are allowed to transfer, because I think it's going to take away from the graduation rate. And people can argue, whether that's just a utopic society or whatever. I think so many players are not going to the NFL. They're not going to Major League Baseball or the NBA, and they do need to have a mechanism in place that allows these players, these student athletes, to actually be students and graduate. Will in another 20 years, are we going to look back because we're going to have a whole nother generation that this is all they know about college football? Will we become, when this is the norm, it's not going to ruffle as many feathers because it's just how business is done.
And I think it's a tough question because while I get what you're saying, and I do want some level of guardrails on transfers, if I'm not going to play professional football, but I can make $1 million transferring schools, that's more money than I'm going to make in a very long time working in the real world.
I understand that, but you're
allowed to transfer and make that money because I'm not getting it at the NFL.
Right, but you're talking about a very select few.
Yeah, but the thing with this, though, with Underwood, the amount of money, John, he doesn't need to graduate. He can bomb like Imani Bates. He can bomb.
We've never seen professional athletes go broke.
Yeah, and if he plays his hand right with this money, he's set.
There's no question. I agree with that.
So I don't see the whole graduation thing is still. I think it's a dinosaur take. It doesn't matter anymore. It used to matter. I'm not saying, John.
99% of these football players, basketball players, baseball players, athletes aren't going to be professionals.
Anybody that gets a healthy amount of money can go pay for college if this completely bombs.
I knew we'd get the call from Sherry in Belleville today, so I'm curious to get her reaction. Sherry, you had called us when it looked like it was going to be LSU. What's your thought now that it's Michigan?
Hey guys, good morning. My phone was blowing up yesterday. I was really shocked that he actually flipped. But the way that Michigan was really just piling onto him was unbelievable. And they got EDOT to flip first, and then Bryce followed suit. So, John, my question to you is a couple things here. Number one, this really changes the landscape of Michigan football in two ways. One, it shows that Michigan is now in the NIL game, and they have to come off those laurels of you come here for the experience and the prestige of Michigan, because now they're going to pay to come. And number two, does this actually change the way that Michigan is going to play football? Are they going to actually let him throw the ball down the field, making those 70-yard bombs like he has been in high school? Are they going to change that moniker of being the 3 yards in a cloud of dust team?
I think it gives them the opportunity to. I can't sit here and tell you what the future holds, but the good coaches that I know are going to coach to the skill set of their players. And if you have a quarterback that can throw the ball downfield, that can be a dynamic player, then you're going to call those plays.
I hope they do. I hope they let him just chuck it like crazy. They tried that a little bit when Rich Rod was there, and it fell flat on their face, but he didn't have the players at that point that could back that up. And now they're talking about all these kids who might be flipping from LSU, the commits, the wide receivers, to come to Michigan, which would be fantastic.
Sure would.
Yeah. Sherry, appreciate the phone call.
Thanks, guys.
Boots on the ground in Belleville. Yeah, I mean, this idea that Michigan stepped up to the plate in the modern era of college football, that's a loud message sent. And you're seeing other players flock to Michigan along with Bryce Underwood. It's a huge story. We'll get more of your thoughts coming up next. It's 97.1.
All right, guys, you want to be a hero this holiday season? Well, get your girl what she really wants. Get her a beauty package from Beauty Bird Med Spa. You can choose from really any number of their premium offerings. It could be Botox, filler, or microneedling. And guys, don't worry. If you don't know which treatments to pick, Amy Wise and her team have you covered. They're going to walk you through everything, and they're going to create a personalized package your ladies will love. Plus, they're going to be in great hands. I was recently there. I saw Amy, and I couldn't be happier with my microneedling treatment. So don't struggle with the holidays again this year. Go visit them in Commerce or head to mybeautybird.com today. That's mybeautybird.com.
College football, it's a fast-moving train. Get on or get run over. Bryce Underwood dragging Michigan fully into the NIL era. Who knows if he pans out, but he gives him a jolt and a real shot at dynamic play from the quarterback position, and he will bring others with him. It's a big day for Michigan. We're going to get the phone calls, get your thoughts. Let's go to Mel in Detroit. Mel, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
Just Coach Mel. I coached Bryce Underwood when he was 8 years old, and I'm going to tell y'all, would he pan out? On this day, he's not only going to pan out, he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. What made this guy spectacular was his mental capacity. He was reading defenses at 8 years old. He took our plays, and he was checking out of them as 8. Will he pan out? Man, them throws, Michigan quarterback, he was doing that at 11 years old. And this all is documented. You can go on YouTube and check it out.
Oh, yeah.
Fellas, I'm telling you, I've been coaching for 10 years. He's Tom Brady on steroids. And if you sit and if you talk to this guy, you will know. I don't know will he pan out. I know he's going to pan out. I know Michigan will win more games, and I know they will win the championship. He's going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL. $10 million, that's petty. That's petty. And I'm telling you, you could talk to every coach that coached him. We give him plays. He knew how to read coverages at 8 years old. 4.0 student since he was 8 years old. He's Tom Brady on steroids. Everything I'm saying is documented. Michigan, Motor City Wolverines, he played for.
Yep.
He beat me when I coached against him when he was on Raiders. He beat me, and I knew that I couldn't beat this kid. He was doing too much stuff. 50-yard throws at 8 years old. I'm going to tell you like this. It's certain kids that is made for this. We've seen Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. I think the God's made him to play football. This is all he knows, studying and playing football.
You are laying it on real thick. I'm not mad at you. You've seen him up close. The only reason I said we don't know is we've seen 5 stars with pedigrees who rose up through the youth ranks at their state level not turn into star players. I don't mean to disrespect Bryce Underwood at all. And I do think it's a huge day for Michigan. Mel, appreciate the phone call and the perspective on him.
Well, you love it when athletes really want to work at what they do. One of the things that made Calvin Johnson so great was he was gifted at birth with a lot of things most human beings are not gifted with. But along with that, he was gifted with the drive to be the best. A lot of athletes are really good at what they do, but they're just good at what they do. They don't have that, I want to study film. How can I beat you? How can I, like the competitive angle of it? I've had the wonderful opportunity to be around guys like a Charles Woodson, like a Champ Bailey, like Megatron, and those are very few and far between. So when you see it at a young age and it continues throughout the course of a young career, you're hoping that it continues at the next step. There's no guarantee, but it gives you all the advantages in the world to reach that success.
And speaking of no guarantees, these recruiting rankings are not gospel. But this is the second best recruit the University of Michigan has ever brought in since they've been tracking this. The only one better was Rashawn Gary, who he delivered. He's in the NFL. He's still doing very well for himself. If you had the equivalent of a Rashawn Gary at quarterback, knowing what that position means in today's college football, if you can solidify the next 3 years of dynamic, mobile, dangerous quarterback play, I mean, it's a game-changing foundational move for Michigan if he pans out. And I have to say if just because he's a high school athlete. They're all ifs. You'd rather go into battle with a guy with the track record of this player, and Michigan lands him. And it does ask the question about how much brighter the future is. I mean, you're staring down a 6-6 football season, not feeling great about your program, and a move like this suddenly jolts you back to life a little bit. Let's get to Mark in Detroit. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
I think that this is a great move for Michigan football going forward in the future. I believe that now the head coach that's currently there, he'll get actually the first opportunity next year to really probably taking the program and putting his name on the program. and seeing what he's really capable of doing as the head coach, as well as developing a program. As far as this transfer portal thing, it's just the new landscape of college football. You know what I mean? So we just, as fans, we just have to get used to it. There's some nuance of it I don't like the how many times you can actually transfer as a player. I think they need to cut that. I think they need to give it a limit. I think, for me, I think a limit of 2. Once you commit to a college, you got one more opportunity to transfer, and that's it. I don't think you need the unlimited transfers to prove if you're a good college football player or not. And as far as the money, the universities, the ADs, everybody's making money. Why shouldn't the college football players make a little bit? You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's my viewpoint on it.
Well, Mark, appreciate the phone call. And yeah, in terms of limiting transfers, I don't know the right answer. I think there needs to be an answer. I mean, if your coach leaves, I think you should have a window to leave. I think you should get at least one mulligan, maybe not unlimited mulligans. Because that's the concern here is you get paid, not Bryce specifically, but a guy gets paid and then more money opens up somewhere else at another school the very next season, and it wasn't enough that you paid a guy millions and millions of dollars. There's a bigger bag at a school down the road. And I understand, do what's best for you and your family, but the sport has to maintain some level of competitive balance too. And I think that's where we get into, will there be salary caps with revenue dollars used on players? Will there be caps on transfers? I mean, these are things that do need to be sorted out.
Well, there is going to be a cap on revenue dollars. But
then how do you legislate NIL? Because if everybody's still going to have their collectives, it's still going to be the same thing. It's just going to raise the floor.
Yeah.
But it's still going to mean Georgia and Michigan and Alabama and Texas, any of these big revenue teams who also have big collectives are just going to use the collectives to one up everybody else like it currently already happens.
It's the business of college football. And right now there are very few rules that are consistent from state to state or school to school.
Tony and Carlton, what do you think of Tom Brady on steroids picking Michigan? You're on 97.1.
Well, my comment is I don't have a problem with the athletes getting paid. I think they deserve it. I think one of the problems with the Bryce Underwood situation is you're giving a kid who's that young that much money, who lives from Belleville, where he lives, to Ann Arbor, so close together that during the off season, during the week, when he's got time off after school, he can go home. And sometimes that can be a distraction for athletes because they're hanging out with their same friends. Now they got this abundance of money. It could cause them to get in trouble. Sometimes it's better that the kid goes away from their state and their hometown. That way they can kind of grow as a team with their team, and they don't have the distractions of their childhood friends maybe that could cause them that.
Yeah, it was a huge trouble for me. I say it jokingly. Has it been an issue for Aiden Hutchinson? Like, this was part of the discussion. All of these guys need to go away because of their friends or, being too close to home. I think it is not giving enough credit to the individual that they're going to make the decisions that are best for them. Is every kid going to make a really good decision? No. They're 17, 18, 19, 21 years old. But let's give a little bit more credit for the people that we have heard from that are familiar with some of these recruits.
Yeah.
Like, have we heard anybody call in and say, oh, man, he makes really bad decisions?
No, people have really stuck up for the person he is, not just the player he is. And I do think it's case by case. Yeah, I think money exaggerates who you are, right? Well, if you're a well-rounded, grounded person, money isn't going to turn you into an undisciplined person. If you're undisciplined and then you get money, it's going to multiply it and make it a huge issue.
And you look at any school in state, Michigan State, Michigan. Where is the highest percentage of their roster from? In state.
Yeah.
And so are all those kids making a bad decision?
No, they're going to hang out.
They should all go out of state. Like, to me, that's just a ridiculous argument.
248-539-9797. We are going to get a few more thoughts on Bryce Underwood. We got to talk Lions. It's a football Friday, and the NFL season is very much in the thick of it. Lions on the road. Are they on the road this week? I don't think it's going to feel like a road game. We'll get to that before the hour ends. It's 97.1.
TGIF. And obviously, we all know it's Friday. We love Fridays. Every Friday night, FanDuel is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets lets you get in on all the action from the opening tip. You can bet from things like who's going to score the first basket, which team will be to first the 1st to 15, and there's a lot more to choose from. And best of all, you don't have to wait for the entire game to be over to know if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a game changer for Michigan. Bryce Underwood from Belleville, the number one player in his class, picks Michigan, flips from LSU. If the reported $10 million is true, I'm sure that didn't hurt, but it gives Sharon Moore a cornerstone early in his tenure. It gives Michigan a shot at a real dynamic quarterback, and it pushes them fully into the NIL era. Game changer whether he is or not, that Michigan is in here throwing haymakers, putting big bags of cash out there. And yes, the relationships matter. Sharon has stressed that with us. But it can't solely be about, hey, I really trust the coach in today's college football. You got to pay the freight, and it looks like Michigan has entered that level of college football. Let's get to James in Southfield. James, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Jim, and good morning, John, and good morning, Heather.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. This real quick, I wanted to address the guy in reference to the donation side, the charitable side. The sophisticated donor has a realistic idea of how they're going to bring that kind of money. And what we have to recognize is that the athlete has labored, the college athlete, the superior athlete, has labored for this type of due. John can talk to that. I had a son who was an All-American in high school, and he did not get the benefits of this type of program. The university got the rewards of his ability to play and all the things with it, jersey sales and TV revenue and all that. But this is a process that is long overdue, and the young man and the university has to come up to that, and that's why he is there. And so I just want to let him know that there's sophisticated donors who understand to donate to the proper cause, and the messaging that it brings will allow that type of donor to come to it. Let the football guys get their due because they've labored for it for a long time. Thank you.
James, I think that's well said. Because, you talk about these sophisticated donors, and I mentioned it at the time as well. This is not the only thing that they're donating to. They are donating to hospitals. They're still donating to the athletic department. They're still donating to the universities. This is just a piece of the pie.
Correct. And they want to be able to diversify their portfolio. So, and again, the football, I know a lot of the athletes. They have labored years after year to get to this point in history. And so it's just the evolving of what football is, and Michigan is now coming up to par with that. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate the school doing that, and other schools would get that.
James, how's your son doing now? What's he up to?
Oh, he did very well. He went to be an All-American. To work with that, he became an All-American in college from high school, was very, very good, and he went on to play professional football.
Oh. Congratulations.
That's awesome. Yeah, you should be proud of that. And appreciate
his name, though. Thank you.
Okay. And appreciate the phone call. Yeah, we had some people call in, discussed it at the landscape of college football. But to his point about the labor, right? This is big business. College football is not amateurism as much as people want to believe that. It's shamateurism, if it's anything. I mean, there's a lot of money in college athletics, and the idea that the actual people putting the work in, the people we tune in to watch, weren't getting a cut, long overdue. So, yeah, it's clunky right now, wild, wild west right now. I'm not mad at them for getting what they can get at all. That doesn't disgust me at all, that they're like professionals. Okay, they're putting a lot of work in. I have no issue with them in a semi-professional setting getting wages, getting paid to be there.
And trust me, I'm only human. There are times when moments of college athletes getting paid.
Does it bother you?
Well, it doesn't bother me that they're getting paid. Am I jealous? Yeah.
That's human nature.
I mean, yeah, when you're an All-American and captain and national champ, Big Ten champ, you're like, wait a second here, where was mine? So, yeah, I mean, that's just the human part of me.
Yeah, of course.
And so but I don't begrudge these kids. It's just the same thing in pro sports. Everything is going to evolve. And everything is going to continue all the numbers are continuing to go up. We have not seen a year in the NFL where spending has gone down. We're not going to see a year in college athletics where spending goes down. Now, where it may go down, and I think what we're going to see in terms of college coaches are there, for other than the select few that are sought after and people will pay whatever they want for them, are college coaches' contracts going to change in terms of how much they're making if they leave for another job or if they're fired? Are they not guaranteed all of that money? Because right now there's a lot of coaches that are going to keep their jobs this year simply because the extra money that is going to be dedicated to revenue sharing next year, they're figuring this out And in a couple of years, does it return to, hey, we could fire a coach after 2 years no matter what the buyout is? That buyout right now is probably preventing them from making a change.
All right, we have not talked about the Lions today. We're going to talk about them coming up at 7:50. Any concern, mobile QB, run game, or are we just, hey.
Full steam ahead.
Full steam ahead. And a question. The schedule says this is a road game. I'm not so sure. But first, Heather with the news.
Just in time for America's Thanksgiving Day parade, the turkey trot, the Lions' annual Thanksgiving Day game. The Detroit People Mover is coming back. So we talked about this earlier, but in case you haven't heard, it was closed for 11 weeks to replace sections of the train's original tracks. Well, now the People Mover will reopen next week. So it's going to return, and it's going to run for 36 hours of nonstop service. It's going to start at 6:30 a.m. on Wednesday, November 27th. It's going to run through 7 p.m. on Thanksgiving Day, which is November 28th. Pretty cool. And then after the holiday, they're going to introduce new permanent hours. It's going to open a little earlier. It's going to close later on weekdays and on Sundays. So Monday through Friday, it will run 6:30 a.m. to midnight, Saturday 10 a.m. to midnight, and Sunday 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I think it's a great sign, too, because more people are down there, more people are moving around the city, and it's just a great indicator of where Detroit is.
Definitely. A Warren police officer was severely injured in a tragic hunting accident last Saturday. It's a really sad story. Officer Nick Cott and his father, they traveled to their cabin in Gladwin, obviously to enjoy this hunting trip together. But the trip took this just grim turn when Cott fell about 25 feet from his tree stand, and he laid there alone for about 3 to 4 hours before he was finally found. He had to be airlifted to the University of Michigan Hospital, where he is now in critical condition. According to his wife, he is on a ventilator. He's unable to feel anything from the neck down. It sounds like could be paralyzed. His wife says it's a miracle that he survived, and she's obviously praying that he will be able to return home and tuck his son, his best friend, into bed again. Obviously, other things too, but that's one of the things she's looking forward to. But even when he does return home, it sounds like they're going to need a whole lot of assistance because the house has to be accommodating to his new mode of transportation, which would most likely be a wheelchair. So it's just a really sad story.
Tragic accident,
we've heard these stories of people falling out of their tree stands before. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's just like when you go on a boat, you wear your life jacket when you're in a tree stand, and things can happen before you're able to, but wear your safety harness.
Yeah.
It can save your life.
Yep. Some good news. Tarek Skubal celebrated his 28th birthday on Wednesday, which also happened to be the same day that he was named the best pitcher in the American League. So after receiving the Cy Young Award, he went outside where his wife, Jessica, was there, surprised him with a new car. So that's a fun way to celebrate both your birthday and this major award. There was a video that was posted online by Major League Baseball. You can see that they walk out of the house together, and his wife asks, you don't see anything? And he kind of looks around and then looks towards the driveway and was like, wait, is that a car? So she got him a car, and then his buddies were there too, and they hosed him down with champagne, and just
that's awesome.
What a day for him.
What kind of car was it? Do we know?
I couldn't really. It's a black SUV.
Okay, and it was probably darker out.
That's what I got. Yeah, it was in the evening, so that's all I got for you. I don't know exactly what kind of car it was, but I'm sure it's something very nice.
Well, that feels like those commercials we get around the holiday where the husband or the wife surprises with the car. And I'm always thinking, that's a big financial decision to surprise your partner with. But in the case of Tarek Skubal, they can afford it.
Yes, they can.
That's
they sure
awesome.
can. Do you guys remember the man who allegedly faked his own kayaking death, left behind his wife and kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Uzbekistan guy.
Yes. He's alive, he is well, and he has sent a video to police to confirm it all. Police say that they made contact with this guy through a Russian-speaking woman back on November 11th, and they say they've been in contact with him daily ever since. They don't know where he is, but he is safe somewhere overseas. The video that was sent was from an apartment, he said, somewhere they believe in Eastern Europe. Police say that the man's family does want him to return home, especially as the holidays are approaching, and they're hoping that can kind of pull at his heartstrings, get him brought home. The story is wild, really, right? And in the video, he has explained how he did it all. I mean, and he really thought the search would be over in about a week, 2 weeks. Didn't realize they'd be searching for him for 54 days. Thought he would just get away with everything. Now his concern is if he returns home, how will he be viewed from his community?
As a scumbag who wasted community resources for 2 months, how else should he be viewed by his community? I mean, come on, dude.
Well, that's what he's nervous for. So the police are saying, no.
Oh, so wait, never mind. It's actually going to be totally fine. Just come back. You don't have to face any consequences.
They want him to come home.
Sure.
They want him back. So they're, well, he could face consequences.
Well, yeah, his family wants him
charges.
back
Yes.
for different reasons than the police may want him back.
My point was lure him back. Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
It's almost Christmas. Come home to the family. Your kid. He's got 3 kids.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing.
Sounds like a Hallmark movie.
But he has to take his shirt off, too, because now all these Hallmark movies are like topless men.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I just watched another one last night, and it was like Magic Mike meets Christmas. It was yes, I'm serious.
That's why I asked. So what was the, Hot Frosty? Yes. That's why I asked. I'm like, what was it rated?
Yeah, exactly.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Dive into the best pool in history, especially as we're starting to get some snow. You're probably thinking about hitting somewhere warm. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can watch all the big games at a viewing experience that's designed. Every level of it is designed for you, the sports fan. There are 3 levels to that beautiful pool, and you have a massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen to watch all the big games. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls, and a nonstop party. Score your perfect spot. It could be the cozy day beds, the private cabanas. Lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. All right, help me out here. The schedule says this is a road game for the Lions. They're going to be at Indianapolis. I don't think this is going to be a road game for the Detroit Lions.
Well, it's road game because there's the at symbol in front of at Indianapolis. If you were to travel down there for work, would you be able to use the expenses as a write-off on your taxes?
Sure.
So classified as a road game.
But
however,
when the game starts and there are 65% Lions fans, it's not going to feel like a road game.
It'll be the only way you'll really be able to tell, unless you look closely and say, oh, there's a Lions jersey, will be the cheering. Obviously, that'll be the number one thing because very similar colors in the stands. Colts, Lions.
I mean, Houston had to use a silent count at home on Sunday Night Football. That's a marquee game. They're wearing their red jerseys, their whatever.
That's a fly to. This is a drive to.
Right. This is Midwest footprint, short drive. You probably bought tickets before the season. Many people have made plans to go to this game. We'd love to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Ford Field South, the tour continues. Do you expect this to be a Lions home game? And then we could talk football too, John. I mean, we haven't really at all touched on the matchup with the Colts. But people can jump in 248-539-9797.
Yeah, it's. I think there's going to be a lot of people that make that trip, and there's what makes it so easy is you could go down on Saturday, but you don't have to. No. For all the Big Ten championship games the last 3 years, I've gone down day of. Now it's granted that's a night game. This one's going to be earlier, but you could leave at 7 a.m, go to the game, and if you wanted to, still drive home at night. That makes for a very long day, or if you could find one that's just a one-night stay, you could stay at a hotel on Sunday night, or it could be a Saturday night if you got to be up at work on Monday morning. But it's a doable, very easy trip for Lions fans to be able to make.
Will this be the biggest takeover game of the year? Because of proximity. Like, listen, it's impressive what Lions fans have done in Houston and Green Bay and these other stops.
Proximity and availability.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to sit there and say Indianapolis Colts, hey, they're having a great season. They're all right. They're one game under 500. I don't think they're going to ultimately be a playoff team. I don't think they're ultimately going to contend for the AFC South. So there will be more tickets available because you always think, okay, well, would more Lions fans want to go to Chicago? Sure. But Chicago, even if they're bad, Chicago fans are going to show up. Yeah. Green Bay, there's been some takeovers at Lambeau, but in large part, they're still, I mean, we may be more vocal than the Lambeau, whatever they call them, leapers. But I think going down to Indianapolis is the availability of tickets, affordable tickets for those that want to go on a road trip.
Well, yeah, and you're right. I think Chicago, because Bears fans are going to support their team. And also, Chicago's a cold weather outdoor game. This is inside. This is a dome. I mean, there's no consideration to sitting out in the cold for 3 hours.
And it's a great city to go to.
Yes.
A lot of good restaurants, a lot of hotel rooms, a lot of they make it very easy to go to Indianapolis for a sporting event.
How do you feel about the matchup? It's a mobile quarterback. You don't have Alex Anzalone. They have a good run game. What do you think?
So I'm really interested. One, I want to see the interior of the offensive line handled DeForest Buckner. Selfishly, you get a chance to see Kwity Paye. But I'm more interested in the development of Jack Campbell, who's going to be wearing the green dot, not just sporadically, but all game long. And I want to see this team. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what type of offense Indianapolis puts out there because Anthony Richardson, I think this is the second game, right, of his you're going to be the starter for the rest of the season.
And he led them on a couple fourth quarter scoring drives in his first game back as the starter.
He's very prone to turnovers. And I like that going against this, very turnover heavy defense. But I want to see how they handle a mobile quarterback. He may not be a great quarterback, but one of the skills that he does have is he's a tremendous athlete. He can get outside the pocket. He can extend plays. He can pick up first downs. He can run for a long way really fast. And so I want to see Aaron Glenn construct a game plan to limit, you're never going to stop a mobile quarterback, but limit their production on the ground.
It's almost like you can soft launch some of what you're going to have to do against a Hurts or an Allen or a a Mahomes, some of the things you're going to have to do from a rush lane standpoint.
Sure.
A package to try to contain a guy like that.
But it's also the full implementation of Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
We heard last week that, okay, they were going to try some things out with him. What we've heard from Aaron Glenn is, a couple of whoa moments where they're like, okay, well, we can use him inside to rush. We can use him outside. We can use him as a stand-up, spinner type. Like the ability to learn more about a player and then deploy him in different scenarios, situations, positions. I'm curious about that as well.
Let's talk football. Let's talk travel plans. Let's get to the phones. Larry in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
We're heading down tomorrow morning. We bought the tickets back when the season, when they first came out, when the schedule came out, is what I'm trying to say. And I guess the Lions they're having a big tailgate down there at a place called the Industry for season ticket holders. So we were unable to get the tickets for that, but we're taking our tailgate gear down there and we're going to tailgate outside the building, which is like about 3 blocks away from Lucas Oil.
How many? When you say how many are you going?
We're going down with 4.
Okay.
And we're staying through Monday.
Okay, going to make a whole
weekend out of it.
Couple nights out of it.
There you go.
We're going down. We're cooking out in the morning. It's just going to be like a regular home game is what we're planning on.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's going to be a regular home game for Lions fans.
Yep.
Larry, enjoy the game.
Yeah, travel safe.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yep, you too.
Let's get to Pierre in Windsor. Pierre, your thoughts? You're on 97.1.
So, hey, guys. It's my son's 16th birthday next week, and he mentioned wanting to go do a Honolulu Blue Takeover because he sees him on TV, he gets all excited about it, and I said, nah, it's too expensive. We're not doing it. So he has no idea, but tomorrow morning when he wakes up, I'm going to look at him and say he's ready to go, and I'm sure he'll be like, what are you talking about? Where are we going? And I'll let him know we're going to go do a Honolulu Blue Takeover. We are leaving tomorrow morning. We'll be back Sunday night, and we plan on tailgating with the Upermans. And we'll hang out with them all morning long.
Oh, that's awesome. Are you going to mess with your son at all? You going to tell him, hey, you ready to go, and then set the 2-minute warning and watch how fast he can put his stuff in a bag to get ready to go?
Oh, yeah. We're planning on doing the whole video and everything. I'll have his shit already. I'll have all this stuff already all packed up there. But, yeah, it'll be good.
Well, Pierre, that's an awesome story, surprising your son.
Yes.
And I wonder, too, like it's probably cheaper to go to this game than a lot of Lions home games, right? So it's expensive, travel, and Lions home games are expensive. This kind of is a sweet spot for Lions fans because it's drivable, probably more affordable, and you get to be part of the Lions takeover, this phenomenon where Lions fans turn road games into home games. Are you going to be part of that this weekend? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. quick note on the Red Wings. That's more like it.
Yeah. Did you have the? Did you do what we asked? The car flags?
I didn't. Oh. But I did wear for the first time this year the Red Wing jersey, the sweater. Sweater season's here.
Is there a number on the back? Name on the back?
Yeah, I got Mo Sider, baby. Long-term deal. Future of this team. John, it was long overdue. They actually outplayed the opponent. They deserved to win the game, and it was stressful because they weren't going to win it until the very end. But that was great. Casper Kane and Cat on the same line was a good thing to see. Looked like maybe there's some more that they can get out of that group together. And it was an important win. We spent some time this week with some hyperventilating and some deep breaths and the Iser plan. And it's not all fixed, but they needed that game. Now they have a stretch coming up with a bunch of home games. Start to build off of it.
Yeah, it's a good win. Every win's a good win. But they actually got a win where they outshot someone.
They got a win when I was in attendance, which
more important for you.
You and I will be at a game in December, hoping that it actually matters. All right, we got Lions Talk, 248-539-9797. The question is, are you going to the home game this weekend? I know it says at Indianapolis, but I think this is going to be the takeover game. It's going to be a home game. It's drivable. It's affordable. You guys may have bought tickets before the year, and everybody wants to be part of this phenomenon that is Lions takeovers. We'll get your phone calls on that, plus your thoughts on the game. We got Brian Baldinger coming up at 8:18. 9:18, we'll have Valeni in here for Dog of the Week. We still have our Friday picks. And the headline this week, the collapse is on. Heather Park 2-5 last week. Everybody else went 5-2 or better. Heather.
It's 1 week.
And it's all
Enjoy
coming crashing down.
Oh, sure.
Sucks, doesn't it?
You don't even know what this feels like.
It was a bad week. It's 1 week. Whatever.
Wait till you have 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Let's see if it happens.
It's all starting. Let's get to Eric and Warren. Eric, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, good. I'm going to the game this weekend, leaving tomorrow morning. I'm going to stop and see my brother in Kokomo for a couple hours on the way down. But this is my 23rd road trip over my 45 years as season ticket holder.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
How many NFL stadiums have you not been to?
Well, I've been to a couple of them twice. Well, actually, I say Houston twice, but I went to one game in the old Astrodome. But I don't know. I think about half of them.
Okay.
Believe it or not, even though 23, I still got to go to about half. And then I'd like to go back to the ones where they built a new stadium from the one I went to.
Yeah, I know. I want to go back to some of them that I played and they're no longer stand. I know how you feel.
But one thing I do want to say, the Lions have always traveled well. Maybe not in these numbers that they're seeing now, but they always traveled well. I could always find a big pack of Lions fans everywhere I went. Especially down south. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, what's been your favorite stadium to go to?
I went to Minneapolis last year. That stadium is fantastic.
Yep.
I used to really love Seahawks Stadium, or whatever the corporate name is. But the one up in Minneapolis is a fantastic stadium. I'd go back there again if I got another chance. I didn't do it this year, but I'd do it again. Some cities are fun to go to. Some stadiums are always a blast to be at, you know. Yeah, just, like I said, 45 years. One time back in 2010, they played Tampa and Miami on back-to-back weekends, and I spent 10 days in Florida.
To go to both?
Went down to Key. Yeah, I went to both games. I went to Key West for the week in between.
There you go.
Hung out down there.
Travel safe. Have a great time.
Yeah, enjoy it. It should be a fun one.
All right, go Lions.
Yeah, go Lions. Some ticket texters. There's a bus of 70 of us going from work, leaving at 9 a.m. on Saturday. That's Scott in Detroit. Hey, guys, I personally know 33 people going, 3 different groups of people heading down to take over Indianapolis. As far as what to look for in this game, will Jack Fox have an opportunity to punt? That's Steven Petoskey.
Could be his 4th bye week.
Could be.
Texter wants to know, when will the starters get pulled? Will it be late 3rd or the 4th quarter this week? I think Dan answered that with us.
Yeah, it's 4th.
It's got to be 4th.
I have been to Lucas Oil for a Lions game. I went in 2008, the 0-16 season. So for my father-in-law's 70th birthday, it's a fantastic stadium. John knows this. I think downtown Indy and going to a road game is probably the best city to go to be honest with you. Not having been to others, I just think the setup, proximity of everything is very convenient. Lots of good places to eat. St. Elmo's obviously is the biggest. I'm sure that place is booked already for Saturday.
Well,
but it's a great venue.
It is, because if you're able to get a room downtown, a lot of the rooms downtown it's easy to walk to the stadium, so you don't have to worry about parking. If you're going to stay outside of town, there's plenty of parking to be able to park easily and tailgate. And there's always something going on. Every time that we've been there for a game, now, granted, Big Ten Championship game, there's a lot going on in the city, but anytime you go to Indy, even if you're not going for a sporting event, there is always something going on downtown. So it's very entertaining.
Yeah, and I've been there a couple times for college basketball games too, tournaments. And the thing about it is once you park your car, you don't have to use it again.
Right.
You know, and you don't have to use like cabs really. If you can park, I mean, they have a lot of hotels downtown. I mean, I know everybody, I think this takeover is so big that everybody probably can't stay downtown.
What do you think the percentage is, Lions fans at this game?
I mean, it's so hard to really grasp.
The majority. Do you think the majority will be Lions fans?
Oh, so you think at Lucas Oil that there's going to be 51 or larger percentage?
The Karshian 51%. I do. Am I out of line to think that? Is that disrespectful to Indy? Because I think that speaks to what Lions fans are capable of and all the factors we've been hitting on.
I think it is. And this has potential to be a 49er-like takeover in L.A. You guys have noticed it when they play each other. It's mostly red.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it's anybody that goes to L.A., their fans generally take over SoFi because they're so indifferent to their football teams.
I mean, I imagine this team going in, the setup was, they played their best game last week. Richardson probably played his best game of his career. And they probably already sold their tickets, some of these people.
Yeah. Ticket text 248-539-9797. They're echoing that this is actually cheaper than going to a Lions game for people. Using hotel points, and the tickets themselves are cheaper than paying to go to a game at Ford Field. I mean, the tickets, if you looked ahead, if you look at Buffalo, if you look at the primetime game against the Packers, going to Lions games.
If you're not a season, if you haven't already bought your tickets, the price just continues to go up.
Brian in East Point, you're on 97.1.
Hey, going to Indy on Saturday, it'd be my 97th road game.
Wow. How long you been doing this?
Since 1996.
Okay. Have you been to every city, every sometimes new stadiums, but have you been to every city that the NFL plays in?
Cincinnati, Buffalo, and Denver. Those are my only three I haven't been to.
Huh, Cincinnati, Buffalo. Those are both drive-to games. I'm surprised. I guess that we don't play them very often.
Yeah.
Right, every 8 years. So I was in Indy in 2016 for Marvin Jones' first game after Calvin Johnson retired. So that was a great game. We won on the game-winning field goal.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
What's your favorite?
I would say SoFi. I was there when the Lions played the Rams in Stafford's game, and also when we played the Chargers last year when we won on the game-winning field goal. SoFi is good. Minnesota is good. So a lot of great stadiums, but those are at the top of my list.
Let's say you're the expert. I mean, you've been to almost all of them at this point.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Are you going to
Brian.
commemorate your 100th road trip? Is it going to happen this year?
No, it won't happen till next year. I've been to every road game this year. I'm not going to Chicago or San Francisco because those are on holiday weekends, Christmas and New Year's. So my 100th road game will be next season.
All right.
You have to call us back then and we
let
can
us
celebrate
know.
it. All right?
Absolutely. We want to be a part of that celebration.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Brian. Good stuff. That's awesome.
That's all. Yeah.
I mean, do you have, I know a lot of fans have the bucket list of like hitting all these stadiums. Do you have desire to do that? Or is it just too hard at this point in your life? You got kids and you work in the fall,
Yeah, I mean that's going to be down the road. But yeah, I mean there's a lot of stadiums that in cities that I would love to go to. But I've played in most of the cities, so
checked off
been
a lot
there.
of boxes, done that. Texter says, I'm surprised John hasn't mentioned for those traveling to Indy to make sure to stop along the way.
I was going to mention it. I was glad somebody else did.
Says, get some fudge from Uranus, Dave and Warren. What is that a city along the way?
No, it's a fudge shop. But what you see is it's along the path to get to Indianapolis, and you start seeing the signs. All the best fudge comes from Uranus, and I mean, the signs are epic. In fact, this was before you were a part of the show, and so I would send Tom and Stoney the signs. Like, I would take a picture as we were driving along of the signs. I'm like, you can't believe this. And actually, last year, I took the kids and we made it's about, I don't know, maybe 3-4 minutes off the highway. We stopped at Uranus.
Whole family affair.
Oh, yeah. And as soon as you go in, they are obviously the name of it. They have bought into the name, and it's hilarious. If anybody's going down there and you see the signs, just stop in. It's worth the stop.
What's the smell like?
Smells like fudge.
Okay. We'll get to Brian Baldinger. We got picks. We got Valeni in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about injury attorney David Femininio for some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, and it only gets better. $11.5 million for an individual client. You need an attorney that will fight just as relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We're very excited. Lions playing the Colts this weekend. Could it be a takeover game where the Lions turn it into a home game? More Lions fans than Colts fans. The buzz is real. The excitement for this weekend is real. We got Brian Baldinger joining us to talk football. And Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing great.
Yeah.
Let's get your thoughts on snow games. Thursday Night Football last night. How do you feel about them?
I love them. I love playing in them. I love watching them. It's great on TV, but it was fun playing them, just like you saw some of those guys last night making snow angels in the ground and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I love playing in those games.
It gives you a chance to see some of the personalities of the guys and the fact that they are still kids playing a kid's game.
No question about it, John. And I don't know, there's just something about it. It just feels like that's the way it's supposed to be played. We all played, whether it was in high school, the guys that lived up to the north, I did for a long time. You got a chance to play some championship games and Thanksgiving Day games in the snow. I mean, it just reminded you of going out there when you were a kid, playing and throwing the football around with your brothers and your dad and stuff like that. Kind of takes you way back.
So let's talk a little bit of Lions, but before we do, let's talk about some of the teams that may or may not face in the Super Bowl. Your takeaway from Kansas City's loss, but more importantly, maybe Buffalo's win.
I thought, Buffalo played really well, John. Their offensive line, I think, is, probably Detroit, Buffalo, Philadelphia. You could toss them up. They're all three very, very good, very healthy, and kind of dominant all season long. And so that's what Buffalo's offensive line was. They did a great job against Chris Jones. They don't give up big plays defensively. And Josh Allen is right there with Jared Goff and Lamar Jackson for MVPs. And you need your quarterback to play big when you get to the postseason. And all three of them did on Sunday. And so I think that Lamar was a little bit less than normal, but, I mean, we're used to seeing him playing at that level. So I thought that, Buffalo outplayed Kansas City. And they have done that before in the regular season. Weren't able to do that in the postseason. But they'll probably see each other down the road sometime in January.
Talking to Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes all football season. Brian, it's a mobile quarterback, Anthony Richardson, for the Detroit Lions this week. What challenges does he pose for this team?
Well, he scored the game-winning touchdown, to beat the Jets last week. They were down by 10 points. He took them down the field in the fourth quarter, 2 long drives, executed about as perfectly as you can to go win that game. He'll throw some to the other team now. If I'm Kirby Joseph, if I'm Brian Branch, I'd be working on my ball drills this week because you're going to get a chance. But he is extremely talented. They do start 3 rookies in their offensive line. They all played really well on Sunday, but they are rookies. So if I'm the Detroit Lions, I might want to go test some of those guys and just see what they're really made of. But he's talented, and he can throw the ball a long ways. I remember week 1 against the Houston Texans, probably the 5th play of the game. He uncorked a 60-yarder to Alec Pierce. You can't throw it any better. So, he'll challenge you from his talent standpoint, but he's far from polished and being completely accurate the way you got to be in this league.
8 drives, 8 scores, 7 touchdowns on the first 7 drives, and 1 more field goal. Then they just ran the clock out in their final possession. When you watch that game, or just the Lions in general, we always want to know what's concerning. What could they do better? Because it's sometimes hard to find in a performance like that.
I don't know, John. I mean, I watched that game against Jacksonville like you did, and I couldn't find a weakness. I mean, Jacksonville, they've got a couple good players. I mean, some of those pass rushers, Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines-Allen, all those guys, I mean, they're pretty good players. They were invisible. I thought the offensive line was absolutely dominant. They have a real rotation right now at running back and how they use those guys, and they're both extremely effective. Getting Jameson back on the field makes a big difference. I don't know what the weakness is because they make these bad teams look really bad. And so maybe Indianapolis will give them a little better fight. I guess that's the one thing, John, is can you get complacent when you're just blowing teams out the way they are? And could you think you're better than you really are? I mean, like the one catch by Gibbs, I think it was the second quarter, he takes it 58 yards, sets up another score. I mean, they just didn't cover him. So, you might get just a little fooled by just how good you are by some of the breakdowns on the other teams. Maybe that's the one weakness right now is, can you be fooled by beating up all these bad teams as quickly as you do?
It's a good problem to have. He's Brian Baldinger. We appreciate your time.
All right.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, guys. You bet. Yep.
Well, guys, Jason Kelce is coming to late night TV. On Jimmy Kimmel Live, Kelce revealed that he's set to host a new show on ESPN. This 1-hour show called They Call It Late Night with Jason Kelce will air every Friday beginning on January 3rd, which also then coincides with the last week of the NFL's regular season and the playoffs. It's going to be filmed in front of a live audience from Union Transfer in Philadelphia. And the first 4 episodes will air at 1 a.m., and then the final episode will be at 1:30 on February 1st. And it sounds like he's going to have a whole lot of fun with it. He said it's going to feature legends of the game, friends that he has played with, coaches, celebrities. There's also going to be a live band part of the show as well. So it sounds like it's going to be a fun time.
That's late night.
It's
1
very,
a.m.
I mean, that's morning. That, technically.
Yeah.
It's not even night. It's
But who knows?
morning.
It feels like pretty low pressure. Only a few shows, round out the
Yes.
season. If it's going well, maybe it's something that they do next season.
Yeah. I mean,
Give
it
them
sounds like it's fun.
Give them
I
a
mean,
chance to catch on, yeah.
there's some people that will be wide awake to watch it. Others will just maybe watch it after the fact.
Well, that's how all these late night shows are
Right?
now anyway. It's like they're all clipped for
Yes.
social media. If he has fun, if he has moments, it'll go viral.
Exactly.
He's a lot of fun.
Thousands of people are expected to pour into downtown Detroit's Campus Martius and, of course, the surrounding areas for the city's annual Christmas tree lighting, which is super fun. At least 50,000 people are expected to attend, and the Detroit Police Department is prepared to make it safe. They want everyone to know that if you're headed downtown, there's going to be a lot of police there to make sure everything is going as smoothly as possible. So the interim police chief says that there will be obviously Detroit police officers, along with Wayne County Sheriff's Officer deputies, Michigan State Police troopers, and other plainclothes officers amongst the crowd. Also noted that there's going to be a high density metal detectors that will be able to move people through very fast. Did note it is a weapons-free zone, so know what to bring, know what to leave at home. They also said they're going to be enforcing a curfew for minors. So don't just go and drop your kids off and then go do whatever you want. 8 p.m. for those 15 and under, and 11 p.m. for 16 and 17-year-olds. So you got to be there, with an adult. So festivities will begin at 4 p.m. The ceremony is scheduled to end at 9 p.m. There's going to be musical and ice skating performances, food trucks, adult beverages, non-alcoholic drinks, of course, as well. And of course, the big Christmas tree lighting ceremony, which is the centerpiece. So this is pretty cool. Detroit has been named one of the top 50 places to travel in the world in 2025. This is all according to Travel and Leisure, and they have different categories. So it's not number one overall. This was in their category Big City Thrills. Came in at number 1 in Detroit. Now, other places to go on their list for Big City Thrills: Hong Kong, Shenzhen, China, Rome. We beat all those out. Portland, Sacramento as well on the list. So this is a quote from the magazine. It says, if you weren't one of the nearly 800,000 people who hit Detroit for the 2024 NFL Draft, 2025 may be the year you join those in the know. The city has its swagger back as adaptive reuse and ground-up projects are bringing new energy to its neighborhoods.
Nice.
I was wondering what the selling point from this year, and the draft.
Yeah, the draft.
Duh.
Yes.
Yes.
Those 800,000 people that filled downtown. Yep. This story to me is just so wild. The guy who faked his death by kayak is alive and well, and he is sharing video and in communication with police. And in a video that he shared from his apartment or wherever he's living somewhere in Eastern Europe, he explained what he did. So he went missing back in August. They found a capsized kayak. They found a tackle box with his license. They searched for his body for 54 days, never found him. And then, of course, things started to turn over to a different type of investigation. Well, he told police that he fled because of personal matters. And he says that he picked the deepest lake in Wisconsin to stage his death. He used an inflatable boat to get back to shore. He rode an e-bike 70 miles to Madison, Wisconsin, then took a bus to Detroit, then a bus to Canada, got on a plane from there.
He was here.
So he was here for a brief moment, yes. He could be charged. He is not facing any charges yet with obviously obstructing this investigation, which went on for quite a while, cost at least $35,000. But he is concerned about how the community will react if he does come home to his family, his 3 kids and his wife that he just
upped and left
abandoned.
and yeah, tried to make them think he was dead. Yeah, I'm sure the community will love to have him back.
Open arms.
Yes.
All right.
His kids will. I mean, that's
still
what they're
gonna be-
trying to pull at the
Right,
heartstrings. Your kids need you. It's the holidays. Let's come home. And then we'll slap you with a charge.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, everybody had a great week last week except Heather Park. Can we make it 2 in a row? It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. That way you don't have to miss out on anybody that you want to watch, whether it's KD, Wemby, LeBron, doesn't matter. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. You can cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, here we go. 98-23. FanDuel, Jansen. This Thanksgiving, we're serving up epic football moments with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and you're going to get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. The FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets like same-game parlays and so much more. Plus, when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. The promo code, it's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And again, it's $150 in bonus bets if you just simply win your first $5 bet. Make Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 98-21. It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel, which means you're getting a feast of rewards all weekend long. Right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay to celebrate the occasion. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay. You're going to get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Put down a little, win a lot. Build your own, or you could choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Start your feast now with a no-sweat, same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel, and you can visit it at FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, last one, 98-22. Cap off the NFL week with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And that's Monday Night Football. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. That's $150 in bonus bets. All you have to do is win your first $5 bet. And how about it's the Harbaugh Bowl. Ravens at the Chargers. Take J.K. Dobbins anytime touchdown. Justin Herbert over passing yards. And let's throw something in there for Baltimore. Derrick Henry over rushing yards. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. You can choose from that SGP, or they have some pre-built. You can always build your own. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now-in-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
You realize what happened? Heather took all favorites. Just laying touchdowns, field goals.
I've never done that, I don't think.
It's because you're panicking.
In your
I'm not
vast
panicking at all.
history
Yes,
of
exactly. Of
Yes.
picks.
Okay, we have a bunch of things to talk about today on a Friday. Of course, the Lions, if you guys want to call in, we asked the question, are they going to take over Indianapolis? Like, the majority of fans there will be Lions fans. Seems crazy, but not really. It's a short drive. Cheaper to go there than go to Ford Field. Colts aren't having a great season. Lions are doing this every single week. So if you're a Lions fan planning a trip, you got thoughts on the game, you want to talk the matchup, we're not going to turn you away. But the big headline today is the big day for the Wolverines. Bryce Underwood picks Michigan. And our question is, what does that say about the future of Michigan? Like, college football is a fast-moving train. And if you don't get on, you'll get run over. This pushes Michigan fully into the NIL era. That's a game changer whether Bryce Underwood is or not. And he gives them a jolt at the position that they desperately need a jolt at, quarterback. It gives Sharon Moore a cornerstone early in his tenure to headline his first recruiting class. And Bryce's presence is bringing other players in. So for Michigan, it's a 6-win season, in all likelihood. But this gives you a much-needed change. I think this is a game-changing decision. 248-539-9797. We'd love to hear what you guys make of it. This is landing a quarterback, a hometown guy. He posted the video, and he had a clip in there about him when he was younger saying, I'm taking my talents to the Michigan Wolverines. So it's a cool story that he stays in state, and it speaks to Michigan that they were able to pony up, step up, and land a big-time player.
That video was made in 2016. I wonder if it was recorded on a flip phone.
Sure.
Yes, because he flipped.
But
it took me a minute. I got it before the commercial break, so I'm making progress.
Did you get the anniversary, by the way?
I did, yes. The anniversary is today, November 22. The 1997 was one of my many anniversaries of wins over Ohio State.
Just so many, it's hard to keep track of.
It was hard to keep track of, yeah.
And we've also buried this anniversary bit. The Fords bought the team.
That was Thanksgiving, right?
November 22nd.
Huh.
Also a very famous day.
Kennedy was assassinated?
Are we going down the list of things that happened today?
I think Greg just made a bad dad joke, so.
Let's say.
So getting back to Michigan football.
Yeah.
When it becomes official, the first full recruiting class for Sharon Moore, you're going to see a lot of guys that are going to come because they want to play with other certain individuals. It's one that it does start to snowball and creates the, good players attract good players. And I don't know where Michigan, I don't follow the whole recruiting rankings. I think they're in the top 10 nationally.
9th on 24/7 Sports.
Okay. But we'll get a chance to see what Sharon Moore can do in the totality of his job of being able to recruit his own players. Then the next step is going to be, when does the transfer portal open up? How many of guys on this roster that he currently has enter the portal? How many can he go and identify as needs to be able to fill with experienced players? They're all different landmarks when you talk about, energizing a program that's coming off a national title, but is going to more than likely finish 6-6.
When Harbaugh was here, he had the phrase, it wasn't transactional. What was the phrase that he had? It was
transformational,
yes,
not transactional.
Yes. And I think Sharon is trying to blend the two. He's not ignoring relationships, but I think you have to be able to pay the freight to get the best players. And then the reported offer, that $10.5 million offer, that's a big deal. Like, this isn't your father's Michigan. This isn't your father's college football. This is a very different landscape. And for Michigan to cannonball in to say, we aren't above this, we are very much going to have to compete in this sport this way, and Sharon Moore has embraced it, and the collective is on board. This feels like a game changer for Michigan. Whether Bryce Underwood turns into a Heisman Trophy winner or the number 1 overall pick, I certainly think those things are worth discussing for the number 1 player in the country. But even if he doesn't live up to it, it says that Michigan's here, they're going to try, they're going to be aggressive, and if it's not Bryce Underwood, it'll be someone else next time. That's a big deal. It's a big day for Michigan fans.
It is. And when you think about, Michigan and where it goes from here. You're looking for anything that says, okay, things are going to get better. After the recruiting class signs, and I go right down the timeline again. Recruiting class, transfer portal, spring ball, obviously, leading into next year, where you're hoping that this is going to be, that will be a much better season, and one that's, even if it's not a lot more wins, that's what we all hope for, 10, 11 trips to the college football playoffs again, but that it's just an exciting brand of football to watch.
Ticket texter, all caps, we got a freaking quarterback, baby. Wolverine fans waking up in a good mood today. There are people on the other side of this, says, getting a high scorer to flip because your school threw enough money at him isn't the flex you think it is. Tom in Howell. No, but it's playing the game.
Right.
What's the alternative? To sit in an ivory tower and say, well, we sold him on an education and he didn't pick us. Get in the mix. Play the game. Win the game, which is what Michigan is doing by landing Bryce Underwood. Ticket texter says, Jim, you're making this out to be some heartstrings argument about, him staying home. It's about money. I think listen, he put that in his video is why I referenced it. But I think all of it has to factor in when you make your decision.
There's a lot of factors, and there's even more factors now than there's ever been in a college athlete making the decision of where they want to go to college, where they want to play the next level of sports. It's got to be about the coach. It's got to be about the school, but you're also throwing in the fact that if you're able to make a lot of money at one place, that's got to be a part of the decision.
Jim, you're painting this picture. It's disgusting. He went to the highest bidder. That's all nothing to do with childhood vibes. Okay, let's just take that at face value. Then shouldn't Michigan feel good about being the highest bidder, by being top dog? Isn't that a good thing for the University of Michigan's football program? Because you weren't saying that a year ago, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago.
No. What was the conversation up until this point? They didn't go to the portal to get a quarterback.
Yep.
So there's two ways to get a quarterback: one through the portal or recruiting.
The kid sold his soul and abandoned the program he wanted to go to just to get a check. Modern college football is shameful. Okay, we got.
Yeah, I mean, tell me you're not over 65.
Clutching.
Yeah,
come on. Texter says, not sure how Rico and Mike will negatively spin this story, but I'm sure they'll find a way. Valeni will be in at 9:18. We can get his thoughts on this. Did it break after their show? I don't think they've talked about this yet. This one says, can Bryce start for us this weekend? Hopeful Michigan fan on the ticket text.
Yeah, early enrollees have not yet done that during the college football season.
All right, so Bryce Underwood is a conversation piece. The Lions are a huge conversation. It's a Football Friday. We got the open lines. We'll continue the conversation next. It's 97.1. Lions against the Colts, the storyline, and whether you guys are taking over the stadium or not. Bryce Underwood, the story, commits to Michigan. Number one player in the country, Belleville kid stays home. What does it say about the future for Michigan? I think it says that they are playing ball, that they are willing to play the NIL game in today's college football, and that is a good thing for Michigan. It means they're landing an elite quarterback prospect. Nothing's given, but an elite quarterback prospect. It's a cornerstone for Sharon Moore, and it's something to give them a jolt in what's been a really down year. Ticket Texter says, guys, I just have to say it. He hasn't officially signed. He could flip again. Ticket Texter says, what if he switches back to LSU before signing day?
Well, yeah, signing day isn't until December. And until that happens, nothing is official. And yeah, that's always the risk that you run. And it's the risk that LSU ran for the past, 10 months from when he originally committed. And there are guys that will flip the morning of signing day. There are some guys that will actually wait until the traditional signing period, which is in February, first Wednesday of February, before they make their decision, and they can flip as many times as they want their commitment.
And he could. I mean, he could wait till February and try to hold both teams' feet to the fire. If I'm LSU, I'm trying to find more money today. I'm going to call it what it is. Feet to the fire.
Feet to the fire?
Their foots to the fire?
Deers to the fire.
Deers.
Yes. Their feet to the fire.
Multiple feet.
I walked right into that with both feet.
It must be the S on the end that just rings with me.
It stands out to you. Yeah. Ticket Texter says, if people had heard Valeni in the past, he was praising Michigan. We'll get Mike's thoughts coming up at 9:18. Praised Michigan for trying to get Bryce, and now they land Bryce. Ticket Text points out some dates. We mentioned anniversary for Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
Ohio State. Mentioned Ford's buying the team also on the same day as the Kennedy assassination. Ticket Texter says, and now we're going to have a Kennedy back in the administration just in time for the Lions to win the Super Bowl. Full circle moment.
Full circle.
All right, Ricardo in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Ricardo.
Ricardo?
I think he's talking to somebody else. Is he ordering coffee?
I bought my brother-in-law a $6,500
We're eavesdropping,
brand new F-Ford 150.
Oh, good for you, Ricardo.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Dylan. Dylan, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? My wife and my son and his buddy are all heading to Indianapolis for the Lions game, and we're super excited for our first away game.
All right. When are you guys leaving?
Awesome.
We're leaving tomorrow morning. Going to spend some time in the city and enjoy it while it lasts, while they're still happy, I guess.
When did you guys make this decision? When the schedule came out?
Pretty much, yeah. We wanted to do an away game this year. We tried to go to one game a season. Just figured Indianapolis was a good indoor stadium to not have to deal with the weather like last night's game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think there's a lot of benefits to traveling to Indianapolis. If you're going to pick an away game, inside, easy to get to, a lot of hotel rooms, walking distance to everything. Are you staying downtown?
We actually have to stay north of town just because all the hotels were full. So I think that gives you a sign of what's maybe to come in terms of who's going to be there.
Yeah. No, I think that's true. Well, you don't have to worry about it too much because do you have a parking pass?
I do not, so that's one thing I still got to deal with.
Yeah, there's plenty of parking down there. So if you're staying in town, it's easy to walk to. You can park your car. You don't have to do anything. If you're staying outside of town, there's a lot of parking around the stadium. I think you're going to be all right.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. My wife's looking forward to the after party by the tunnel when we win.
There you go. Pre-planning the after party by the tunnel.
I can't be mad at you. You should be. I mean, we're living truly in this like football nirvana where our team's good and they're so good and they know they're good, but they also don't take that for granted and they put in the work every single week to not take the opponent lightly. They've gone on the road. They've fallen behind. They come back and they win. I mean, they did it against Minnesota. They did it against Houston. No, you absolutely can go to these games and feel a confidence you've never felt in your entire life as a Lions fan.
Yeah.
I mean, game days are no longer nervous. They're not like, oh, they're going to screw it up somehow. It's the opposite. Even if something goes bad, you kick your feet up and you go, hey, watch this. Watch what they're about to do. Let's get to the phones. We got Lou in West Bloomfield. Lou, good morning. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? Listened to you guys a long time, so, nice to talk to you. Like most Michigan about, yesterday's breaking news because, it signifies that Michigan is, actually a player and they're not sticking to ways of trying to do things their own way. They're actually adapting to the game. John, as a Michigan guy, you can attest to this. I mean, after the national championship, the college landscape changed to BCS. they finally got their act together, in the hurt.
Lou, your phone's not great. I'm sorry, buddy. We're trying with you here.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So, I'm excited Michigan alum, this Underwood is great for the program that, John, you can assess this as
okay, Lou.
Sorry, bud.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It was
I was going
there
to ask
and it
him
was
what
gone.
he did to get instant better reception.
That was great. He's like, I'll just fix it instantly.
Yeah.
Well, Lou, just do that from the start. Clearly, he
Keep
was not
doing it,
in a great area. John, I do have a question for you in all of this. When you see the price tag, we get some discussed on the ticket text. We got some discussed on the phone calls earlier. You played when it was more pure and they weren't getting paid like this. How do you feel when you see it?
As my human reaction is, why couldn't this have happened sooner? And I do get jealous of even some of the average players that are making six figures.
I mean, guys who weren't All-Americans, team captains, national champions.
So that's the human side of it. But the other human side of it is you understand progress, you understand times change, and you're glad that they finally got to this point where when coaches are making exorbitant amounts of money, athletic departments are making money hand over fist. Not that they're all profitable, but they're actually have money coming in, and you could talk about managed funds at that point. But everybody's getting rich except for the product on the field.
Yeah, the players, the ones that are performing. Yeah, and it's
go ahead.
We had this idea of amateurism. It's been shamateurism. It's big business. Everybody should be getting a cut. The players are no different. Now, how do we determine it? Well, right now it's the free market, and there are no guardrails, and I'm cool if we want to put some guardrails on this, but I'm not mad at the guys for getting paid.
No.
I'm not mad at the people who have the money and are choosing to donate it. It's their money. They can do what they want with it. I'm not mad at Michigan for playing the game the way it's currently being played and trying to win that game as aggressively as they can be. I don't have any disgust today the way that I think some people do.
No, and here's the other thing. And a lot of people are going to say, well, it doesn't matter anymore. To me, it does. And it's a major concern that I have is with no guardrails on the transfers, the amount of times you can transfer. There are a select few that are going to make life-changing money. And to think that they're all going to manage it correctly, we see, professional athletes, retired professional athletes go through bankruptcy all the time. Smart professional athletes that, for whatever misfortune happened, they are bankrupt. It will happen. And so there's a select few that's going to make life-changing money. There's a select few that can transfer to make even more life-changing money. But all of the kids that transfer aren't in that same category. And where is the concern about graduation?
To me, it comes back to personal responsibility. These are young people, but they are adults, and they have to make decisions, and they have to have success and failure and learn from it. John, the people who should be transferring flippantly are the ones who are getting access to that money that is otherwise unattainable. Like, if I would never have a chance to play at the
you
NFL
think
level,
that those are the only ones that are transferring flippantly?
I said the ones that should,
right?
Because
but
they're
that's
getting
not what's
life-changing
happening.
money.
Right.
Well, if you're transferring from A to B to C, and you're not getting paid any step of the way, you're just aimlessly wandering through your life. Like, no, clearly that's not a good thing.
But how much is it the responsibility of the adults? And I understand, yes, they're 18 years old. Don't give me that crap. But of the adults, those who are a little bit wiser, that are either coloring their hair voluntarily or they're allowed to go gray, that have been through life's experiences, should be giving some guidance and some perspective.
Agreed. You should have advisors in your life, family, friends, people you trust close to you.
But not everybody has that.
I know.
So you have to lean on some of those at universities. And I know the trust isn't always there with the NCAA or with the government or with those in athletic departments, but there needs to be a parameters in place. There needs to be parameters in place for the 99% that are not going professional.
Let's say I don't have a great support system and I trust the coach, but then the coach leaves. Well, then I'm going to leave too. I mean, I don't want to be stuck here.
Right, but so that's why there needs to be rules.
Some
so the rules
rules.
stay
And
with the university or stay with, with the NCAA.
And I don't know the right way, and we're getting too far down a different rabbit hole, but I do think, yes, there needs to be some level of rule here, some level of guardrails. And maybe it is. You can transfer whenever your coach leaves, and you get one free mulligan regardless. And we still do want to encourage you. It's your life. You can transfer and look for better opportunities. We all do it. But maybe there is a cap on the transfer money that you can make, or I don't know, because I don't want to limit them economically either, but there needs to be a standardized way to do this that doesn't exist right now. Let's get to Dave on a cell. You want to talk about Bryce Underwood and what it means for Michigan football. Dave, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. The elephant in the room, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm excited as anybody to have Bryce Underwood on board, but is this the coaching staff to develop him? I am extremely disappointed with the regression of both defense and offense this year, and it's inexcusable that we didn't have a quarterback for this season, but that's another point. On offense, you can't have a passing game that exists solely of Colston Loveland in the flat, Colston Loveland and on a slant. Yeah. You've got receivers that are basically midgets and gadget players. And we have Marlon Klein, who hasn't been involved in the offense besides blocking, who's supposed to be 6'6" and is a very fast player who plays tight end, but I don't understand why he can't be split out wide. We hear of a guy named Amiron Walker, who in preseason is always blowing it up. He had a nice catch against Washington, and we've never seen him again.
Yeah. So your concern is that they'll squander the talent that is there with Bryce.
Listen, Kirk Campbell, I mean, if this is the best we've got, it doesn't matter if Bryce Underwood's here or not. We're going nowhere. And we've regressed defensively with Wink Martindale. I mean, we got 3 first-round draft picks on defense, and we're worse. I mean, basically, I'm willing to give Sharon Moore another chance, but in my opinion, both coordinators got to go. And you can have all the talent in the world, but if you're not coaching them up, it's not going to matter. And if we play the same style of offense we're playing this year, next year, and the following year, we're going nowhere.
I agree with everything you just said. I'm not going to fight you. I think both coordinators need to be evaluated this offseason. This is a huge offseason for Sharon Moore. He needs to make this program his own. I think one huge step is landing a player like Bryce Underwood. But yeah, if you're going to have that sports car and park it in the garage, you're not going to get much out of it. If you've got a player who can flick the ball 50 yards down the field on the run, you better have some concepts in your offense that let him play to his strengths this offseason. And that may be a change in offensive philosophy. I think that would be necessary. He's right. It can't just be dink and dunk to the tight end, 3 yards in a cloud of dust and punt the ball. That's not an offense that caters to your player's strengths. Sharon's going to get a chance to do that this offseason.
Yeah.
Let's get to Mike Valeni, Dog of the Week. 13-1 doing this on Fridays. We'll get his thoughts on all the big stories and his pick next. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, the holidays are here, and I'm here to make your holiday gift giving even easier. This year, get your girl what she really wants, a beauty package from Beauty Bird Med Spa. Amy Wise and her expert team can help create a personalized package your ladies will love. It could include Botox or microneedling or really any number of their premium offerings. Now, I was recently there, and I can't speak more highly of Amy in my treatment that I received. So I'm letting you know, don't stress this year. Visit them today in Commerce or head to mybeautybird.com. That's mybeautybird.com.
13-1 picking underdogs Friday mornings. He is in studio. How do you explain this?
Just making money hand over fist.
For now. Don't worry. It'll all come back.
I know.
Rents due.
That's what happened to Heather this week.
We're running way. Oh, come on. She's had 10 good weeks. What
Thank
are you.
you.
Gonna do? Make fun of her for one bad one?
It's all
I got.
crashing down for her.
That's
That's
all
how
I
I feel
got.
about Dog of the Week. 13-1 is stupid, but we'll try it again.
We'll get to it. We've been talking Bryce Underwood,
Yeah,
right?
it's biggest story of the day.
Cornerstone for Sharon. It signals Michigan's trying. They're laying the big fish. We had a ticket text, and he says, how's Mike going to make this negative?
Oh, come on.
How's that Spartan in the afternoon going to spin this negatively?
You know what kills me? And people do this to you guys all the time.
Yeah.
I said like 4 days ago, I dig it. Go for it. I like this. At least you're trying. What? I don't understand. Why are people this way? What is the point of talking into a microphone if they're just not? You can't treat actual sports take like drops. You can't just pick two words.
Snippet.
Yeah, and it's me saying that Rico's enjoying his beautiful new bleep when he was really talking about his outdoor living space. I mean, whatever, dude. Yeah, no, it's not my money. Go for it. If you want me to spin it negatively, here it is. I just would have preferred spending in the portal to get a finished product. Several of them.
Why not both?
Oh, go for it. Again, not my money.
Right.
But
Right.
here's the deal. When you pay Underwood what you're paying him, you're starting him. So you can't go buy a quarterback.
Right.
No, but you can buy
We're-
receivers and offensive linemen and support
Hey,
pieces.
listen,
all
they
that.
are trying, and that's the best thing you can hope for as a fan.
We're taking all of the conversations that we have had leading up to April draft, March free agency in the NFL,
Yeah.
and basically applying them now to high schoolers coming out in college football. Like if you
it's
go
weird,
sign,
isn't
it's so weird because like to your point, you go sign a high priced free agent, and you're not gonna sign somebody as a high priced backup.
No.
But you're going to go and then try and either recruit or sign other guys from the transfer portal or around college football to complement said player.
John, what keeps me from being able to take the sport seriously, A, my school blows. But B, it's also like, look, let's say Michigan got Underwood, and let's say the terms are $12.5 million. If he had signed a contract, if players had contracts where, look, you're stuck with us and we're stuck with you, it would allow me to slowly, I think, re-engage with it on a very real level.
Because
this is not the sport, not Underwood. The sport right now is complete parody. It's nonsense.
So reading deeper into that, you would know I got a 3-year window with this guy,
Yeah.
as opposed to he could flip next year for more money.
And I think the adults who want to hand the money and the families who want to take it, and by the way, good for Underwood. Like, that's life-changing money. That's phenomenal. But I want accountability in that, meaning, like I think John will appreciate this. Not everything's linear. Like in life or sports, bad times are going to happen. Adversity is going to happen. You know what you don't get to do? Duck tail and walk out every time bleep gets hard. And you're seeing players do that now. Oh, I lost my job for 10 minutes. Wah, I'm hitting the portal week 7.
Right.
No. Contracts would prevent a lot of the stupidity. But no, the on-basis thing, Jim, I can't help it. If people don't listen to what I say, so be it.
Okay.
This is a great thing for Michigan because it's showing you they're not going to tolerate watching what they watched this year, and they're going to join, name a school, at being hyper-aggressive and buying their way into this. You can't ask for more as a fan.
Okay, so 2 o'clock, people will ignore everything you just said and
Yeah,
expect
no
you to
doubt.
jump on them.
Wolverines, blah.
So that's coming up at 2. TJ Lang at 3.
Yeah, TJ's got strong opinions about this Underwood thing, too.
Okay.
We were texting last night. I'm like, bro, just save this for 3 o'clock, will you please? Instead, he comes in here and he's sweating and he needs 17 spit bottles.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm like,
that's just walking in.
dude, he's always running at like 180 degrees. So, yeah, no, we're going to do
Big man
that.
problem.
And then we're going to kind of go 2 by 2. Michigan at 2 and 4, Lions at 3 and 5. Because I do think the Underwoods, it's a huge story.
All right, dog of the week. Can you keep it up?
No. 13 and 1's impossible, but all right. You want to do 2 of them or 1? Because one of them's a dedication to you. One is an ode to Costa.
Dedication to me. Well, then I want that one. Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
All right, the first one. This is disgusting, and it's a terrible idea, and I fully blame Jim if this doesn't work. We're going to take Auburn catching 2.5 from Texas A&M at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Look ahead spot for A&M. Auburn's defense is really, really good, and their offense is really, really good when they don't light their own car on fire and drive it off a cliff. The 2.5 is super scary. They need it for a bowl. Hugh Freeze coaching for his job. So we'll go Auburn And then the other one is the Rat Special. You know the one we're going to do. We're going to Boston College, senior day, catching 2.5 against North Carolina. Need it for a bowl. BC's QB change actually helped them.
Yeah.
They've gone pure power run with Robichaux and company. Play action passes, what Castellanos couldn't do. So we'll go BC with the 2.5. We'll go Auburn with the 2.5.
The Auburn thing to me,
it's disgusting.
We're betting Peyton Thorne, which is going to be painful.
It's awful. This is a terrible idea.
It is the ultimate look ahead. Texas A&M is not looking ahead to just any game.
Yeah.
It's the Texas game. It's a spot potentially in the playoffs, the SEC title picture. It's a game 15 years in the making.
Yeah.
And we get the look ahead spot
and
at night, Auburn.
And it's human nature. Yeah. Like as a locker room, how do you not have one eye on Texas when you've looked at the film of Auburn? You go, well, they'll hand us the ball 2-3 times.
I think Elko even might have slipped up this week saying our full focus is on Texas. I mean, Auburn. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Now, again, wish it was 3. Because I do feel like we're going to lose 20-17. But you just take 2.5.
That's how it is.
Yes.
All right, Cash the Ticket is out for college. NFL episode out later today. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right. Well, University of Connecticut women's basketball coach Gino Auriemma was gifted a literal GOAT after becoming the winningest coach in NCAA history on Wednesday, earning the title greatest of all time. So history
now
was...
he doesn't have to mow anymore.
Let the goat just go out there and graze. Yeah. So history was made after the Huskies defeated Fairleigh Dickinson University. Auriemma got his 1,217th win. So that's where the history was made.
Yep.
Now, it's all fun and games, right? Everyone was excited. There was tons of people there watching, but there was one group of people who was not very excited at all.
PETA.
Are we doing this again?
We are. Well, I'm not, but PETA is. Yes, PETA was just angered by the fact that they had that live goat there that they say was clearly under duress, was visibly anxious, and they say the handler might not have noticed, but the collar was like digging into the goat's neck as they were walking the goat out to the court. And then they didn't get the goat out of there right away. They let it sit there, take pictures. I had all the lights flashing in its eyes. So they're
How dare they?
sending a letter to let them know this should never happen again.
I just want to go off the grid. I hate people. I can't do this anymore.
Hey, here's some good news. You might want to encourage your wives, your girlfriends, your significant others to watch that viral holiday movie I told you all about yesterday, Hot Frosty.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it might not sound like something up your alley, but wait till you hear this. It might be more up your alley
Sounds like something
than you
Gator
think.
watches.
According to a sex therapist, Dr. Laura Berman, the movie could likely help guys get lucky during the winter months.
It primes the pump.
Yeah. So this doctor says that, there's studies that show during the winter months, people's sex drives decrease because there's more stress around the holidays. There's less alone time because you got family in town.
I heard you yesterday. I heard your news yesterday. You almost knocked John out of his chair.
Yeah.
I'm not
because
saying
how
the
cold
word.
it's getting
Yeah,
outside.
I'm not saying the word because you'll turn me into a drop. But
Yes.
I know what you were talking about.
Well, and they also say depression is higher because it's colder out. Whatever. That's besides the point. But
That's when you need the loving the most.
well, this woman says that Hot Frosty could cure this seasonal dry spell.
Fascinating. By the way, I want to shout Heather out. Her headphones are so loud, I was able to hear that clip without wearing headphones.
Are you going to go deaf early?
I might.
Between
might.
her and Doug, I don't know who keeps their headphones louder.
Really?
When I walk in here, I learned years ago, you can't have your headphones on when you plug into where Doug sits.
Oh, because it will just...
Dead.
Yep.
Deaf.
And then dead.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have time for this one?
go for it.
Let's see. Okay, so Minnesota Wild forward Matt Zuccarello,
Yes.
I believe you say it,
Well done.
faced a really painful injury during his game against the Canadiens on November 14th. He fell to the ice after he was struck in a really sensitive area. He did undergo surgery the following day to address what was only being described then as a lower body injury.
He got the Lidstrom, didn't he?
But now we're learning a little bit more. His teammate opened up to 93X Minnesota and revealed that the injury was a ruptured testicle.
Yep, that's the Lidstrom.
Oh, no.
Didn't Lidstrom play with the...
He thought he was going to have one night.
He kept both of them, though, so that's good.
A story of triumph.
Yes.
I think Lidstrom played an entire game with one and then went and got the surgery.
Oh.
I'd have to ask Gov. Is he leering over me like Darth Vader?
No,
today?
but he's got a prop behind you today.
What is that? Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Listen,
Go Mike in the studio.
Yeah, you can't hurt someone who doesn't have feelings. Michigan good, we're bad. Like, guys, what do you want me to say? It's not. You know when this would have upset me? 10 years ago. When State had a real program, they'd be like, oh, God, they got a really good player. Now, please. Doesn't matter.
Did you add more drops? Are these new drops over
That's
here?
not my board.
Oh, okay. This
My
is
board's got,
afternoons.
Like, nah, that's David's. You got to go. Mine's got double the drops of that. I got like 30 rows. I'm sorry. Heather,
Never heard.
up in the news here.
Oh.
Are these things you guys are playing on your show?
I've never heard the soul food drop.
No, that's David's board.
We got to do some more exploring when we get some downtime. That's Mike Valenti.
You have carte blanche. I've always told you, you are welcome to my board. I don't care.
Catch him later today. It's 97.1. A Thanksgiving edition of the cookie jar. The first question, to host or not to host?
My answer is yes, host. I don't want to go anywhere on Thanksgiving Day unless it's actually to Ford Field. But yeah, I spent so many years working and practicing on Thanksgiving and having to go different places for the holidays. I told my family now, we're going to be at home. You guys are all welcome to join us. Love to have as many as possible, but no, we're staying at home.
I love hosting. I don't love hosting Thanksgiving, so no,
That's
I'd rather
you
go
hate
somewhere.
Thanksgiving.
I know, so I'd rather just go somewhere and call it a day.
It's probably the biggest lift to host Thanksgiving over any other holiday because of the food, because of the cleanup, the preparation, all of it.
It's a lot of work.
I would rather attend somebody else's Thanksgiving.
Oh, I think the bigger lift is Christmas because you've got to convince, not for you, but you got to convince your kids, leave all the stuff that you just got. Let's go over to so-and-so's house, and then we can come back. It's just, no, I think the biggest lift is always going to be Christmas for a number of different reasons.
I've always gone someplace else for Thanksgiving, so I am intrigued by the thought of hosting one day, one holiday, whatever that is. So I'm going to err on the side of, I'm going to say host here.
Yeah.
Tom?
John nailed it. We're hosting Christmas. If you want to see us on Christmas, you're coming to our house. So for me to be so selfish to also say I'm not leaving my house on Thanksgiving, I'll open it up. I do like to host Thanksgiving, but I'll easily go somewhere on Thanksgiving because we don't leave. We made the decision. We don't leave our house on Christmas.
Yeah.
Best Thanksgiving food?
Smoked turkey. Until you've had it, you can't knock it. Have you ever had smoked turkey?
Yes. It's good.
I'm not talking cold cuts out of the deli shop.
Oh, you're talking like a deep fried turkey?
No, deep frying a turkey is different than smoking a turkey.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
smoking an actual
No,
bird.
I have not had a smoked bird for Thanksgiving.
Might change your perspective.
Heather?
Mashed potatoes are my favorite Thanksgiving Day food.
With
hands
gravy.
down.
Oh,
Just mashed potatoes. I'm just going to say mashed potatoes.
Just don't go any further.
I
Stop.
don't need gravy. I'll just
Do you like
take the-
gravy?
Probably.
Probably. Would you put butter on it?
Sure. Butter can go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
Yes.
Yeah. Big old glob of butter.
Okay, my answer here is turkey slop. So it's it's a bite of turkey with the gravy on it, and then putting a little stuffing with it in the same bite.
Oh, sure.
I
Yeah.
mean, because I'm not picking any.
It's one of the few meals where everything
All right, stuffing.
most things on your plate can touch.
Well, they can, and that's fine. But the answer was one food, and you just said, I'm going to throw it all in one big butt. You can't
But then
do
it becomes
that.
one food.
Right, exactly. Turkey slop. You've never heard of that?
I've
It's a
heard
thing.
of that, but you're cheating. That's
No,
not
how-
the
you've
spirit
heard of it.
Oh, it's not the spirit of the rule?
I was going to go with stuffing, which sounds like you just did as well.
Yes.
Greg?
Sounds like more of Gov's ties that he hates. Stuffing, I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the worst Thanksgiving food is...
I love sweet potatoes, but I hate the sweet potato casserole where they put marshmallows on top. It makes me gag.
Really?
Oh, you make the sweet potatoes, put some brown sugar on there, smother it in butter. Yummy.
I got to go to your parties, and I'll just take all of the marshmallows off the top, and then you can have the rest.
It would be a great combo.
Yeah. I got to say anything cranberry related. Or what are those salads with the Cool Whip? They're like, are they fruit with it's like a cold salad? Do you know what I'm talking
I
about?
think so.
They probably taste okay, but they look so disgusting. I have never actually tried one. There's a name for them. Somebody knows. It's like
I'm going to disgust any parent that had kids that are maybe, 18 to 16 years old right now. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. The Wiggles.
do you know what I'm
They're going to
talking
be singing
about?
it in their heads all day long now.
Maybe it's not even fruit. I don't know, but those are my two.
The worst to me is that cranberry sauce from the can with the ridges,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the
And
gelatinous
it's
jiggles.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, yes. You want just the right amount of jiggle.
Thank you, John.
No interest in anything cranberry sauce.
Have you ever had homemade cranberry sauce? No. I'm just telling you, I was the same way. I don't like it out of a can, but until my wife made cranberry sauce, I don't want it to. This is one that cannot touch any other food. I like it just the way it is, separate. But yes, I'll take homemade cranberry sauce.
See, I don't eat cranberries. It's not that I hate them, though. I just don't want it with part of this type of food.
Yeah.
I'm going to shake the earth here, I think, a little with this one. Pumpkin pie.
How dare you?
Well, you have your things. I just heathered.
I know.
You just heathered? You make it a verb? To have a bad food opinion is to heather?
Pumpkin pie.
Well, is it the pumpkin or is it the texture?
Just don't really
of
care for it that much.
It's
I
not
don't.
bad,
I
though,
don't
right?
really have a sweet tooth though. My mother-in-law makes great cheesecake, and it's just blows pumpkin pie away.
Okay.
Wow.
John is disturbed.
I am disturbed. I'm not really sure who I'm working with anymore.
This upcoming Wednesday is known as the biggest bar night of the year. Does it live up to the hype in your mind?
I wouldn't know, and it's been so long I wouldn't even remember.
I would say no. I mean, back in the day when I went out for the biggest bar night of the year, I mean, it's fun. All your friends are home from college or from school, so it's fun to get together and go out. I feel like those nights never live up to the hype, though.
Correct.
Never. So I would say no.
The hype is getting together with your friends.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. You haven't seen each other for 3 months because you've all been at different colleges. So for that reason, I say it does live up to the hype. But if you're looking for some crazy special party night or something like that, it's really not that. It's seeing everybody again.
I agree. The one thing I'm remembering now, it's the worst night for a bar night. To be hungover on Thanksgiving, a day when you're supposed to consume the best food ever and drink some drink. It's the worst day to be hungover when you don't have an appetite. Can't eat all the food.
It's all right. I've done it one time. It was back in 2011. Michigan was actually playing out in Maui. They won the third place game with freshman Trey Burke against UCLA. So that was nice.
Yeah, I think it's for people who peaked in high school. All right, let's get to a couple more of these. Lions, Cowboys. Should they always have Thanksgiving, or should they free this up for more teams?
I think they should always have Thanksgiving. And I mean, selfishly, you can do whatever you want with the Cowboys game, but I do like tradition. Shocker to everyone that's listening, I'm sure. But I like the tradition in Detroit. I played in both. The one in Detroit, I played in the one in Dallas, and I think both cities do a great job. So I think they should keep them.
I think they should both stay. And I like that they have the third game for everybody else.
Sure, yeah.
But it's a tradition. The day is built around football, and it's built around home football games in Detroit and Dallas on Thanksgiving.
Well, Thursday night, once you play that game, that's just like every other Thursday night in the season.
Yeah.
You have Thursday night games.
I'm going to start the talking point that the NFL should take away the Thanksgiving Day game away from the Cowboys.
That's
How
right.
about that?
Yeah. Yes. You can't win a game at home. It's just it's bye week for whoever's visiting you.
They did this to us for years. You're right, Greg.
Yeah.
Great chance to put the shoe on the other foot.
I would argue this is maybe one of the greatest traditions in sports.
Yeah.
I think everybody's used to it. I know when the teams are bad, people criticize it a little bit, but, well, shame on you. You should have done it first, you fools. You got a parade, then it's in Detroit.
Yep.
Then you go to Dallas, and you have the whole Salvation Army thing and the kettles on there. It sets the tone for the holiday season, and there's always a pretty good concert at the Cowboy Stadium. Dolly Parton last year. I mean, how cowboy was that? That's not the same if it's not there. You know,
You're right.
And so this should be remain untouched. And you're right, Jimmy. You added the third game. You're good.
Last question: is Black Friday, as we know it, dead?
It depends how you know it. Like, you probably know it differently than I knew it with my mom and grandma. We used to go down to Indiana to have Thanksgiving, and then the next morning it was you got to be up at 5 a.m. to hit whether it's Best Buy, whatever the store was, to get those deals. Now, Black Friday has expanded so much that you can get those deals online for 3 weeks.
Black Friday is totally dead. In fact, I've already almost forgotten what day Black Friday is. If Friday wasn't in the word, I would be like, which day is Black Friday? Is it the day before Thanksgiving or the day after? Because Black Friday's already started. All the stores already have Black Friday deals I can buy right now, and it's Friday the 22nd. It's totally dead. Nobody's looking through magazines to see what the deal is and waking up at 4 a.m.
No, they go online to see what the deals
I know.
are.
It's over. It's done. It's dead.
Are you ready for Black Wednesday?
I mean, it doesn't matter what day of the week it is.
I want a different color if it's Wednesday. Oh, wow. It is dead as we knew it, because as we knew it is the lines, but it's
the
just
crowds,
really
the
what
fighting.
it is. It's transformed.
Yeah, it's been altered forever, and it's no longer going to be what it was.
But is it better, though?
It probably is better.
Sure,
Probably
yeah,
is
you
better.
can improve on things.
Hey, Black Friday died when Nebraska moved to the Big Ten, stopped playing Colorado.
That's right.
I would agree with that. Also, though, we still get fights. They happened last year.
Yeah, but if you're not,
like in places like Kentucky where they don't have internet down there,
So they're like in olden times. It's like Black Friday throwbacks if you're in rural
West Virginia, Walmart.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, it used to be you get there at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, they're all shopping for the toothbrush.
Oh no, John. That is the cookie jar. 97.1.
When
you didn't have to do that.
To manage, I lived in Virginia, and trust me, that one said way too much. When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
That's more like it. There we go. They deserve to win that game. They did win that game. Red Wings, we talked about it.
Red Wings fans happy everywhere, especially those that were there.
Really needed that one. Coming back from that awful West Coast swing. Season starting to slip away. They played inspired hockey. They're the better team. They won. Doesn't mean anything for their next game, but it is something they can build off of.
Sure. Well, that's the hope, is that they do build off it, that they were able to stop the slide before it got too bad, and hopefully they can build on it. And I don't know if you could say you save your season, 19, 20 games in?
Right.
But
listen, there are teams that are firing coaches.
They do all add up.
And, yeah, you needed to get something to stabilize this team. I did like the line they put together with Casper centering Kane and DeBrincat. They didn't score any goals. I want to see more of that line, though. Berggren, young player. He had a big goal to tie the game. It felt like, okay, fine. The game's tied. Now it's right where Detroit wants it to be, and you need your best players, Lucas Raymond, to finish it off. So loved seeing that. Simon Edvinsson, I thought, had a good game. These are young players. Like, you ask, can they salvage this? Can they dig out of an early struggle? It's going to have to be with these young players who have not yet hit their peak. As the season goes on, those players have to lead them the rest of the way. Some ticket text. We just got done with the Cookie Jar Thanksgiving edition.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, what you're looking for is an ambrosia salad.
Ambrosia salad. I mean, it sounds like it would be good. It's got everything I like in it, right? Fruit, Cool Whip.
Yummy, yummy.
Maybe, I think there's marshmallow in it.
But
I like all those things.
Looks like, because I just Googled it.
It looks gross, right?
Yeah.
I've never had it.
Looks like someone ate it and then
regurgitated it.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not exactly the most appetizing presentation.
Well,
have you had
or
one of those?
description? Yeah. No, anything with marshmallows in it, I'm kind of out. I'm not a marshmallow fan. Yeah. If it's just whipped cream, I'm in.
Multiple people saying yes, Heather, ambrosia salad. Lions started the Thanksgiving Day game. They should never have to give it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially now that they're good, too. I remember that was the old bit for years, is why do we have to watch the Lions on Thanksgiving Day?
Well, now's the payoff.
Yep. And as Tirico put it a couple weeks ago, Lions have saved Thanksgiving. Because you realize what the Giants-Cowboys matchup is? It's Cooper Rush against Tommy Cutlets. So you're welcome, America.
Yes.
This one says, favorite Thanksgiving food, Dan and Troy. Give me stuffing, but not the try-hard fancy homemade stuffing. He likes the stovetop stuffing out of the box.
You know, so we always have this debate in the house because Lisa will stuff the turkey, and then that's our stuffing. The kids grew up on the stovetop stuffing, so they still want the stovetop stuffing. So sometimes we'll have both.
You have to do both.
I'm a big fan of the stuff the bird. It's so good.
My birthday is Wednesday the 27th. Bar night, then the Lions game on Thursday, thanks to my parents. Spent $800 a piece to take me to my first Thanksgiving game. I'm so excited. Chris in Lincoln Park.
There you go.
It's exciting.
You've done the Lions Thanksgiving Day game.
I have.
In person. I've done it once.
Yeah, spilled my nachos all over myself.
Did you really?
Yeah. So disappointed. Sat down. Jack was with me, Lisa's dad. Jack reached over and did something. I don't know what it was. Nachos right all over.
Was this early in the game?
Yeah, it was. I mean, so I trust me. I recovered with another order of nachos.
But you looked like you had
cheese all over.
I had cheese all over me.
I'm with Heather on this. Mashed potatoes are the best food for Thanksgiving. Maybe it's because over the years I rarely eat mashed potatoes anymore, but I do love pumpkin pie.
Mashed potatoes do require some effort to make. So they're not made as often as just a regular baked potato or some other potato recipes, but
like potatoes are a major food group for Heather.
They are. They're probably my favorite food group. I like all forms of potatoes. There's no form of potato I don't like.
I know. I want to make sure we end this conversation quickly enough so you don't talk about how you soil the potatoes.
Like
I
the
won't bring it
ketchup
up.
that she...
Yeah. Stop it.
You did.
I'm sorry. Anyway, 248-539-9797 with some last-minute ticket text on this. This one says, love, love, love the stovetop stuffing, but I only make it and then scoop them into cupcake pans, then add bacon. Holy crap, game changer, crispy and moist in the middle. It's delicious.
Whoa, please reread that one.
Stovetop stuffing, scooped into cupcake pans with bacon on top. It says, holy crap, what a game changer.
Wow, that might have just been a life-changing moment for me. I didn't even think about that.
That is worth exploring. As is worth exploring more of these drops. So here are a few more of them. I'm sure Doug really likes that one.
Oh.
Okay.
There is much more fun for us to have in the coming weeks. Gator is in the studio. Carson Anderson is coming up next. It's a Friday.
It is indeed.
Happy Friday.
Yeah. I'm glad it's Friday.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been a long week.
We got the short week coming up next week.
Yeah, that's good. Although it's still work. So, I'm looking forward to the weekend. Getting ready, just enjoying myself.
What do you want to see from the Lions on Sunday?
I want to see them be able to contain a running quarterback.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus from most people.
And I want to see it. I want to see him play bully ball. Just run it down their throat the whole game. You don't need to throw. Indianapolis is not good against the run. Just go ahead and take advantage of that and
do what you do best.
Yeah, use all four of your running backs. Rotate them because it's. I think, and I'd rotate every player in this for Sunday, so long as you're comfortable enough where you can do that. I mean, if it's going to be a tight game, you can't do that. But if you get up by like 3 scores, once you start bringing in other players, I'm not saying take the other guys out completely, but because you've got the short week, take advantage of what you've got.
I want to ask you whether you think the Lions could take over the game. What I mean by that is the 51% mark or more will be Lions fans on Sunday.
The only way that happens is if they're blowing out Indianapolis and their fans just obviously they leave en masse. And I don't know what kind of fan base they have if they choose to leave early or not.
Right.
I don't know how many. I mean,
but like Lions fans, the thought here is drivable. It's more affordable. It's indoors, so you're not worried about any weather. And Lions fans, you guys have touched about it every single week. Like Lions fans take over.
Yeah, I don't know how many fans are going to be there. I mean, that's one of the questions I think we're going to ask the people who's going down. And
I think when the schedule came out, we had this with a lot of callers today. When the schedule came out, that was the one they identified easiest to get to.
Yeah.
It's indoors at this time of the year.
If you can get 15,000 fans, which I think is a lot, then it won't take much to get the 51 because all 15,000 of those fans are going to stick around to the end if the Lions are winning. So you could see that, definitely.
Douglas,
what's up?
What's going on?
No, well, we'll preview that game in depth. We also have a classic moment from last night's Thursday night game.
Snow games, baby.
Yep.
All right, Carson Anderson, they're next. It's a Friday. It's 97.1.
Friday indeed. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing well. Great to be with you. As we inch ever closer to the great American holiday, Thanksgiving. We got a football weekend ahead, and we'll get into it in depth, both NFL and college. And then next week's always a fun week, I think, for everybody. Gator, how are you?
Great.
Are you? Are you great? Because you sound the opposite of great.
The referenced account is currently locked out and may not be logged onto.
And that's in reference to what?
Well, I'm just trying to log onto the computer to get,
And you're locked out.
And I'm locked out because I changed my password yesterday.
Which they make you do here.
Yeah.
Like every 35 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
So I changed it with at least a day to spare.
Yeah. Yep.
And then this happens.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're going to be all right.
I'll be okay.
You get the engineers on it.
Yeah, we'll figure things out.
So how was your Thursday night?
It was exhilarating in one way, disappointing in another way, and then interesting in another way.
Okay, the exhilarating, I'm going to go with Red Wings win.
That's right.
Okay. Disappointing, Pistons lose.
That's right, in overtime.
And what was the last term you used?
Interesting.
Snow game, NFL.
Yes.
Okay, you're the one person I know. I don't know anyone else that doesn't like snow games. You are the one person that doesn't like snow games.
I don't like important games that are played in snow. A mid-season game or late in the season game like this, I don't really. As long as if it's not my team, I'll enjoy it. I'll sit back and enjoy it. When I was a kid, who didn't love playing in the snow? But when it comes down to like the AFC Championship or the NFC Championship game, or it's an opening round, if it's a playoff game, no, I hate when the elements get involved.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Kang, and Kang and I are gonna have a discussion about what might be the genesis of this. All right, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah,
Kang,
I know what you're gonna say.
Kang, when he was a kid, do you remember who his favorite team was? He loved
the Cowboys, I believe.
No, he loved the Chargers. Remember Dan Fouts and that whole team?
He does mention Dan Fouts a lot.
I love them both, but yes.
But he talks about that Charger team all the time. And what happened to that Charger team when they won that epic playoff game against Miami? The next week they went to Cincinnati and played where the wind chill was like negative 33 degrees, and they lost in the AFC title game.
You're going back to the childhood.
So I think it goes back to he was scarred as a child, but the weather impacted that game, and he liked the Chargers, and they lost that game.
And weather played a big factor.
And so now he hates important games to be weather games.
Yep.
You think that's it?
I think that's solid.
Okay.
That's solid train of thought.
That's my,
You don't have a PhD, but...
No, I don't, but I have a PhD in Gator.
Oh.
I do have a PhD in I know Gator well, and I think Gator...
Is that an online course?
I think one of his strengths...
Hang on to that paper.
I think one of his strengths is this man can hold a grudge.
Can do that.
Yeah. I think
that's the first course in Gator U.
I think in Gator U, you learn how to hold a grudge, and in Gator U, you don't graduate until you prove you can hold a grudge. And I think this grudge is pushing like 45 years old. So should we ask him?
Let's do it.
All right, Gator.
Hi guys.
Is the reason why you don't like weather games, important weather games, because what happened to the Chargers in that game against Cincinnati when weather played a factor, and you're a team that you really, really liked got bounced from the playoffs in the AFC title game back in like 83, 82. I think it was 82.
82, yeah. It's part of it. It's part of it, and then it gets molded throughout the years that come later when you see the plow come out on the field. It was the Jets and the Patriots, and the plow comes on just in time for the kicker to kick it and give them the advantage.
Wasn't that guy on a prison work release program?
Something
too?
like that, yeah. Then there's, watching the Lions get out to a big lead at Philadelphia, only to watch it just disintegrate in a snowstorm. And I don't know how, but it was LaShawn McCoy, I think, had like 200 yards rushing in that game. Just all of a sudden, in like a half, the second half, just every play was a touchdown, and you couldn't see anything. You can't. I just did it start with the Chargers? It probably did. I'm not going to deny that, but it's definitely it is intensified over the years with other examples and games where it affects my team, and I hate it.
Well, I don't know if the rest of the world or anybody else agrees with you, but you're the
really
one guy.
care.
Yeah, I know you don't care. And that's
part of Gator 101.
Oh, that's a second, right? Yeah, second thing you learn after the grudges.
300 level Gator classes are things like stepping in.
Yeah, that's,
when there's like going to be a fight, Gator steps in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one. I think what's a 300 level Gator course? It would have something to do with pet ownership. Dog ownership specifically. Guitar. It'd be guitar appreciation. That's a 300 level Gator course, without question. But anyway, I've got my PhD in Gatorisms, and I know he holds a grudge with the best of them. You like the snow globe game, don't you?
Yeah, it looks fun, man. It looks like it brings me back to childhood in good ways, though. Gator, like when you go outside.
As a kid, you loved playing in that stuff.
As adults, we had a station football
That's
game.
right.
That we played.
That was fun.
That was fun. Yeah,
I didn't get to play that.
Why didn't you play, man?
I think I had to. I either was sick or I had to work. It was one of the two.
Were you at the? You were at the great one where, we were playing.
No, I wasn't at the one game that you guys had.
We had two, I thought.
I think you had one. The what? The with the Gunny and.
There was that. There was Valeni. The Valeni's 3rd and 18 call where he wanted the toss sweep. It might have been 4th and 18.
Right.
And they huddled up, and our intern Chris was on Valeni's team, and Valeni, has a huddle. It's like 5-on-5 tackle football
in the snow,
and it's 4th and 18, and Mike diagrams a toss sweep, like to Mike, and our intern says, "Do you think you can get the?" No, the intern says something like, "It's 4th and 18," and Mike's response is, "If you're asking, can I get the first down?" The answer is yes. They ran a toss sweep to Mike. He got 6 yards. We took over. True story.
No, I do remember hearing stories about it. Yeah.
Kill.
Right. You didn't get the kill? I said kill.
That there was an epic clash of the late Mike Gunter, who used to work here, Gunny, and was it Ray?
Ray.
Yeah, it was Ray. Oh, my God.
Football.
Yeah, and those two guys were big
football
guys.
Players.
Yeah, and just,
unpadded, playing like they had pads on.
I wish I had been there to see that matchup with those two sumos going at it.
I walked away from that with a newfound appreciation for our guy Kang because he could sling it. Kang was a hell of a good quarterback, and we were, at the time, Hawaii had a quarterback named Timmy Chang.
Right.
And we started calling him Timmy Kang.
That's right.
Yeah, and he was, you were good.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah. Much younger and much more nimble back then.
Yes, we all were. So.
Yes, we all. But just to throw it back to Doug's, a little praise for Doug Gator. He was smoking Brian Chapman. Like on an island, Chapman thought he could handle Doug. No. It was all day. I didn't even have to see if Doug was going to get open. I knew he'd get open.
He's like 8 inches taller than Chappie.
Chappie's not short though.
No, but Doug's 6'4". You were definitely 6'4" at that time.
Now he's 6'3.5". But Chappie's like 6'1", right?
Is he that big?
I think he is.
Well, look,
you can only try to contain Doug.
Yeah, Brian won't be the last.
Or in fact, probably was the last.
Right. And yet, it might have been. Yet that was not my favorite moment from last night's game. My favorite moment came from Jameis Winston. And, he of the let's eat a W.
And then starts licking his fingers.
Yeah, and his teammates looked at him like it was the weirdest thing they've ever seen.
Because it was.
He had another gem last night. We will play it for you today at 10:16. Got some Lions stuff to get to. Michigan gets Bryce Underwood. Spartans play tonight. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the party never stops at Twin Peaks and your favorite lodges. Can't wait to showcase an awesome weekend of sports. Starting tonight, the Green and White are hosting Friday night action against Purdue at 8 p.m. Pair that with a full day of college football on Saturday. Matchups like undefeated Indiana taking on one-loss Ohio State at noon, and the Maize and Blue hosting Northwestern at 3:30. And we all know what Sunday brings. If you're not traveling to Indy, make sure you get to Twin Peaks to cheer on our team. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's really a no-brainer. They boost hands down the best bar food in the state, prepared from scratch daily. They offer up tailgate favorites like smoked and grilled ribs and wings, hand-cut and breaded order boneless wings and tenders, hearty brisket chili, and hand-smashed burgers. Pair all that deliciousness with a bold bar featuring all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas, handcrafted cocktails, and cheap shots. If you haven't had their draft beer, you're in for a treat. It's poured at a teeth-shattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. 6 hours! Come see today why Twin Peaks brings the best game day atmosphere around. Find a location nearest you, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lots going on. Another big football weekend ahead. All right, but last night, and Gator has not heard this, so I want your authentic take on this. This is prior to the Browns' upset win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, 24-19 in the Snow Globe in Cleveland. We've talked about Jameis Winston in the past, and what's funny is my boys think he is the most entertaining player in the league.
Jameis Winston?
They love Jameis Winston. Did you hear what he tried to do last night when they were trying to get Pittsburgh to jump off sides? Did you hear that?
No.
The audio's not good enough to have us play on the air, but he's in the middle of his cadence. And he's say hut. And in the middle of this, on a 4th and 6 or whatever it was, say hut. Somebody jump off sides. He said that.
That's great.
He said it.
He's an interesting. He's very. That's why I said last night with the game that it was interesting, but the game was interesting because of the snow. But he is an interesting character in the NFL, in that somehow he's been able to win some games. Like, he's got ability and he's got talent, but he also has the ability and the talent to take it away. Like, they turned the ball over in 2 straight drives late in the game, and they still won. I'm not sure how, but they did.
So here's his pregame speech to his team. He's got a bunch of guys. I don't know if it's the whole team. It might be just like skill position players. Bunch of guys in a huddle. They got a camera in there. And he says the following.
Not the lights, not the camera, not the action. It's about the action. He thought he was on a roll, and then had to, wait a minute.
That right there.
That's a quick self-edit.
Is a pregame speech from Jameis Winston.
He's unscripted, guys. He's unscripted.
Now,
man.
hang on. You cut it off at that point. Is it fair to cut it off?
I don't know, Kang. Did we cut it off?
I mean, that's all we got from.
That's all
that's all that's been put out in the interweb. Either way, Doug, Gator, if you don't like that one, there's plenty more gems from Jameis Winston throughout the entire game season. I think, Doug, he's developed this character that he cannot get out of.
I think you might be right.
Dude's 2-0. No, he's not 2-0 because they lost. He played great last week, and they lost. Threw for 395 yards, 2 touchdowns, and they lost. They only scored 14 points. And then this week, last night, despite turning the ball over twice late in the fourth quarter, they're able to come back and win the game. And he made plays. Like, this guy's rolling out in the snow, somehow has just enough speed to get outside of Watt, and then starts running upfield a little bit, guns it over across the middle. The best game Jerry Jeudy's ever played, I think, to catch the ball in those conditions when he can't catch the ball in normal conditions. It was shocking, I think, to see them do what they did. And then you get towards the end of the game, and they're driving, and you start to think, okay, they're at the 10-yard line. If you're Pittsburgh, you just let them score or not. Mm-hmm. And, the general consensus is during normal games, if you're the offense and you're in that situation, you don't. You get down to the 1-yard line, you take a knee, and you kick the field goal. But because the conditions were what they were, score anytime you can. And because good luck if Pittsburgh's going to be able to come the other way. And at least Pittsburgh made it interesting at the end, too, but not enough. Well, it was entertaining. I only saw the last 10 minutes of the game because I was watching the Pistons and the Red Wings and other stuff. But the 10 minutes I tuned into were that I'm glad I did because it was worth watching.
Well, always keep in mind, it's not about the lights. It's not about the cameras. It's not about the action.
No, it's not. But it's about the action.
It's about the action. All right, so our team doesn't have to deal with weather this weekend as they're playing in Indianapolis against the Colts. All right, Anthony Richardson, sort of the focal point of the preparation for this game. Young, talented quarterback. Actually, he's the youngest quarterback in the NFL, coming off his best game. People are calling last week against the Jets his best game in the NFL. He completed 67% of his passes, ran for 40-something yards, but 2 touchdowns, threw a touchdown, no picks. And it's actually the first game he's played this year where he didn't throw an interception or put the ball on the turf. So he had cleaned it up. And it's a real interesting case because he got benched. There was some talk about his preparation. And it's an example of a young player who might have stepped away from the game, watched the game, and got better because of it. And the irony is they go from the youngest quarterback in the NFL to the second oldest quarterback in the NFL, and Joe Flacco, who's only behind Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. And he watched the game, and it appears it's possible that watching has helped Anthony Richardson. I don't know that one good game means he's necessarily turned the corner, but if we were doing this show in Indianapolis and we followed the Colts, I'd be hoping that you could build on that, work with that, and that it's an example of a young quarterback doing a little bit of growing up. And now he's going up against the Lions defense without Hutch, without Barnes, without Anzalone, 3 key starters.
Davenport.
The funny thing about Davenport is I don't even feel like we miss him because we never know what we even had. But yes, there are others out too.
Kind of the same thing with Barnes. Those guy's been out for so long.
Yeah, but we knew what Derek Barnes was capable of because he played last year. But can they keep Anthony Richardson in the pen? Not let him get out and run in the wild? Because that's what he really is good at. And it's going to be a challenge for this defense. And we always discuss checking boxes, right? You check the boxes during the regular season. When you're a team that's trying to win the Super Bowl, you're trying to check boxes. Hey, we can do this, we can do that, and we can do the other thing. What have they checked this year? Well, they can win in a weather game. They can certainly win on the road against a good opponent. They've done it a few times. Minnesota, Green Bay, Houston.
Yeah.
They can win in the weather. They did it
in Green Bay.
They can win on a day where their offense isn't firing on all cylinders. They did it in Houston.
Yeah.
They can win it when it comes down to a kick. Their kicker can make kicks, clutch kicks. The two he made in Houston being an example. Can they slow down a supremely talented mobile quarterback?
This is the first game of the season where they're facing a supremely talented mobile quarterback.
I mean, is Baker? Okay.
He's not the same like this.
All right.
Baker Mayfield's mobile, no question about it. But he's not you got to worry this guy could go for 100. That's coming up on Sunday against Richardson. That'll come up against Caleb Williams. Josh Allen from Buffalo is another one they're going to have to worry about. They get Caleb Williams again. They're going to get their fair share of it, and they're going to get a heavy dose of it on Sunday and Thursday. So that's the number one thing I'm looking for is how are they going to be able to contain what Anthony Richardson can do? Because Richardson and Caleb Williams are at the same stage in their NFL careers, and they're both just getting started. They're both incredibly talented and raw. Richardson's more raw than Caleb Williams is, but they're both pretty raw. But the ability is there. And you can't ignore that. And now without Anzalone, it's interesting. Not that Jack Campbell isn't up to the task, and I'm really excited to see what Jack Campbell does. Is Jack Campbell is even better suited for this because of his sideline-to-sideline ability. But Anzalone was a veteran who has gotten better every year with the Lions. It was pretty good by the time he left New Orleans anyway. And he's the unquestioned leader of that team. So now you're turning things over to a new guy, but I'm curious to see how Jack Campbell's going to get this defense in the right place.
It feels as though we're pushing the tolerances of what this defense is capable of, given all that they have lost. Hutch, Davenport, Barnes. I mean, Hutch, Davenport, Barnes, Anzalone. That's 4 starters. 4 starters off the defense. Kaminsky was going to contribute. I think Emmanuel Mosley was going to contribute. Iffy Melifonwu was going to contribute. Is that 7 contributors? You count Jalen Reeves-Maven, who's been banged up? Is that 8 contributors? I mean, Maven, it seemed like Germ was more of an emergency break glass guy.
Germ was getting snaps. He was definitely getting snaps. I mean, he wasn't like, a guy who's going to get 40 snaps in the game, but he came in important situations because of his ability to go sideline to sideline and the passing situations. You bring him in as one of those linebackers. But, yeah, they played without a ton of these guys. And now we'll see who they get back because mostly he's been practicing, full participant in practice the last couple games. Will they activate him? We'll see. Laporta's he's practiced the last couple games. We'll see if he comes back. Broderick Martin has practiced. If he's going to come back, they're starting to get some of these guys back. Melifonwu was ready to come back, and then he had a finger injury. It's going to keep him out for a little bit. So, but with back-to-back games here, I think that they have to be very careful about how they're going to use players and when they're going to use players. I wouldn't expect all these guys to be suited up on Sunday, but I also would expect that maybe you're going to have a heavier rotation on Sunday because of the short turnaround.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Lions, Colts. I think this is one of those sneaky games. We will get into that at 10:35. So we get to set for a big football weekend. College stuff a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every single deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're unbelievable. They're unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV, it's only $154 a month. The Blazer EV, that's only $174 a month. And the Chevy Blazer is only $367 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. And that's taxes and fees included because there's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered as well. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. That's big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to
$8,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line because service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Do you know, is this the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
The song?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kang, do you know what song this is?
Yes, it is the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Is it?
Good for you, Doug. You a fan?
I am, but I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I was way into them back in the day, but what song is this? Do you know, does it say?
Dark Necessities.
Dark Necessities. Is it?
First of all, are you questioning? You don't know.
I
can
don't
say
know.
anything.
No,
You
that's
should
right.
disagree. You're like, okay.
I thought I knew the song Dark Necessities.
Liver and Onions.
Right?
Good song. That's the name of an album. Don't try and fool me. Yeah, you could say anything, I suppose. I thought I knew what Dark Necessities was, but I guess not. I kind of like that music.
Do we get to claim them as a local band?
We should.
And Chad Smith, the drummer, is from Metro Detroit.
Yeah.
I want to say Anthony
Kiedis
is
this-
well from like the west side of the state or something.
Is this going to work around to I grew up with somebody?
It always does.
It
with
always
Gator.
does.
That's
with
another
Gator.
course in
You-
Gator. You.
That's Gator. That's a Gator U course.
Yeah.
For sure.
Who did he go to high school with?
Well, I went to high school with a kid who lived next door to Chad Smith.
Yeah, of course.
Growing up.
Mhm.
So when I was in high school, we got to interview Chad Smith when he was a member of Toby Red. Right, it was I think a year before he went to joined up with the Chili Peppers.
Is Anthony Kiedis from Michigan?
I'm checking that out. He was born in Grand Rapids.
Bang. There you go. So yeah, I think we get to claim them. As
I
a
think
local
so.
band, yeah.
Why not?
Is Chad Smith? He's the one that wears Michigan gear.
He's the drummer. He's the one who looks like Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Tall.
Usually wears the Tigers hat too.
Yeah. Love it. All right. So anyway, Lions and Colts coming up on Sunday. And look, they keep losing guys on defense. We just mentioned 4 starters. Like if you said at the beginning of the season, by the middle of the year, 4 starters are going to be out, including both edge rushers, the middle linebacker, and, another guy that can pressure the quarterback in Derek Barnes. We would have said it's a disaster. Right?
Yeah.
That's a formula that typically is a disaster. It hasn't been. Now, this will be the first game they play an entire game without Alex Anzalone, and it's the first game where I'm scared of what the opponent can do I think this might be a game where Anthony Richardson's ability to make plays with his feet create a real problem for the Lions defense.
Well, if you were Aaron Glenn and you're scheming things up in the lab, getting ready for this game against Indianapolis, what would you choose to do? Where would you focus your defensive attention on?
I would, they always talk about rush lanes. I think that staying in your rush lanes might not lead to a lot of QB pressures, and it might not lead to a lot of sacks, but it might keep him hemmed in. And so I would probably do that and lean on the defense's strength, which is the secondary. Hey, we won't get a ton of pressure, but damn it, you guys can cover, and hope that, that the secondary can cover long enough that eventually the defense, the pass rush will get there. But I would really, really focus on staying, that old cliche, stay in your rush lanes. I would really focus on that.
Yeah, I think that's important. It's important to do that. And I think the focus should be to not let Richardson take off and go and start running downfield. I don't have much of an issue putting the corners on an island. I don't respect their passing game enough. And frankly, the Lions play a lot of man-to-man coverage anyway. So I'm not terribly concerned about that. And I think this could be just a matchup nightmare for Indianapolis trying to match up with the Lions because of the way the Lions play defense anyway. So if that means that, look, you don't the term spy gets thrown around perhaps too often. But I do feel better about having a linebacker that can run sideline to sideline who's backed up by the best safety in football, who can be this missile all over the field and help keep things in check too. But if you keep the integrity of your passing lanes, your pass rushing lanes, then I think they can be fine. And knowing that they're so solid in the middle with Reeder and McNeil and whoever else, if you want to throw Enzarika back in the middle or whatever you're going to do there, if Broderick Martin's going to get some run, I don't know. But you got to stop Jonathan Taylor as well. So to me, it's stopping the running game. And the running game is a two-headed monster with the quarterback and the tailback. And the Lions are awfully good against the run. So I think it could be a long day and a frustrating day for Indianapolis. And if they're going to try to throw the football and Richardson's still very unproven as a passer, well, then we'll see how the secondary reacts. But we know that Kirby Joseph is a ball hawk, and Terry Arnold is just getting better and better by the week.
Yeah, I think if you're Lions, you just stay in your lanes, like you said, Doug. Stay in your rush lanes, and you play a lot of man-to-man and force Anthony Richardson to throw into tight windows. Now, last week, Richardson had his best game as a pro, okay? And they played the Jets defense. Say what you want about the Jets offense and Aaron Rodgers, but the defense is still good. They play a lot of man-to-man there. Richardson had a decent day. You got to prove it again this week. Can you do that back-to-back weeks? I think they'll mix in zone every now and then just to confuse Richardson, but most part, they're going to play man and make him throw into tight windows. The Lions have good cover corners. They have the safeties as well back there. The thing is, though, when you play man, and if Richardson does break out of that containment, a lot of the DB's back is going to be towards Anthony Richardson, and you're not going to see him coming. And so that's where he can break off these long runs.
Ton of zone defense.
Exactly. So I think it is mostly man. You mix in the zone to confuse him, but you force him to be accurate because he's only done it 1 week so far. Can he do it again is the question.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Matt, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matt.
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday. Happy Lions weekend.
Yes, you too.
So we are actually getting ready to cross into Indiana right now. We got 15 guys, 3 cars, and we're going to tear up Lucas Oil.
There you go.
I got to tell you, first of all, I don't know if have you ever been to Indy, Matt?
Yeah, we went about 8 years ago.
Yeah, great town. I mean, this is a fun city. If you can, you probably already have plans, but I just advise everybody, stay downtown. And you're going down today, so you're going to have all day tomorrow. What a fun city to go to for a sporting event. I think they've really got a great setup.
We got some rooms at the Westin, and we're actually planning on hitting up the Winter Circle Sportsbook tomorrow.
Sweet. Oh, cool. Yeah, you're not going to be alone, Matt. You're not going to be alone. You might not see a lot of Lions fans today making their way down there because it's a Friday, it's a work day, but you'll probably see a lot once you're down there.
Yep, and we'll be full force on Sunday. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, sounds good, Matt. Represent.
We will. Thank you.
See you.
I hope there's a ton. It feels like there's going to be a ton of Lions fans there.
Without question.
Yeah. One of the things I love about living in this area is the proximity we are to so many other big cities or great cities in this country and internationally. 5 hours. 5 hours can get you to Toronto. Can get you to Buffalo, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Indianapolis, all over the place. Can get you to UP if you want to go up all the way up north and anywhere in the lower peninsula in our state. It's awesome where we're at. Pittsburgh, you can get to there as well. It's just so many great cities, and Indianapolis being one of them. It's awesome for the Detroit Lions fans that get to travel to those cities. Let's make a day of it. Okay, because you don't have to spend the night if you don't want to. You don't have to make a whole weekend of it, but you can do whatever you want.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I mentioned that I thought this was a sneaky game. There are the obvious big games, like Green Bay, Buffalo left on the schedule. Those are obvious big games. To me, this game is like a sneaky big game. This is one where you look at Indy. They're a game out of a wild card spot. They're 5-6. Flacco had lost those 2 in a row after he got the starting spot. They go back to Anthony Richardson, and bam, they looked way better. And it's a team that, has played a lot of close games. Gator, I just feel like this is one of those sneaky big games on the schedule that honestly, we shouldn't be shocked if they don't win it. It goes back to Jared Goff's point about how this stuff isn't easy, and it's being processed a little bit by everybody, including us, because they do make it look easy. They have made it look easy. But this is a tough game. This is a feather in the cap, in my opinion, if they go win it.
Well, it's not easy to win in the NFL, and I'm not shocked any week if any team beats anybody because we've seen it happen and time again. I'll be surprised if it happens because I think the Lions are far superior to Indianapolis. But I think you always have to be open that, the other team can rise up and your team doesn't get off to a good start and things can spiral out of control. Fortunately for the Lions, they've had that happen a couple times already this year where maybe they weren't ready to start the game and then all of a sudden they get the bearings under them and they start playing ball again. Whether it was Houston or I don't know, was it Arizona or it was some earlier game in the season, the third week in the season or something like that, where they struggled a little bit early and then just took off.
Yeah.
So I fully expect them to handle their business on Sunday.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys, because they specialize in auto law. Michigan Auto Law has received more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. Michigan Auto Law has had the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with trucks, $14.3 million, largest Michigan settlement ever. Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident verdict of any law firm in Michigan, $34 million. They are nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases as well. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Feedback coming in about the Lions versus running quarterbacks. Here you go. Here's two of them. They kept Kyler Murray from running wild. They always got to Justin Fields, but just couldn't get him down. And the next one, what about Kyler Murray, 45 yards? That's from Alan Monroe. Looking back at that Arizona game, okay, the reason they handled Kyler Murray, strangely, is because they handled James Conner. And the reason I say that is in that game, Kyler Murray averaged 9 yards a carry, a healthy amount. And I think he actually had a decent game throwing the ball. But they didn't get first downs. They didn't move the chains. They ran a season low in plays. The Lions handled Kyler Murray by keeping Kyler Murray off the field.
Yeah, you're right. James Conner had 9 carries for 17 yards in the game. They only threw for 207 yards in the game. There was an interception as well.
How many rushing attempts did they have?
18.
That's nothing.
I know.
And that's because the Lions were great getting them off the field.
Yeah. But, I mean, Kyler Murray, as you mentioned, he had 45 yards rushing is nothing to sneeze at for if you're looking at quarterback rushing total, and he had 5 carries to do it with a long of 21. So,
but they on third down, I just looked it up. They were third down, they were 1 of 9. Fourth down, they were 0 of 2. So the Lions defense got off the field in that game.
They did, but they also had Aiden Hutchinson, who had a sack in that game, 2 quarterback hits. So that's one big difference. Reeves Maben was in that game. Davenport, that's the game where I think Davenport got hurt. Derek Barnes was in that game. It's a totally different team.
Yeah.
Not that this team can't handle it. I think they can handle it. So I think they're going to be fine against Indianapolis.
I hope so. In the back of my mind, look, this is a new challenge for a depleted defense. And that's why, as much as I have confidence in this team, I know the team's really, really good, great football teams lose games. This one looks losable to me. And I'm not saying I'm picking them to lose. I just won't be shocked if they do lose. I feel like I'm going to get killed for that, but it's how I feel.
Doug, is this a spotlight game for your boy Jack Campbell? I mean, it's going to be the first game where he starts it with the green dot.
Yep.
They got a mobile quarterback they're going against.
It's a big game for him.
Yeah, and then they're depleted, like we've already mentioned many times. So he's kind of leading the backers here into battle, and like I think all three of us mentioned, this isn't like a completely like, hey, this isn't going to be Jacksonville, right? I mean,
no.
Well, here's the crazy thing about the Lions is that while they are depleted. 4 starters off the defense right now lost. 4 more contributors aren't going to be able to contribute due to injury. But the most amazing thing about the Lions, and here's an example of it, is always having the next guy ready. And in this game, the next guy is Malcolm Rodriguez. And Malcolm Rodriguez is like been the perfect standby player for them. Last year, I went back and looked at this. This is Malcolm Rodriguez in the postseason last year. Against the Rams, Malcolm Rodriguez, 0 defensive snaps. Against Tampa, their second playoff game, 1 defensive snap. And against the 49ers, Malcolm Rodriguez, 41 defensive snaps, 6 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and an interception. He's like the perfect standby player. He can step in and make plays for you. And he is obviously now a lot is going to be asked of him with Anzalone and Derek Barnes out. So, and there's a guy that was only playing special teams through 2 games with 1 defensive snap. When called upon in the NFC Championship game, you felt him out there. He impacted the game. So there's your next guy. There is, of course, Jack Campbell's got to step up and do more, and Malcolm Rodriguez has to step in and do everything that he's proven in the past to be capable of.
If you just look at this game on paper, look at the numbers and stuff like that, it seems pretty obvious that the Lions will win this. But obviously you have to, as Jared Goff would tell you, you got to work hard in practice to make things happen. But like from a pass defense, the Lions give up a ton of yards passing, 233 yards a game, which is, I think, 6th in the NFL, the 6th most. Indianapolis is right behind him at giving up 232 yards per game. They're right there. The difference between the two teams is how efficient they are while they're doing it. You can go ahead and throw against the Lions, but you're not going to score touchdowns, and you're going to turn the ball over. Lions have given up only 7 touchdown passes on the season with 14 picks. Indianapolis has given up 16 touchdown passes and only 8 interceptions. Quarterback rating against, the Lions quarterback rating against 73.6, best in the league. Indianapolis quarterback rating against 97.3. And now they're taking on one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League with the best offense in the National Football League. So whatever the Lions want to do, if they want to throw it, they should be able to throw the football.
Yeah.
At least based on paper. Running the ball, the Colts give up over 140 yards a game on the ground.
That's where I think the Lions make their hay offensively, because their yards per carry, like the metrics I look at for defense, and how's your rush defense is yards per carry. I think is the most important statistic to measure your rush defense. Their yards per carry is 4.4 yards a carry. Do you know what Jacksonville's yards per carry allowed is? 4.3. Jacksonville this year has been better against the run than Indianapolis, and the Lions force-fed them the football on the ground. I mean, it felt like they were getting 5 to 10 yards every single run.
Yeah, and the Colts give up 4.4 per carry here, 143 a game. It feels like this is a team that you can control the ball, whether it's passing or running the football, that your offense has a big advantage over their defense.
Yeah, now here's where the Lions are going to get challenged, and it's challenging one of the Lions' strengths, and that is Indy's done a decent job pressuring quarterbacks. They got a couple of guys in DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart in the middle of their defense. They have 3.5 sacks each. Stewart's got 8 tackles for loss. Quiddy Pay off the edge has been a problem for teams. And if you look at the Lions' last 2 games, and I think this is the metric I look at to measure how the Lions' offense will do. Jared Goff against Houston got pressured on 29% of his dropbacks. Jared Goff against Jacksonville got pressured 13% of his dropbacks. The pressure is what led to the problems in the Houston game. It wasn't necessarily sacks. It was guys getting Jared Goff off platform, tipping passes at the line of scrimmage. Those were the issues. The pressure rate was way down in the Jacksonville game. The Lions' offensive line's a great group, and so I do expect them to be able to neutralize a decent Indianapolis pass rush.
Well, running the football does that. So, and again, Indianapolis not good at stopping the run to give up a lot of yards.
248-539-9797.
So it's hard not to feel chesty about the Lions offense. Clearly, they got one of the best offenses in the league. Every weapon you could imagine, a great offensive line, and a quarterback who knows how to use and call the plays and just direct everyone where they need to be. I think the worry is, if there is any worry, right, is that can the Lions contain Anthony Richardson? Because he's the ultimate X factor in this. He's the ultimate equalizer, neutralizer, whatever you want to call him, because they're going to run RPOs, so you don't know if he's going to run or he's going to throw the ball. And you may have a man-on-man. Everyone may have lane integrity. But Anthony Richardson's a big quarterback, and he'll run you over. And so once that man goes down, you have to have someone behind him, right? So it's not just being able to be disciplined in your defense. When you have an X-factor type player, that guy does things that you can't plan for, even if you do plan for it. 70 yards off his back foot, how do you defend that, right? If he drops it in a bucket to Alec Pierce, there's nothing you could do about that. I think those are the type of things you worry about these type of games. I think we all think the Lions will win and should win, but there's a reason why they play the games, and the reason why they draft him so early is because he's got all these intangibles.
Yeah, it is the intangibles, because it's not just based on numbers, because he's been bad this year throwing the football. He hasn't completed 50% of his passes. He's thrown more interceptions than touchdowns. Can you keep him from doing something spectacular? Because if he gets out of the pocket, then you're in trouble.
All right, Gator, you sound? I don't want to say what you're not here, but you sound chesty. You're pretty confident about the Lions winning this game. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Gator's chesty. I'm nervous about it.
Yeah, you are.
I feel like this is one that can get him. Are you with Gator? Are you with me? 248-539-9797. Just call us up. Tell us you're with Gator, you're chesty, you're confident, you think the Lions will continue to roll? Or are you with me? This game makes you, it feels a little sketch. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to you next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, what camp are you in? Gators Chesty about the Lions playing at Indianapolis. I'm nervous about it. And look, nervous in a sense that I don't think it's an indictment on the season. I just think this is one of those games that is sneaky tough, and I can totally see him losing it. And then Monday, we're going to be taking panic calls about can they stop Jalen Hurts in the postseason, and that's what this really. In a lot of ways, this is a dry run for Jalen Hurts. I think there's some comps in terms of where Hurts is a better version of Anthony Richardson, but I think there's some comps there. I mean, this isn't Lamar, right? Lamar is an elite,
that's
elite
totally different
threat.
I think Lamar and Josh Allen are kind of off the charts different.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So are you with Gator? Chesty? Are you with me? Nervous. Let's go to your phone calls. Alan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right,
Great,
Alan.
thank you.
Hey, man, I just I wanted to call in and say, man, we got this. We faced Kyler week 3. Jack Campbell was the green dot that game due to Angeloni's concussion. Derek Barnes went out in that game right after the first quarter with his knee injury. We lost McNeil that game, and they scored, I think, 6 points, 2 field goals after Barnes went out and McNeil went out. I just think that the depth that we have at linebacker is probably one of the strongest linebacking corps in the NFL. I mean, when we're healthy, and I just think we'll get it taken care of. Rodrigo, Jack Campbell, Newman, Narowski. I mean, and then with Aaron Glenn scheming it up, I don't think that we'll have an issue unless we're not getting that pass rush as much as we really need to, and he might sneak out the backside, for 20 or 30 yards. But as far as him, the design run, I don't think there's going to be no problem.
So you're in the Chesty category.
Yeah, I would lean towards that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you, Alan. 248-539-9797. Matt in St. Clair Shores, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Happy Friday, boys.
What's
Happy
up?
Friday.
Hey, I am totally Team Gator. I think that's Gator State University. Regardless of what Anthony Richardson does, I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop our offense. I think we're really underestimating that Lucas Oil is going to be basically Ford Field Southwest on Sunday. I think we're just going to run up and down the field. I think Anthony Richardson's going to make some rookie mistakes. I am so buxom that I have Lions minus 23.5 on one of the drafting sites, and I fully expect it to come and hit.
Wow. Okay, how much?
That's
how much,
really buxom.
How much? So you went with an alternate line of 23.5. How many?
What's the
what
payout
did you
on that?
bet?
It's just a tenner, but it's plus 516.
Okay, so what is that? It pays off 50,
it's 5 to 1.
$51.60.
51.60 on a minus. Wow, that is Chesty, my
Hey,
friend.
I took it against the Jags yesterday or last week too, and it played. So I don't know, man. I just feel like the Lions are just on a roll. I just don't see Anthony Richardson, as great as his legs are and his arm is. We got the Super Smash Brothers back there, and they're just going to make his life a living hell on Sunday.
Well, I appreciate the phone call and certainly respect the opinion. Feedback coming in.
Wait, I just want to say that's the guy Jared Goff is talking to when he says it's not easy. Like, everyone thinks the Lions can just roll out of bed and just beat every team by 24 points in the NFL.
Slow down. I don't think that's what he's saying, and you're buying into his interpretation. I don't think anybody thinks it's easy. I think everybody thinks that this team is so well prepared that they make it look easy because they're better, but they have to work. It's like I don't think anybody thinks that they can roll out of bed and do it.
Do you think that was a smart bet?
I wouldn't have made the bet. I don't, but because I think most games in the NFL are close. But would I do the Lions -8? You bet.
23.5.
He went 23.
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't say 8.
But he said he's feeling buxom. He thinks they're a better team. That much better.
I think being a better team and giving 3 times the point spread is, I think you're damn Chesty under those circumstances. Feedback coming in. Indy may have a mobile quarterback, but how will they stop the Lions' high-powered offense? Not happening. 42-24. Another vote for Chesty. I'm not sure why Doug is worried. I've watched Richardson a ton due to having him in fantasy. We will get at least 3 turnovers Sunday, and we'll have short fields. He is too inaccurate. I usually worry about games like this, but with how Richardson plays, I am very Chesty. That's from Jared and Jackson. Look, it's fair because I think there's 2 things going on. I think I'm doing it, and I think others are doing it. I think we're all being somewhat a prisoner to what our eyes showed us last. What our eyes showed us last about the Lions, dominant machine, will crush your soul. That's what I think some Lions fans are doing. And what am I doing? Anthony Richardson, no turnovers, no fumbles for the first time this year, no interception or no fumbles. Now, one of those games, it was a fumble, but it wasn't a fumble loss, but he fumbled. And I'm doing he's turned the corner thing. So I get it. The truth is usually in the middle. It's still a road game, and it'll still, it's, what is a reasonable amount of Lions fans that'll be there? It'll be an extremely high amount for an NFL game. But, it's, 15,000?
That'd be a lot.
At least 55,000 Colts fans. Jared and Jackson writes in, I'm not sure why Doug is worried. Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. Next one. I'm on Team Doug with this one. There's one. We are due, and Richardson can drop a terrible game or have an amazing game any given week. We just don't know.
Well, I question whether he can have an amazing game just yet in his career because I don't know if he's had an amazing game just yet in his career. He's had some really better games.
Yep.
But I want to take you back to week 4.
Okay.
Lions were preparing for their annual game against Seattle.
Yeah.
And had lost, 3 in a row against Seattle, and they wanted to get the bad taste out of their mouth. And I want to quote somebody who said, the Lions are going to win comfortably. Who was that said that?
That was you.
No, that was you that said that they would win comfortably.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay? They ended up winning that game 42-29. 13 points.
Yep.
Comfortably. That's Seattle.
Yep.
And you're worried about Indianapolis?
Gator, they don't play the same every weekend.
I understand they don't play the same every weekend.
Because, why would you bring that up then?
Because at one point in time, you came out and said, this is you.
Yeah, I know.
You normally don't come out and get chesty about anything, but you're chesty about that game.
Different weeks, different places in the schedule, different, I'm not saying the Lions are going to lose.
I know you're
I just think this is going to be a dogfight more so than what we've seen in recent weeks. Well, I guess the Houston game was a dogfight. More so than last week.
So you don't think this will be a double-digit win?
It wouldn't surprise me, no, if it's a close game. Another one here. I'm 100% on board with the Lions. Look, I don't have a lot of people with me. 100% aboard with the Lions. Hooker's going to get some reps in the second half. If they play like they can, don't have a brain fart, it'll be an easy win. That's from Joe in Roseville. Yeah, it's about 5-1 on Team Gator at this point. A Chesty, Detroit Lions fan base. 248-539-9797. Carl's in a truck, and he is next. Hi, Carl.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Carl! Yeah, yeah. I was just speaking to the person that called. Listen, the way I would go about it if I was a defensive coordinator is to get up on Richardson, get about a couple scores ahead of him, and make him one-dimensional, and make him throw the ball. He's such a young quarterback that I believe, if we put him in that position, we'll neutralize his ability to run the ball. And the Lions, with their offensive weaponry, they can do that. I mean, and that would be the approach for most running backs, other than maybe Josh Allen and Lamar, which they're real crafty in doing what they do. But these young runners like him, I'll definitely get up on him, make him one-dimensional. And like a caller before said, those young safeties in the back, it's going to be pure hell for him.
So, the big part about that, Carl, is I would agree with you. You don't get to just get up 2 touchdowns, though. You don't get to say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to strategically get up 2 touchdowns and make them play from behind. You have to earn that.
Well, that's true. But the record shows with our offense, that would definitely be the approach. I mean, of course, you have to go with whatever the game is dictating, but that has to be the first approach is with our offense, and what we can do is get up on them. And that would be the approach for me if I was a coordinator. Is to try to, do our best to get up.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that every coordinator is trying to score early in games. I don't know if that's a particularly strategic ploy, coordinators are trying to score. Offensive coordinators are trying to score every drive. Last week, the Lions did it. It's from Twitter. Kramer writes in, Doug, this is not a trap game, which I didn't use that word, but then he goes on to write, the Lions are just better in all aspects of the game. Better quarterback, better offensive line, better running back, better DBs, better special teams, and much better coaching. Richardson is not capable of outplaying our defense and coaching. I expect a pick 6 on Sunday. Another Chesty fan. And I'm getting well outnumbered at this point. 248-539-9797. Gators Chesty, I'm nervous. Lions and Colts. We'll talk some college football at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every Friday night, FanDuel's giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, and so many other firsts. And best of all, you don't have to wait for the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday firsts in the FanDuel app to find your profit. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to claim your Friday first boost. Make every moment mean more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Michigan State in action tonight. Michigan gets Bryce Underwood. We'll talk about those things today at 11:30. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We are asking people whether or not you are in Camp Gator. Gator's chesty. The Lions are going to roll in this game against Indianapolis. I'm a little bit more nervous about it. I think this wouldn't surprise me at all if it's a close game, and we'll gladly be wrong if the Lions roll again. It's just got all the makings of a different challenge that we haven't seen them check this box yet. Indianapolis is, whether or not Anthony Richardson's turned the corner, I guess we'll find out. A depleted Lions defense. I think it reeks to me of a kind of game that's going to be close, but not everyone agrees. In fact, most people don't. I'm outnumbered right now, 7-1 amongst the callers, and some texters as well. We go to Rob. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Rob.
Hey, how you everybody doing?
We're good, thank you.
So what I just want to say is if you look at what happened with the Steelers in the Cleveland game, all right, if you have a team that has nothing to lose, that's what really scares me a little bit. Of course I want the Lions to roll. Of course I want the Lions to beat them by 7 points, 28 points. I mean, they're on a roll. But if Indianapolis gets any kind of rhythm, and the Lions, I know they're grit. I know they got that hard mentality. It could be a dogfight, just like the Houston game. Can they eke it out and, win by 7, win by field goal? Absolutely. But when you are playing a team that has nothing to lose, that's what scares me the most.
I would not categorize Indianapolis as a team with nothing to lose. They're a game out of the playoffs.
They're going to fall. They're just. To me, Indianapolis is not good enough. They might squeak out some good wins, but they're playing a rookie quarterback that's mobile. If they get into it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, anything could change.
Yeah, but you're kind of playing it both ways here. So what do you think is going to happen Sunday?
I'm going to say the Lions will win by 7.
So you think
it's going to be a hard-fought game.
All right, so you're a little nervous about it.
I'm a little nervous about it. A very mobile quarterback. I don't care if he's a rookie or not. He starts running out there and starts making plays.
He's not a rookie, right?
Well, to me, he's still a rookie. He hasn't proven himself.
Okay, thank you for the phone call. Yeah, I would not categorize Indianapolis as a team with nothing to lose. If you're a game out of the playoffs, you're in a playoff chase.
Yeah, every game matters. Yeah,
and I think they're a motivated football team that is trying to hang into this thing. And I would not characterize a second-year quarterback as a rookie either, but that guy's with me.
There you go. How you feel about that? Look, Indianapolis has in Alec Pierce, that's a guy who's averaging over 22 yards a reception, okay? Yep. So he's a big play guy. Richardson, is capable of making big plays. He's just not consistent, but he's capable of it. And then they have one of the best running backs in football in Jonathan Taylor. But teams have figured this out, that they don't have to worry as much about Anthony Richardson throwing the ball as they do running the ball. So I think they're keen on trying to stop the run. And when you're keying on trying to stop the run, it's still a good luck because of Jonathan Taylor. But on the defensive side, they have some players, but they don't have – and he was trying to make a comparison to Cleveland. Mm-hmm. They don't have anybody that compares to Myles Garrett on that defensive line. Not even close.
No, they have a decent pass rush. They've been better in recent
Quinn Pay's got 5.5 sacks this year, and you mentioned a couple of their players have like 3 sacks coming from the middle. But overall, it's not a team that has a ton of sacks.
No, but they've been known to pressure some quarterbacks. And look, the Lions have a great offensive line. If the Lions hold them off, Jared Goff work, he does work. 248-539-9797. Brent is in Rochester and next. Hi, Brent.
Hi.
Hey.
I just wanted to say I'm totally Team Gator here, but at the same time, I'm wondering how hypocritical it is that I can sit here and laugh at probably yesterday's Pittsburgh fans who were saying they're going to go down and take over the Cleveland Stadium and do all the things that we're saying we're going to do. I laughed at the end of the game, but yet I still have confidence that that's exactly what we're going to do.
It's funny because, Pittsburgh is, the kind of team that thought on paper, you would think they would have gone into Cleveland and won that game. Now, did the snow matter? It might have. Did home field matter? It's always can be a factor.
That's a rivalry game. And that's
a rivalry game.
Those two cities hate each other.
Yep.
And I also have a lot of family that live in Philadelphia, and they were sitting at 10-1 at this exact same time last year. And I sort of laugh at their collapse, and I don't think we're going to, but it does seem a little hypocritical if I look at it.
But you're chesty anyway, Brent.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, fair enough. Another one with Gator, 248-539-9797. Marty is in Canton and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marty.
Hey, Doug. Hey, I think the Lions are going to win comfortably. And the reason I say that is back when they played Houston, I think Houston came out on fire. They didn't match their energy level in the first half, but they turned it on in the second half. And I think they learned from that, and I think they win this game comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm listening to these calls come in, and I'm thinking to myself in the back of my head, and I get it, how far we have come. How far we have come that this Lions fan base is authentically chesty about this one. I mean, really, really, really confident.
It really is. It's quite amazing. I've been following them forever, and this is new and really exciting. So I'm with you.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Zaz is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Zaz.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I'm 51. I'm part of the original Sloanheads crew that used to travel around the country and watch the Lions lose in stadiums all over the country. I've been watching these guys for 40 years, and I have never in my life, I'm not sure how many NFL teams I've ever seen that are as disciplined and prepared as these guys every week. They come out, they work, they hit hard, and at every position, in every skill position, every position, we got two guys that are phenomenal. I mean, Joseph and Branch are unreal. I can't remember the last time I've seen an NFL team that just comes out and looks ready to take care of business on every single play.
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier, how they just have a guy on standby like Malcolm Rodriguez, who there's no better example than last year's postseason. No defensive snaps against the Rams, one defensive snap against Tampa. Then he plays 40-something snaps against San Francisco, 6 tackles, 1 TFL, and an interception. And now Malcolm Rodriguez, come on down. You're up again.
Yeah, the second and third string guys are so eager to get into the game and show Campbell something. It's just, you see it on every single play. It's just unreal.
So I'm assuming you're chesty?
I am very chesty about the Lions for this weekend.
There you go. There you go. Another one right there. Numbers, I'm starting to get overwhelmed here.
Are you surprised?
Little. A little surprised.
Kang, where do you sit in this one?
I just turned to Kenny and I go, I'm starting to get a Green Bay vibe last year for this game. Because people are just like, were we shocked when the Lions lost to Green Bay last year?
Thanksgiving?
Yeah. I think we were.
Yep.
And I think there's a chance people are going to be shocked come Sunday night after the game. Now, I had always leading into this game thinking the Lions are going to win. Anthony Richardson's just too erratic. He had a good game last week, but can he pull it off 2 weeks in a row?
Right.
Lions are really rolling right now, of course. No matter, what we think, any given Sunday type stuff, is this one of those games? Because that's kind of almost how you have to pick it. Or does Anthony Richardson pull something out of that you just can't stop no matter who you are? But the way the calls are rolling in, and maybe it's recency bias. I mean, they just did put up a 50-burger. Scored every single possession. The first team offense was out there, scored a touchdown, right?
Yep.
But now it's making me uncomfortable how chesty everyone in Detroit is.
So
this is a Green Bay vibe to me now all of a sudden.
So you're flipping like I did weeks ago. Is that what's
I think
happening?
I am. Yes, Gator, you're right. Tennessee was a layup to me from the beginning. That team, a caller mentioned nothing to play for. That team had nothing to play for. The Colts have something to play for.
They do, but are you clouded at all for your love for Anthony Richardson? Is that maybe a little bit? Is that creeping in like, hey, he's got all this talent that I've identified.
Yeah, it was me, Gator.
It was me. That you think that's your guy. It hurts you to go against him, and now you're trying to find ways for it to go your way.
I want the Lions to win more than most. Well, not more than most, but just as much as anybody else because of a couple of reasons. One, just other than being a Lions fan, you look at the schedule and you see the Bills and Niners, and this is one of those games you just can't, quote-unquote, give away because you want the 1 seed. And so if you lose 1 or 2 games down the road, which could be the Bills or Niners, you don't want this game to get in the way of a 1 seed, right? Losing to the Colts. It's not clouding my judgment, Gator. I do respect the fact that he has all these intangibles, but he hasn't been good this year. He was benched this year. So that's how bad he was earlier this year.
Well, he left the game.
Yeah. Well, he left. He was tired.
He was tired.
I mean, he was tired, man. Come on.
And then they're like, are you serious? You said you were tired? Now you got to sit to the bench for a few weeks.
But am I starting to lean more towards Team Doug all of a sudden? I think I am.
There you go.
I think the Lions win by 1 score. The people are calling in are thinking this is a blowout.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get into Michigan State, Purdue, and Bryce Underwood committing to Michigan next, plus more of your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is in feast mode, so get ready to gobble up these deals. You're not going to believe this deal. 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Equinox EV for just $39, $39 a month. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive with just $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in the household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, back to your phone calls in a moment. We said we get to some college stuff. You want to start with Bryce Underwood or Michigan State Purdue tonight?
Oh, gee, Doug. Let's go with the team that's favored tonight by 2 touchdowns.
All right, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I'm surprised they're favored by 2 touchdowns over Purdue. Purdue's terrible.
Yeah.
Michigan State hopefully can get something going here. They need to win the last 2 games to become bowl eligible. It's important to get extra practice time with the players. It's important to finish the season on a high note. I think if you just win the last game, if you lose this game tonight, that doesn't do that. I think they need to feel what it's like to win again. I think they win. I don't think they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. I just don't know. But everything starts with them with the offensive line, and it's been the biggest problem all season long. It was the biggest problem last year. It was a problem the year before, and they have shown at times to be a very competent line. Last week, I thought that they gave Aiden Childs some time to throw, but Childs just wasn't processing quickly enough to throw the ball where he needed to be thrown. And he held on to it too long, and then it ended up crushing him. He's got we talk about all the time with Jared Goff, how well he processes the game. He's got to figure out a way to go through those progressions quicker and to recognize who should be open. He's got to do a lot more with that. His ability to throw the ball is great, but if he doesn't figure it out where it needs to go, then it's wasted. Hopefully that changes for him. But they got to be able to run the ball too. And they haven't shown that consistency in the running game. That's been a big problem. The other big problem for Michigan State is no pass rush on the defense. Can they get that going tonight against Purdue? I don't know. It's so disappointing. They've lost so many players due to injury on both sides of the ball. But I do expect Michigan State to come out swinging tonight and win this game.
It's funny because they don't win those battles when it comes to rushing the passer, but they don't have a horrific run defense.
No, they don't.
Well, they win some of those battles up front in the run game, but they aren't pressuring quarterbacks at all, and that's obviously an issue for them. But as far as Bryce Underwood to Michigan, look, recruiting is a interesting thing anymore, and Michigan gets their guy. And when it comes to recruiting, you see guys and you go, okay, I'm sure this guy's going to be a player, and you never really know, but it's very, very promising a prospect. He is an incredibly promising prospect, and there might be more flips coming now. But what this is in the big picture is this is great for Sharon Moore, and you can now see a bit more of a future, which I think fans were asked, and there's people that have called up, and we've fielded these calls from the Fire Sharon, Fire Jonathan Smith crowd, and we're like, year one, man, and patience isn't something that anybody wants to hear, but you're looking for a plan. And Michigan State and Jonathan Smith at least have their talented young quarterback that they are going to build around, that you're looking to take strides. Michigan now has their young quarterback that Sharon Moore and it is going to build around. And you don't have to asking people to buy into Sharon Moore as a head coach, like as an offensive coordinator and an offensive line coach. He had really built up a ton of credibility with the fan base, but he's got to sell you on being a head coach. You don't have to squint quite as hard to see what the future holds now, especially if this leads to more commitments, which there's, in the recruiting world and the recruiting coverage, there's speculation that will happen.
Yeah, I imagine this is great news for Michigan's recruiting class. The question is, how quickly is he going to develop into being the quarterback that he's expected to be? There's no question he's talented. He actually has a body. We talk a lot about, kids that are seniors in high school. Does it translate to being able to play right away? He actually might have that body that looks like he can play as a freshman. Now, will he be good? That remains to be seen right away. I expect him to be outstanding when it's all said and done, but will next year be a growing pain year throughout the entire season, or will it be some point where things click, or does he hit the ground running right away? Those are things that Michigan fans will have to wait and see, but I certainly hope they'd be patient through it. I mean, you waited for to hit this grand slam They finally did. There's reports that it's $12 million to lure him. So taking the money to go away from LSU, who he had been committed to for forever, to now come to Michigan. There's big money involved in this, but there's also big reward because he is so talented.
Yeah, look, I think that at least maybe for a few days here, the Fire Sharon crowd can stand down for a bit. Because you can see a future.
Sure. And that Fire Sharon crowd, everybody was complaining about Michigan not getting their quarterback in the portal last season to get prepared for this season and all that. Are they okay now? Like, is it okay to go through a rough season this year so long as you land the top recruit in the country, even though maybe this freshman year that he's going to have, expect there to be some bumps in the road. Yeah, and I don't think this team's going to go 12-0 next year. But if they're not ready to compete next year, are you okay with that? I hope you are.
Probably next year's team will be influenced as much, if not more, by what they get in the portal from veteran players. And what they have to sell those players is likely playing time, especially offensively. They just put 10 guys off last year's offense into the NFL. Many of the same offensive coaches are there, and they are expected to be very, very active in the portal. So, there's what next year's team is hard to even know. But here's one thing they won't be doing is preparing for Rose Bowls and national championship games. They can get right to the business of the portal as soon as it opens this year. So anyway, big land for Michigan, a big land for Sharon Moore. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Tim and Canton. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Doug, Gator, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. Hey, Doug, I'm with you. Definitely think this is a trap game for the Lions. Thinking something like 28-24. Maybe they're trailing in the fourth quarter, down a touchdown. Goff leads them down the drive. At the 2-minute warning to score late. But absolutely could see it being a trap game. Couple reasons. Really hard to win 9 games in a row in the NFL. I mean, we just saw it with the Chiefs. Also a short week ahead. So absolutely with you. Definitely could see it being a trap game for the Lions ahead.
Yeah, I don't even think of it as a trap game necessarily, because a trap game to me is one where the next opponent, it's not like they have Buffalo next. They've got Chicago next. I just think it's the kind of game that I think the Colts are going to show up. I think the Colts are playing for something. I think the Lions always have people's attention, and they're in the position now where you tend to get the opponent's best shot because they have so much respect for you. And there's a little bit of an element. I will admit I'm falling perhaps a bit victim to also falling for what my eyes showed me last. And what my eyes showed me last was Anthony Richardson's best game as an NFL quarterback. Does that mean he's turned the corner? Of course not.
I think this is, Kane, would you describe this as a or a whoa?
We got breaking news?
Yeah.
I
think
to me it's more like, because that to me it's like,
Well, now I'm intrigued.
The New York Football Giants are releasing Daniel Jones, the quarterback.
Okay, my first gut instinct is, whoa.
That was my first, and then I'm like, it's a but it's a heavy
Yep.
So according to Spot Track, the Giants' release of quarterback Daniel Jones leaves behind dead cap hits of $47 million this year and $22 million next year. It frees up $19.4 million of cap for the 2025 season. So you've got all these people that are wondering, what are the Giants going to do with if they're going to have a top pick because they've been saddled with Daniel Jones? Now no longer. So guess who's open for a quarterback? The Giants.
Wow.
The reason I said is, did you guys catch his media scrum yesterday?
Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
I did not.
Okay. Dude, he gave a speech like he was retiring. It was the weirdest thing ever. He's like, he was thanking everyone in the organization, taking a chance on him, all the relationships he's built. I'm like, bro, you're still on the team. What's going on? And apparently he knew, they were gonna release him. So that's why he did that. So that's why, to me, the fact that they released him today makes a lot more sense.
So not only did he get passed over by DeVito and Drew Lock and relegated to third quarterback duties. Yeah, you're right. He knew.
He knew yesterday. He already
says the goodbyes. Yeah, and now he's officially, I guess, released. So that's interesting development for the Giants. And now the Giants are in tank mode the rest of the season, although they'll say, no, Tommy DeVito gives us a real chance to win. Uh-huh.
You know, Daniel Jones was the 4th quarterback on the chart after he got demoted. You know who
another one?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a
So
4th.
DeVito jumped Drew Lock.
Yeah.
You know who the 3rd quarterback is?
No.
It's Tim Boyle.
You got to be kidding me.
No. That's why I was like, yeah, what's going on over there? So, yeah.
Huh.
I mean, when you get jumped by Tim Boyle, it's just, all right, goodbye, everybody.
So when you go back to looking at the Hard Knocks stuff that the NFL did on HBO with the Giants, and that took you behind the scenes of the negotiations with Saquon Barkley and how they decided they were going to stick with Daniel Jones, and because of that, they really couldn't afford to keep Barkley.
Yeah.
What a horrific decision that was and has been, because obviously Barkley's very talented, and when he's healthy, I think he is the best running back in football when he's healthy. And he's playing really well with Philadelphia. But what a horrible situation for the Giants to go through, and it's just too bad. But they're going to probably have their pick of the litter when it comes to quarterbacks in the upcoming draft. So get ready for Shedeur Sanders to play for the Giants, or perhaps Cam Ward.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, are you a true Lions fan? If so, lean in. Hey, it's Doug for UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. They're celebrating partnerships with our city's gridiron heroes. That's right. Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold, they're on board. And they got something special for you as well. Introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card as a UMCU member. And I am a UMCU member, but as a UMCU member, you'll show off your Lions pride, and you also gain access to exclusive perks. Imagine getting up to 20% off merchandise inside Ford Field, plus access to VIP events where you can actually meet current and legendary Lions players. That's right, UMCU's membership opens up doors to some of the most exciting experiences for the true fan. So there you go, the Detroit Lions, the hottest thing in town right now, and you can get exclusive access and 20% off inside Ford Field with your Detroit Lions Gridiron Heroes debit card. This card isn't just for any fan. It's designed for real Lions fans who live for every touchdown and every victory. The Lions Black Card is exclusive to UMCU members, and signing up is easy. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit like never before. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, anything on your mind, fair game. We'll give you some Lions. Michigan gets Bryce Underwood. Michigan State taking on Purdue tonight. If you want to delve into those as well, we'll take your phone calls and feedback. As far as the Lions are concerned, man, look, I felt more confident in some other games. I think this one's going to be a challenge. This has that feel to me, and Gator is very chesty. And right now, 77% of the responses we have got are on Team Gator. It is a chesty Detroit Lions fan base going into this one. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Rodney in Westland. You're a nice someone to take it. What's up, Rodney?
Yeah, how you doing, guys? I've been a Lions fan since Lynn Barney, Charlie Sanders, Alice Karras, and Roger Brown.
Well, your credentials are in order.
Huh?
I said your credentials are in order then, sir.
Yep, and I even played 1 year with Kirk Gibson at Michigan State.
Oh, did you? What'd you play, Rodney?
Yes, I did. I played tight end. Daryl Rogers was the coach at the time, so I played at 76, 77.
Cool.
And what I want to talk about the Lions is I don't think anybody's worried about they're going to win. They got 7 games left. The thing that's worrying me, are they going to actually go all the way and be 16-1? What was worrying me and some other people, which team is it that's going to beat them in between those 7 games? So every game you can look at could be a trap game. And I want to ask you, what do you consider a comfortable margin for the Lions to win by 10, 14 points? I got them winning by 10.
I mean, 10 is a cover, and so I would say that is when you win by more than the point spread, that's relatively comfortable. I mean, if they have a 3-point lead, like it depends on how if they're up 30-10 and Indianapolis puts up 10 points late in the last 5 minutes of the game and they win 30-20, then that felt like a comfortable win. If they're up 23-20 and the Lions go down and score a late touchdown to seal the deal, that does not feel like a comfortable win. So that's close enough that I really feel like it depends a lot on how the game goes.
Well, like I said, in today's football, look at the Ravens. They lost 4 games already. Who would you ever thought that they would win 4 games this year? And they lost to 2 teams that nobody thought they would lose to. So everybody's going to be after the Lions to knock them off their high horse. So, yeah, I want them to go win the rest of the games, but you got that feeling somebody along that way is going to beat them. But who? Which team's going to do it?
Well, I mean, probably the closest point spread they'll have the rest of the way would either be the Buffalo game or the Green Bay game, Gator. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah.
I suspect they'll be favored in every game the rest of the way.
Yeah, but one of those teams, yeah. Are they going to go, like I said, 16-1? Do you really think that?
They might.
Yeah, I know they might, but, in today's game, do you really want to go 16?
Rodney,
go ahead.
Who do you think they're going to lose to?
I thought it could be Buffalo or Green Bay, but but you don't know. It could be the Colts Sunday. You just don't know. Anybody could come and shock you, and you look up in the next morning.
Is the purpose of this phone call to say any given Sunday?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I feel like we went a long way to get there. Yeah. I mean, I think if they played Jacksonville 100 times, the Lions would maybe win 100 times. That felt like such a lopsided affair last Sunday.
Only because it was.
Yeah. I mean, you always got to figure on the Lions' worst day and Jacksonville's best day. Could Jacksonville have won? They actually probably could have. I mean, the thing about Jacksonville and what impresses me so much about the way the Lions played is that offensively, to score on 7 straight touchdowns on 7 straight possessions, Jacksonville held Minnesota to no touchdowns the week before. And that's incredible given some of the weapons that Minnesota has.
Yeah, I really think going back to that Jacksonville game, that the first play on offense for the Lions set the tone. Jared Goff rolling to his right to get away from pressure. Yeah. He bought himself time, throws it down the sideline to Shane Zylstra, who catches it for 10 yards and then runs for another 12.
Yeah.
22 yards on the first play of the game to your, third or fourth string tight end?
Yeah.
With a quarterback that can't run, but certainly showed his mobility on that play, and I think it demoralized Jacksonville from the get-go. They're like, we can get after Jared Goff. We can get to him. And then they didn't. They didn't get to him all game.
248-539-9797. Greg is in Detroit next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Doug Gator. Listen, guys. I'm sick and tired. I don't care. I'm not looking down the road to see who's going to beat us. As far as I'm concerned, everybody's in fear of us. That's how I'm walking now. That's how I'm talking. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about Buffalo. I don't care about Green Bay. I don't care about San Francisco. The Lions are something completely different that we, of course, as Lions fans, that we have not seen. Neither the NFL. I think the Lions are driven and focused to what happened to them in San Francisco. That's their drive. Now, as far as the game Sunday, I'm saying it's going to be a close game, only simply because Richardson has something to prove, too. No professional players ever said, take me out of the game because I'm tired. And I think that's a bad look on him. Now, how much great would it be to get his respect back by beating the Detroit Lions? So in those regards, I think he'll be driven. I think his teammates should be driven because of the overwhelmingness of the Lions fans are going to be there, and also the fear of being embarrassed. I'm sure that they're saying, we are not going to look like what they did to their team last week. We are not going to do that. So that's going to be driven. However, with the Lions' focus and driven to get back to the Super Bowl, to revenge that loss against the 49ers, and with Richardson's desire to be respected by beating the Detroit Lions, it's going to be a good game. Where's the Lions? As long as we got Jared Goff and 2 minutes on the clock, the greatest quarterback in the NFL, we're going to win.
Greg, thank you for the phone call.
You know, it's funny because we go back to Sunday's game because it was so recent and how they just smoked Jacksonville. It's not like that's the first time they smoked somebody. They smoked Tennessee. They smoked the Cowboys. They put up over 40 against Seattle. This is what this team is. They're totally capable of doing this each and every week. It happened to work that everything worked last week. I mean, they could nothing failed them last week. And maybe you can't expect that, but to expect this team to score 30 points in a game, I think you have to. I mean, if you're defending the Lions as an opposing team, you're going to go up against that team's offense. I think you have to go into it thinking we got to stop them from scoring 30 because it just gets out of hand quickly.
You don't want to get into a shootout with the Lions.
You do not want to do that.
We want you to try to get into a shootout with the Lions.
So again, if from an offensive standpoint, if you're Indianapolis, if you know that you don't want to get into a shootout, you try to control the clock.
Try and run the ball.
You try to run the football.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. We go out to Allen Park, the latest on this Lions team with the Birchie kid today at 12:30 inside Allen Park. We do it every Friday as Dan Campbell meets with the media one last time, one last practice. We get the very latest heading into this weekend. Plus, we got some picks coming up today at 1:40, as we always do. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It is indeed a Friday. A little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday was just a wet sneeze all day. Gross, cold. Could have been worse. Could have been Cleveland. Of course, I think we say that every day.
Yeah, I don't care what the weather is like. It's always better here than it is in Cleveland, Gator. Always.
Watching that game last night, and I parachuted in late in the game because I was watching the local teams play, and then when that was done, I flipped over. My God, that was quite the storm they were trying to play in. Lots of snow, and in the end, Cleveland somehow came back and won that game behind the heroics of Jameis Winston.
He's entertaining.
It was his speeches that got the team through.
Dude, that speech is fantastic.
Which one? All of them? Yes.
Yeah. Did we? You didn't replay the?
No.
Let's replay it.
You want to?
Yeah, it's Jameis Winston before the game with Pittsburgh last night, getting people fired up. Here's what he had to say. It's not about the lights, not about the camera, not about the action.
Not about the action.
It's about
the action.
So great. And then they went and won. Ran through a brick wall for their guy.
Yeah, they did.
248-539-9797. Bunch of stuff on the table. It's an interesting series of texts that have just come in on the Bryce Underwood thing. I love that Michigan got Bryce, but I feel bad for Jaden Davis. The kid didn't get a chance. His parents wanting him to redshirt hurt him. He sat behind 3 challenged quarterbacks. Hopefully when the portal opens up, he goes somewhere that he can play without parental interference or lackadaisical head coach. And no, Sharon Moore doesn't get a mulligan next year. I'm not expecting a natty, but I'm expecting 10 wins for sure. It's not
10 wins with a freshman quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this about it depends. I don't even know what to expect because we don't know what the roster looks like. Like everything's year to year in college football anymore.
Well, that's the thing. The portal changes everything. And do you want to throw your money at a senior in high school, or do you want to throw it at a
portal,
a redshirt junior, or fifth year senior in college?
Unnamed texter, it's so clear that this kid is going to pull a Quinn Ewers and spend his first year riding the pine to collect the check and then bounce for an SEC program. What makes it clear?
So who are the quarterbacks for Michigan for next season? As it stands right now, before anybody's transferred out.
All the same quarterbacks that are here. Tuttle is the only one that's out of eligibility and is gone. Everybody else could come back if they so choose.
So there's no guarantee that Underwood starts.
No. I mean, and will say with a degree of certainty they will add a portal quarterback. The kid sold his soul and abandoned the program he wanted to go to just to get a check. The modern college football world is shameful.
Well, why did he abandon? Did he go to LSU in the first place because of money?
I don't know.
Is that why he committed?
Look.
And then he goes back on that commitment to take more money to go to Michigan.
I can understand that people might be uncomfortable with the New World Order, but whoever this person that sent this text is a fan of, do you want your program to not do this? Would you be upset if your program went out and got involved with NIL for a player?
You can be both. You can understand that this is the new way of college football and still not like it.
No,
which I think there's a lot of people are in that
I'm saying
camp.
I understand being uncomfortable. I think in this day and age where it's now legal to actually get paid taking the most money, I think it's an unfair characterization to call it shameful. If you left here or anybody left a job for a job that paid them more, would that be, quote, shameful?
No, it's not shameful at all. But college football is a little bit different because the rules are different from team to team and state to state of what you can do with NIL. And I think that's part of the whole thing is we're not even sure what the hell the parameters are with NIL. So while there are no parameters, it's the Wild West.
I think shameful's a bit harsh. 248-539-9797.
Not for an LSU fan who just got jilted.
Maybe not. Let's go to David next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
I just wanted to call and say that I am completely on the side of Gator, and I want to make my best pitch to try to win you back from Sketch to Chesky if I could.
There you go.
All right. So if we assume that Houston is a better football team than the Indianapolis Colts, then exactly how bad would the Lions have to play to lose a game to the Colts? And how great would the Colts have to play?
Well, I mean, football teams aren't chess pieces that move the same way every week. How did they lose to Tampa?
Agreed. When Hutch went down, I was devastated. I thought wild card at best. In my text group, they hate me because I'm always quick to be negative. But that Houston game to just strip me of any legitimate claim to say that I don't think that the Lions are just a good team. All these numbers project them to be this historically great team.
Yeah.
And that should win out over a pretty middle-of-the-road Colts team.
I think it's a Colts team. I think it's a Colts team that has some ability, and I'm buying in a little bit to Anthony Richardson here. Not like Kang buys into Anthony Richardson, but I'm buying in a little bit to him having benefited from watching the game for a couple of weeks and then coming back and playing the best game of his career. But I mean, I think there's a little bit of merit to Goff's point that it's not easy, even though they've made it look easy.
I could be with you if it wasn't against the Jets. If it was a somewhat better team than that, but the Jets, I don't know what that says about Richardson's performance.
Hey, thank you for the phone. So you're in the Chesty camp, and it's still 2/3 are with you and Gator. 248-539-9797.
You are unconvinced.
No, but it's okay.
It's fine.
The one thing that you and I do really good, I think that we're really good at, is the following. I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to get in here on Monday and make that proclamation.
What were you thinking? Well,
Yep.
I was wrong.
I was wrong.
Yeah, but
How could you?
Yeah,
I was wrong. My hunch, my feelings about this one were wrong. 248-539-9797. Eugene is next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Eugene?
Yeah, how y'all doing? Nice listening to y'all.
Thank you.
I think the Lions gonna win. They probably go 16-1. But I want to ask y'all a question. If Phil Jackson, or just not a question but a remark, if Phil Jackson and the dude from Lebowski had a child, it would be Dan Gilbert. He has this mystique about him, but he.
All right, do you mean Dan Campbell or Dan Gilbert?
Dan Campbell.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, because he has this mystique about him, but he also seems laid back, like he's one of the boys. Would you say he's a player's coach?
Oh, he's 100% a player's coach. Yeah.
I don't, Gator, you'll be better with this because it's a movie analogy, and I'm not down with these. But is he right?
Well, lots of people have made the comparisons to the dude Lebowski, Jeff Bridges' character in The Big Lebowski.
And Phil Jackson with his yin yang technology or theories. Phil Jackson from the Chicago Bulls.
I am familiar with. I am familiar with Phil Jackson. I know who that is. Is it an apt comparison? Is it an apt comparison, Scott?
To blend the two together? I don't know. I'm not the one to ask because I couldn't stand the movie The Big Lebowski, and I know I'm in the minority on that, so I never like to hear the comparisons to Coach Campbell and the dude. I've already, you're tuning me out right away when I hear that.
What didn't you like about it?
I just don't need to get into it. Just didn't like the
fair
movie.
enough. I'll trust you.
But as far as Phil Jackson's concerned, is he a Zen master or the yin and yang master, like you were saying? Is he a Zen master? I don't know if he's a Zen master. I think he knows how to get in touch with today's player. I know what he wants out of a player is what he wasn't in a player. He loved the game.
Yeah.
And he wants guys around him that love the game as much as he does. And when he finds those guys, he knows he can reach those guys because they can tap into what's the commonality. They love the game.
248-539-9797. Get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 12:30, we go inside Allen Park. Picks at 140, 97-1 The Ticket.
Annie Agar on Twitter. We follow her. She's a funny follow. She kind of made noise a few years ago doing all the post NFL week stuff and then did college football stuff. She's really funny. She tweeted this out. The Cowboys have a chance to do the funniest thing ever. Sign and start Daniel Jones on Thanksgiving against the Giants.
It would be an expensive joke.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, is Daniel Jones better than Cooper Rush?
Are you guys bringing this back to the Cowboys? Seriously? Seriously? After all week, we talk about how ESPN does this all the time, and then you guys actually do it? How does the release of Daniel Jones affect the Cowboys?
That's right.
Come on, man. Do they still do that segment on ESPN? Come on, man. Seriously?
No, you got us. You're absolutely right.
All right. How does this affect the Lions, guys? Is he better than Hendon Hooker as your backup quarterback?
The answer is no. He's not.
All right. Just throwing it out there.
Daniel
I want to bring
Jones
it back.
Thank you. Daniel Jones is terrible.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's good. Okay.
He's terrible.
But he does have a lot more experience than Hendon Hooker in the NFL.
Just stop.
No?
Stop. He's terrible. Absolutely not.
Do you know Hendon Hooker's terrible or not?
He's not terrible. He's really good.
Is this coach speak again?
Somebody says Hendon Hooker's terrible. You say, no, Hendon Hooker's pretty good.
He's going to be just fine. I don't know if the team's going to hang
the
on.
problem is, getting Daniel Jones means you got to pick up his contract, right?
Well yeah, he's going to clear,
today,
though.
If you pick him up today, you would, and it would be $11 million. I think if Monday is the day, if he clears waivers, then he can sign anywhere.
Yep.
And then you just pay him the league minimum the rest of the way. But obviously, a team playing on Thursday would probably not do that. With a quarterback, has to learn an entire playbook in a couple of days. Although, who do we see do that? Like, was it last year or the year before? Somebody literally was signed by a team. Was it Baker Mayfield?
Oh, with the Rams?
Yeah.
Was that a couple years ago?
I think, yeah. He picked up the playbook, and they started him like 3 days later. He had like 72 hours with the playbook.
Yeah, I think it was Baker a couple of years ago.
It's crazy. So I guess, crazier things have happened.
And that was the same Baker Mayfield we needed to win that game at Seattle at the end of the year.
That's when Gator didn't like him.
Yeah.
It's a love-hate relationship with me and Baker. It's complicated.
Let's go to Jared and Wixom. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Jared.
Hey, guys. How are you guys doing today?
We're good. Thank you.
All right. Well, I got to go with Doug with chest out.
Well, that'd be gay.
1.5 years of how good they are puts the fear in you. I looked at my wife that last game, and I go, what am I watching? Oh, my God, they are so good. It is the weirdest thing you've ever seen. They went the worst ever to maybe historically good, but how can you not be scared the amount of Lions games you've watched in your life? Just that back of your mind, maybe, oh, my God.
I don't have that in the back of my mind anymore.
Well,
why would I? This team has erased all of that. Starting with 8-2 down the stretch a couple of years ago in 2022 to 12-5 last year to winning 2 playoff games to being 9-1 this year, winning in a quagmire, coming back from being down 23-7 at halftime on the road to Houston. No, I no longer have any of those stupid thoughts going through my head.
Well, and I feel like you got a little aggressive, but all your points are super valid. But you just, so the amount of people that call into this station and go, I've been watching this team my whole life. I'm not going to tell you how old I am.
You don't have to.
I've been watching my whole life. My dad has. All of us. But
don't do it.
Just and sports is hard. So there's always that chance.
Jared, this has been a great call. I got just real quick. I'm not sure. Are you chesty or I think this game is sketch?
Oh, I am. What do you guys say? 51% chesty.
All right. So you think it's sketch? That says if you are 51% chesty.
That's not chesty.
No.
Chesty is 100%.
It's right around a third now. The people are a little concerned.
Oh, you
about
got
this
him
game.
on your side.
I do.
That's because Gator yelled at him.
I got a little aggressive.
You got a little aggressive.
That was hysterical.
He's right. I think it's a little aggressive.
248-539-9797. Rodney is next on 97.1. Hi, Rodney.
Good evening. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys?
What's up?
Long Lions fan since 5 o'clock. The Lions, the way they are now, from being all tortured all these years of being punished, this team right here gives me the confidence week to week that they're growing and getting stronger. And they're giving us that feel that don't matter what opponents in front of us, they're going to give it their all, as they're showing most definitely in that Houston game. I've been impressed. I can't wait for more. I want the Chiefs. I want to stop that three-peat.
All of that, I think we'd all agree with. I'm assuming you're in the chesty, very confident that they will win this game this Sunday. Camp.
Yes, just like watching that Houston game at halftime, I kept thinking nothing but bad thoughts about what the Lions did in the past, but they really turned and showed that this is not that team anymore.
Yeah, I want to make a rule here, though, Rodney. I'm glad you're calling. I think the rule should be the following, and Kang and Gator, I want you to sound off on this. If the Lions lose this game, I think the rule should be you don't have to panic. I feel like people will panic. And
you do?
I do. I think there will be people who panic.
You think they'll panic, or do you think they'll just point out what could be the obvious if they were to lose? Let's say they lose. And it's because Anthony Richardson is running amok.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's panic, or do you think they're just going to point out they're in trouble when they face this type of quarterback? And is that panicking, or is that just pointing out the obvious?
I think that's just pointing out the obvious.
Okay.
I think people will panic. And as the one caller reminded us, sports is hard. But I think there will be, if the Lions lose one, the most amazing stat, okay, one of the more amazing stats with the Lions is how long it's been since they've lost back-to-back games. It's starting to feel like how long it's been since they've actually lost a game. Last year, Kansas City, in the midst of their Super Bowl run, lost back-to-back games. Didn't San Francisco lose 3 in a row last year?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and there's things happen during long seasons. A loss should not be there. You shouldn't panic. We don't make a lot of rules, but I want to make a rule. You're not allowed to panic. And in fact, if they manage to lose 2 in a row at any point this year, if you really truly believe everything you're saying today, it's an organization that should be able to endure a loss and even 2 in a row for the incredible amount of praise that they get, and deservedly so. I will not panic. I will not panic unless, 3 in a row would really be pushing the envelope. But losing 2 in a row is not unusual for great NFL teams. And certainly losing 1 is no reason to panic. 248-539-9797. Michael is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, guys. I'm not really sure what's going on with these last 2 callers. Really, SOL fans. The last 2 years, they've really been able to show us that in these situations where it's usually turn the TV off, they're going to find a way to lose it. There's every reason to keep it on because they're going to find a way to win it, like they did in Houston a couple weeks ago. 23-7, it was they're going to win this game.
Sure felt like, I never thought that they were out of that game. I felt like they had a chance to win that game. And I always feel like, quite frankly, as long as it doesn't take like a series of onside kicks or like a bunch of 2-point conversions, yeah, they have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, trading interceptions to start the second half was weird. But,
then
they settled down.
I thought the most important point in that game was when they did trade interceptions. They got the 1 to start the second half. Great field position, immediately gave it back. When the defense got the 3 and out, it almost nullified the interception that Goff threw because they picked it up with great, not as good, but great field position.
It just took off some time from the clock.
Yep. We had to let you go, man. The echo. You always remember to turn your radio down. 248-539-9797. We go to Larry next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, okay, I've been a Lions fan my whole life. They've had bad calls against them for 55 years.
Okay, I always said Fords owned them. If there's a referee on the team that bought a Ford and their wife, their kid, their daughter, or somebody got killed, they're going to make a bad call against the Lions. Now, the Frisco game last year in the playoffs, they ran for 257 yards or something the first half. The odds in Vegas were like 500-1 that if we would have won the Super Bowl last year, we would have bankrupted Vegas. At halftime, if you ran for almost 300 yards in the first half, why would you come out in the second half and throw 9 straight incompletions? They were told to lose that game.
Which game are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Lions last year when they played Frisco. They kicked their butt in the first half. The second half, they came out and they threw the ball 9 times in a row. They quit running the ball. Somebody told them that they can't win last year. They were told, you're going to lose. We're going to lose too much money. And now look at this year. I've watched them this year, and there's calls that should have been called against them in the previous year.
All right. You're literally dead wrong what happened in that game last year. But it's
no,
you're literally dead. You're literally dead
wrong. If you
wrong.
were the coach of the Lions and ran the ball for 300 yards in the first half,
how many yards rushing did they have? Okay, hold on, Nitz. How many yards rushing did the Lions have in the first half of that game? Do you have that in front of you?
I don't have the half stats, but I have the team stats for the game.
Yeah.
They ran it for 182 yards in the game.
Okay, so they didn't. If they ran for all of those yards in the first half,
which they didn't.
No.
And then to start the second half, they threw the first pass. Then they ran it on the second play of the second half.
Okay, so Larry
and ran it on the third play.
Okay, so they didn't throw
and
it 9
ran
straight.
It on the fourth play.
So they didn't throw 9 straight times to start the second half?
No, they didn't.
And they didn't have anywhere close to 300 yards rushing in the first half?
No, they didn't. And then their second drive, they fumbled on the first play, which was a running play.
They were smoking them. You guys are stoned. What are you, high? They were up by 17 points. They ran the ball
Larry, I mean, if any of us is under a substance, I would question whether or not you're under the substance because you've been... I don't know. You've been spilling nothing but mistruths the whole time.
We just told you what the stats are.
You just said they ran for 250 in the first half. They ran for 180 in the game. They
ran for over 200 yards in the first half.
They ran for 148
in the game.
They ran for 148 yards in the first half.
You guys are Democrats. Go suck Obama's.
What? Should I not be surprised? Should I not be surprised that somebody who is just throwing out lie after lie after lie? Should I not be surprised that that's where he's going to finish the call? Ignoring facts or truths?
Okay, so they
Larry, they ran for, what was it, like 140 in the first half?
148 yards in the first half.
And then, as I said, they ran, what 4 or 5 times?
He said they threw the ball.
In the first drive in the second half.
He said they threw the ball 9 consecutive times and threw 9 straight incompletions. And you pointed out that they actually ran it. But a fact is they ran it for the first 5 plays in the second half.
Yeah, the first play was in the second half was a 16-yard gain to Laporta. Then they ran it to Montgomery. Then they ran it to Montgomery. Then they ran it again with Montgomery. Then Goff threw an incomplete pass, another incomplete pass. Then they ran it with St. Brown. Had an incomplete pass, and they had to turn things over. Because it was 4th down. Then they got the ball back, ran it with Jahmyr Gibbs, but they had the fumble.
We didn't make anything up there. This
then
is all listed in the game, which is play-by-play.
Because they had a 17-point lead, right? Yep. So what he wanted them to do was to continue running the football, which is exactly what they did. Then the game is tied at 24 now, and the Lions, on 1st and 10, after San Francisco tied it up, ran it again, then 2 incomplete passes.
Facts.
So, sorry, Larry.
They wander amongst us.
Yeah.
Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more if you bundle Kinetico Premier Softener with the Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% off a Navian tankless water heater. We got one. We love it. CGC Water, your independent, authorized Connecticut dealer. 855-339-4242. Always good to talk to the Birchie Kid here on 97.1 The Ticket, and today is always a big day. Last practice, last meeting with the media before the Lions take on their opponent on Sunday, and we go to the man who was there for all of it, William Birchfield. Birchie, how are you, sir?
Kenny Birchfield to you, Doug Carr.
I missed it. I'm sorry you were off the air. What did you call me? What did you say we're supposed to call you?
William Eldred Kenny Birchfield. I got two middle names, man.
That's a lot. That's a lot going on.
That's hilarious, and it's on brand.
Hey, mostly encouraging updates from Dan Campbell today. It does sound like Sam Laporta will play after he missed last week's game with his shoulder. It sounds like we might see Emmanuel Mosley for the first time this season. He was activated last week. He could play on Sunday for the first time, which would be needed because we did not see Ennis Rakestraw at practice today. No word yet on his injury or his setback, but he was not out there. And then Terrion Arnold, who suffered some sort of minor groin issue in yesterday's practice, was out there. Dan Campbell said he should play Sunday. Not concerned about him yet, assuming he makes it through practice today okay. We assume we'll see him on Sunday. And by the way, guys, do you know who has played the second most snaps in man coverage in the NFL this season? That would be Carlton Davis. Do you know the only cornerback who has played more snaps in man coverage this season than Carlton Davis? That would be none other than Terrion Arnold. And more, he is rising to that challenge. And obviously the numbers in zone aren't nearly as flattering. But when you look at what he has done in man coverage this season, along with Davis and Amik Robertson, it's exactly why the Lions drafted him where they did. That trio is getting better and better by the week.
So when you're playing a quarterback that can hurt you on the ground, one of the reasons you play a lot of zone defense then is because then all of your guys dropping into coverage have their eyes on the quarterback.
Yeah.
And the moment that he starts to run, they can all react. When you're in man and you're running with a receiver, quarterback can be running 20 yards downfield and you're not reacting to him. With those man coverage numbers, do they come back this week and play more zone?
Yeah, so it's funny. Aaron Glenn was asked that exact question based on that exact premise on Thursday, and he was like, well, I'm not just going to give you the game plan, which might have been some sort of confirmation that will be the plan on Sunday. Anthony Richardson is like prime physical Cam Newton. I mean, there isn't a more imposing quarterback in the NFL, 6'4", 245. As Jack Campbell said this week, he's a guy who seeks contact, which I respect because Jack Campbell seeks contact himself. You don't see many quarterbacks in the NFL, aside from maybe Josh Allen, Justin Fields at time, go looking for contact, trying to lower their shoulder. He is a guy who will do that. He'll also stand back there and attempt to rope the ball downfield. And as Terrion Arnold told us yesterday, you watch him on tape, he'll throw a 70-yard pass with a guy in his face. And to the Lions secondary, that screams opportunity. They see a chance this week against a quarterback who has a 50% completion percentage to get their hands on some balls. And I think Terrion Arnold is maybe licking his chops this week for his first pick in the NFL. He told us yesterday that after those first 4 games where he had, I believe, 8 penalties, mostly of the holding/pass interference variety, he had a ref approach him recently before a game and tell him, hey, man, we watched the tape on you. You're sticky in coverage. We get it. We know. Just make sure that you're getting your head around at the ball at the top of the route. And since then, he has just 1 penalty in 6 games since. So it seems like, as Carlton Davis predicted after Arnold's debut, the refs have a better understanding of the physical style in which he plays, and that's allowing him to play with some more latitude on the officiating end.
I don't think I'm alone here. I think Brian Branch is the best safety in football right now, and I think he plays a key role in the game on Sunday because if they are going to play man-to-man coverage, that can free up a safety to not necessarily be a spy, but to be somebody who can be wary of what's going on at the line of scrimmage and help to clean up if Anthony Richardson decides to take off. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think Brian Branch plays a pretty big role every week. I don't think he'll be coming off the field on Sunday, and that's certainly a guy that even though he's giving up probably 5 inches, 6 inches, and 75 pounds, Richardson definitely wants to lay the wood on him if he gets a chance. And the same could be said for Kirby Joseph. I think that the one underrated aspect of Kirby's game is that he plays really physically as a safety too, and obviously the focus goes to his ball skills, but he has made like a concerted effort this season to play with more physicality as a tackler, and we're seeing that show up week to week too. So that tandem, which is now maybe known as smash and grab, it sounds like, is proving week in, week out that there is no one really even close to them this season at that position. But I think the big question on Sunday is just how seamlessly Jack Campbell steps into that role as the green dot linebacker. Obviously, he's done it in the past, but there is this really hard to replicate rapport between Anzalone and Aaron Glenn, where Anzalone just kind of knows what he's thinking before each play comes in. He can get it to his teammates really smoothly, effortlessly. And Jack Campbell does repeat most of those calls, mostly for the sake of those safeties who he said are often kind of messing around in the back of the defense. So he plays that role himself, but it's going to be vital on Sunday against a quarterback who can hurt you in so many different ways that Jack Campbell has a full command of that defense from start to finish.
Broderick Martin's another guy that's been in practice for a couple weeks now. They just picked up David Long, an extra linebacker. Are we going to expect either of those players to play on Sunday?
No, David Long will not. He's still on the practice squad. They view him more right now as potentially a special teams asset and insurance if they suffer even more injuries at linebacker. And I don't think we'll see Broderick Martin. They did speak highly of him this week. They said he was scout team player of the week last week, and mostly because he's been giving Frank Ragnow all sorts of issues in practice. But of Mosley and Martin, the two guys who are close to or have been activated, more likely that we'll see Mosley on Sunday.
Interesting. So, look, the Lions, every single time somebody goes down to injury, it feels like the team, they can endure the stress of that. And now they lose Anzalone, and in steps Jack Campbell with the green dot and Malcolm Rodriguez. Yeah. And I was looking back at Malcolm Rodriguez's career. Last year, he plays no defensive snaps against the Rams in the postseason, one against Tampa, and then goes 40-something snaps against San Francisco, 6 tackles, 1 TFL, and an interception. One of the most amazing things is they just have the tolerance to be able to endure another injury. And I guess we'll find out because, look, how many teams can go to a Malcolm Rodriguez in this situation and feel like you're putting in an asset, a player that can help you win this game?
Yeah, not many. I mean, remember, he was a star, a borderline star as a rookie when he stepped in and started in the middle of this defense next to Anzalone as a 6th-round pick. And the reason he played so much in that Niners game last year is because Derek Barnes left that game early with a knee injury. And so there goes Rodriguez kind of into that role as the Sam linebacker. And they might use him more as the Will linebacker in Anzalone's spot on Sunday. And look, he doesn't have obviously the same length, doesn't have quite the same athleticism as Anzalone, and not the same ability in coverage. But he does have experience in this defense under Aaron Glenn for going on 4 years now. And I think one thing that explains why these players step in and play so well when they haven't had the game reps is that the Lions practice like maniacs every single week. And not a lot of teams do this across the NFL, but Campbell makes a point every week to do one-on-ones, like starters versus starters, and often in pads, so that when they get into games, these guys are ready. And, again, talking to Terry on this week, he was asked about those kind of notorious Bama practices, which are obviously crazy intense under Nick Saban, at least they used to be, versus Lions practices. And he said, dude, they are way more violent here. He explained it like this. When you're in college, like you have to play physically and practice physically because you're trying to instill that into players at that young age. Here, like, we're already tough, so we're choosing to play violent in practice. He said, like, last week, the game was so much easier than practice was, and I think that explains why these backups, if you want to call them that, step in and play so well on Sundays when they need to.
Okay, final thing from us is we've been debating. Gator's very chesty. He thinks the Lions roll. I'm a little bit more sketch on this game. I think it's going to be close. Where do you fall?
I think they roll. I think the Colts, for the second week in a row, are going to have to play 3 rookies on their offensive line, down at least 2, likely 3 starters. I think that limits what they can do on offense and hinders their ability to keep up with the Lions, who seem like a lock now to score 30-plus a week. One more note for you guys, and I know you were discussing this week the possibility of that Lions-Bills game being flexed to Monday night. Yep. So this comes from the Lions via the NFL's scheduling department. Fox and CBS can both choose to protect one game per week from being flexed. They have an 18-day window before that game to block that game of that week. They haven't decided yet which game that will be for that week, but it would be shocking if CBS doesn't protect that Lions-Bills game. So barring something unforeseen, highly unlikely that Lions-Bills game does go to Monday night in week whatever that is.
Thank you for clearing that up. We read the NFL rules, and they had nothing about the protection rules, and I wondered if they gotten rid of it, but apparently they have not. So there you go.
Hey, if you guys have time for one more thing real quick, you'll love this.
Yep.
So Andy Reid was talking last year about how he used a trick play in Green Bay that he had found from a janitor in their building. He had been knocking on his door saying, "Hey, coach, I got this great play for you." So Reid finally wrote it down, used it in a game. They scored a touchdown. Last year, Lions-Jags joint practices between offensive periods, a local ref who was at practice that day, not an NFL ref, but like a college or high school ref, approaches Ben Johnson with an elaborate trick play. He spends 5 minutes detailing it, explaining it. Ben Johnson writes it down on a piece of paper. He has kept that piece of paper in his office since. He was asked about it yesterday. He said it's not yet in the playbook, but it's beginning to churn more and more in his head. So it seems like if and when the Lions win the Super Bowl this season, they'll do it on a trick play from a local ref that Ben Johnson wrote down on a piece of paper during joint practices last season. So look for that at some point this season. He said if and when they run it, he'll give credit where it's due.
That's hysterical. I got to follow up on that. And that a lot of these local refs go to the Michigan practices, and I see them and talk to them. I have some suspicions of who some of these guys might be.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Hey, thanks, Birchie. Always good to talk to you.
All right, talk to you guys. Thanks a lot.
See you, buddy. It's the Birchie kid from out there in Allen Park. Here on 97.1, The Ticket.
Doug, I think that everybody that's ever played football, even if it's backyard football, you've thought of a play.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt.
I know I did that. I went to my coach in 8th grade and suggested a play, and he thought it was ridiculous. But I was persistent, and I said, we got to run this. And, of course, it was for me to play quarterback and do it. So in a practice, we ran the play, and it worked. He was pissed. Yeah.
I think
because he thought that now he's never going to shut up, and he was kind of right.
I don't know. I haven't done it in years, but I probably have an entire playbook of trick plays in my career file somewhere.
Yeah.
That I was just drawn up in high school and beyond where, we had all this time. Remember, I had all this time on my hands, and I would do things like draw football helmets.
Yeah.
I could draw the full cage and the half cage and the different kind of the way the bars were. And I would do I would draw that. I would draw up trick plays. None of them have been used at the National Football League level.
No, not yet.
That I'm aware of.
Well, you haven't had your sit down with Ben Johnson yet.
I've not.
Or Andy Reid.
So the funny thing about that is I would imagine being an offensive coordinator or a head coach, you are probably prone to, dude, I got this play. Wouldn't you think you'd hear a lot of, dude, I got a play for you?
I think you hear that all the time.
Yeah.
I think people come up to you all the time. Just like, this is evidence, right? Andy Reid was approached by a janitor. Ben Johnson's approached by high school officials, or, referees and such. Of course they're getting approached all the time. Imagine being out to dinner. Some rando comes up to you with a napkin, a bunch of X's and O's written on it,
would.
and starts talking to you, and says, I don't want to take up your time, but here, I'll just leave this with you. Thanks a lot. Because, Doug, every guy thinks they what?
Can call plays, drive, and grill.
There you go.
And it's probably even more than call plays. They think they can coach. It's interesting because the longer I do this and the more that I learn, the less I think I can coach. Does that make sense?
Yep.
The more that I have learned, and I've learned a lot over the last few years, the less I feel like I can coach. But it's, every time I learn something new from a coach, it always comes with I never even considered that, and this is part of the consideration. And it might shape a little bit of what we do on the air here in terms of the opinions that come through. But, hey, look, good for the janitor. It worked. Now we got some local ref who gave Ben Johnson a play. Maybe I think Ben Johnson should file it away because now that everybody knows that he's got some trick play, I think he should file it away and use it for the Lions next year.
Yeah, there's no point doing it this year. They need time to work on it in the offseason.
Save it, Ben. Save it for next year. I'm in favor of that. All right, let's set the table here a little bit for the final hour of the show. First, as it pertains to the Lions, Gator is chesty. As we talked this game through in the first hour and sort of got into what we think is going to happen, what became abundantly clear is that Gator thinks this is a comfortable Lions win. I, on the other hand, think it's a bit sketch. This looks like there's the obvious tough games, and then there is the second tier, like that not quite as obvious. And I think this is one that looks to me like it's going to be closer than people think. But right now, it's about 2/3 of the audience agrees with Gator and think the Lions go down. And look, Indianapolis is an under 500 team. The Lions aren't as great as they looked last week, but last week they couldn't have looked much better. And Anthony Richardson probably hasn't necessarily turned a corner. But he did play arguably the best game of his career. It's the first game all year that he has either not thrown an interception or fumbled the football. So I think this is going to be a battle. Clearly, many of you don't. Other topics today. Bryce Underwood commits to Michigan, which is part of the new college football. Some people are uncomfortable with it. We've heard from them. But gives at least Michigan fans, like, because the one thing that Jonathan Smith had at Michigan State was his young quarterback to build around. Michigan didn't have that. Now they can see the future, the vision that Sharon Moore has here. And I think the fire Sharon crowd, because the kid just committed to Sharon. Then we got some of that. Sharon's got to go kind of stuff, which we pushed back at both Jonathan Smith and Sharon Moore fire calls in year one. But I think they probably stand down now here a little bit.
Do you think this is absolutely done with for the rest of this year with Bryce Underwood and LSU? It's like because of the flip from last night, or is this like you still got to fight to hang on to him because would you expect LSU to come back with another counter?
I think you fight all the way until the kids sign the letter of intent, and that goes for every recruit everywhere. I mean, the strange thing is, like, if you look over the last couple of days, Michigan has lost 2 flips and gained 2 flips, and it's just it's what it is. It's what it is anymore, and you kind of just buckle up and endure it because college football's changed. And if you know, I can understand people being uncomfortable with the New World Order. We've had some pretty strong language used, which I would vehemently disagree with.
Are you comfortable with it?
I'm deciding I'm going to be, and here's the reason why. At the beginning of the portal era, people looked down on transfers. And I remember distinctly people going, oh, he's going into the portal. Like it was a shameful thing to do. We've gotten so used to that. Now, do I like it? I'm getting used to it, but I don't want to ruin the game of college football based upon what it used to be. Because then, do you remember when we were young and everybody said back in my day? And we'd kind of roll our eyes at them. Mm-hmm. That's what we're turning into.
Yeah, well.
Michigan State taking on Purdue tonight.
By the way, Michigan plays tomorrow.
They do play tomorrow. They play Northwestern. Final home game.
You got a job tomorrow.
Final home game for those kids. Yeah. Michigan State plays Purdue tonight at Spartan Stadium if you want to get into that. Our picks today at 1:40, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Other things going on. Wings come from behind and take down the Islanders. Pistons got down by 20, came back to take the lead, but lose it late. And did I see this, that Tyler Holton got a vote for MVP?
He got a 10th place vote. So he was one of like 4 players to receive a 10th place vote, or 5 players, whatever it was, which is kind of crazy when you think of it. I forget, it was a writer from Toronto maybe that gave it to him. But his season stats were fantastic.
They were.
His ERA was low 2.1 or something.
Mm-hmm.
He played in 1 million games for the Tigers. He obviously started a bunch of games with the opener that they would do. He was vitally important to this team.
That is somebody doing some deep dive and some real next level thinking.
I mean, everybody has to when you go 10 deep on your MVP voting, right, for the American League. So am I surprised he's on there? Absolutely. I'm surprised that he would include a bullpen arm that's not a closer, that wasn't a lights out closer anyway.
Yeah.
So, but good for him. He got a vote.
Yep.
I think Skubal finished 7th in the MVP voting, but was the unanimous Cy Young winner.
All right. I think this is interesting. And I want you to shut it down if you think it's going too far. Kang, you as well. There's a writer for the Vegas Sports Information Network named Ben Fawkes.
Mm-hmm.
He's tight with some bookmakers.
Mm-hmm.
He asked 6 odds makers what they would make the spread on a Lions-Chiefs Super Bowl. Did you see this?
I did see this.
I personally do not believe in jinxing things. I do think it's possible to get carried away and get ahead of oneself.
There you go.
Is this worth talking about?
I mean, it's we're just past the halfway point of the season. You're looking at the odds-on favorite teams to get to the Super Bowl, and doing this strange kind of exercise, a hypothetical situation. I was a little uncomfortable with it, but again, taking it for what it's worth, it's at this point in the year on a neutral field.
Yeah.
What would this point spread be between a Detroit and Kansas City game?
Yep. Kang, are you comfortable with this?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you're the 2 favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think it just comes with the territory.
Have you seen these numbers?
I have not.
Okay. What do you suspect? What would you think the Super Bowl spread would be on a Chiefs-Lions game on a neutral field?
Lions the favorite by 2 points.
Okay. 6 odds makers asked this question. Here are their answers. Lions, -4.5. Lions, -2.5. Lions, -2. Lions, -1.5. Lions, -1. And a pick 'em.
They're the favorite. Right now, if you were to turn on Indianapolis Sports Radio and they were talking the Lions Colts,
yep,
I wouldn't doubt at some point at all if someone said, how do the Colts upset the Super Bowl favorite Lions? Because that's what the Lions are right now. They're the Super Bowl favorite.
Yep.
And it is a little uncomfortable at times, but it's something that we have to live with right now as fans. I mean, I'm sure the players, they don't care, like Goff said earlier, hey, who was the favorite week 1 means nothing. But as far as talking points, yeah, and that's why when you said what would what I think the spread would be, the Lions would have to be favored. They are the favorite as of right now.
So the odds maker that made it a pick 'em is quoted in saying, one concern I have is the coach. When you talk about Detroit versus the Chiefs and Andy Reid, there's a big difference there, and the Lions haven't gotten to the Super Bowl yet. The Chiefs have been there. The story goes on to later say several of the odds makers contacted by The Athletic, who've worked in sports betting since the 1970s, could not recall a time when Detroit had been favored to win Pro Football's championship. Per Pro Football Reference, however, the Lions were favored by 3 points 70 years ago in the 1954 championship game against the Cleveland Browns, who obliterated the favorites by a score of 56-10. So, interesting stuff there. Should they get there?
Should they get there?
Should they get there? Should the Chiefs get there?
And that's where it is right now. Of
Yeah.
course, the line changes based on how teams are playing when you get to that point.
Who knows? If Chiefs lose another one, the Bills beat the Lions, things change
That's
all
right,
the
Kate.
time. But as of right now, it's the Chiefs and Lions. And clearly the Chiefs have the experience factor. It's not just with Andy Reid as far as being in the Super Bowl, the hype week,
It's
just
every
everything
one of
that
those
goes
players,
with it. Yeah, it's every one of the players. Like Mahomes, Kelsey, all those, Chris Jones, those guys, they've gone through this before. So it'll be a new experience if we are fortunate to have the Lions make it.
All right, Gator, something else I wanted to bring up because we talk about it every once in a while as a topic here on the show. And that is beer.
Oh, I like beer.
Yeah. I have found my new favorite holiday beer.
Okay.
Yep. I've been dubbed, I've been called, I've been tagged a sorority beer drinker. I like Miller Lite.
And your occasional fruity beer.
And things like Summer Shandy.
I like Summer Shandy. I like Miller Lite.
You and I like the Magic Hat number 9.
Love it. Just got a 6-pack of it a couple weeks ago.
And a few years ago, Line & Kugel had a cranberry ginger shandy.
Yeah.
And it was, I thought, a perfect holiday beer.
Christmas in a bottle.
It was Christmas in a bottle. I absolutely loved it. And like much of what I like, it was discontinued. I think that speaks to my tastes. I'm not mad about it. I think every person out there should authentically be themselves. And for me, that included, I loved the Line & Kugel cranberry ginger shandy. But it's gone. And I've been searching for them ever since. And in the past, we would do this around the holidays, and people would say, try this, try that. And I did. And it just wasn't for me. I'm not saying those beers weren't good. I'm just saying they weren't for me.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, I tried something new. I tried the New Belgium Holiday Ale.
Okay. New Belgium is a good brand.
Here is how it's described. Scent is cinnamon and nutmeg first, then malt, sweet berry, and a touch of orange. In the taste, the moderate malt leads with dark fruit and spice flowing. The fruit lasts with the distinctive cranberry aftertaste and hint of orange, giving the beer a pleasant, long-lasting flavor. I don't really know what any of that means.
Is it heavy? Is it something you can have 2 or 3 of, or is it something like you're one and done?
I had 2, and it was probably good. I would have shifted to Miller Lite after that. But if I were going to keep drinking, but I really like the New Belgium Holiday Ale.
All right.
And I would recommend it. Now, if you don't like it, that's fine. Like I said, to each their own. Authentically be you.
Did you find it to be sweet?
Yeah, a little bit, but
Okay.
not too sweet.
All right.
You know? Wasn't like I was drinking a seltzer or anything like that. So, yeah, it was good. It was good.
All right, I'm curious.
So, just throwing that out there.
If I'm out and about, maybe somebody's got it on draft. Maybe I'll try
I haven't seen it on tap anywhere. In fact, last night was the first night I saw it. And then we actually went out to dinner, and I was like, ooh, there's a long list of draft beers. And I'm like, let me look. And they didn't have it. They said they didn't have any holiday beers yet.
How did you come across it?
Kroger.
You just walk on the aisle at Kroger?
Yeah, I was like, let me give it. I took back returnables last night. They build up during the football season. We have a lot of family come in on the weekends, and
we understand it.
Yep. So we had quite a heavy.
You get after it.
Heavy ticket in returns, and I went and bought more beer.
That's what you should do. Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let me give this a shot, and I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
All right. I'm intrigued. If I see it, maybe I'll try it. If I see it on draft, I'll definitely try it.
Yeah, I would love it on draft. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to some college football stuff next. Don't forget our picks today at 1:38. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, celebrating its partnership with our gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they got something amazing just for you. Introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Hi, it's Doug Karsh. The Lions are hot, and the black unis fire. So this is the debit card for you. It isn't just any card. It's designed for a true Lions fan, lives with every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with this exclusive debit card only available through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose a Lions Black debit card or select from one of 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years. And now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA, UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. Michigan State taking on Purdue tonight. Spartans a heavy favorite there. Purdue is one of the worst teams in the country defensively. Spartans take care of the football. They should roll. Always a question whether or not they can take care of the football. How about one of these quarterback sack plays? Maybe they should run one of those defensively.
Draw that up.
How does
it look?
One run of those sack plays. Michigan taking on Northwestern tomorrow. It's interesting watching Northwestern this year. Find them, they look challenged in the secondary. The question is, does Michigan have the wide receivers that can take advantage of it? I continue to be amazed that the only consistent thing in the pass game Michigan has is Colston Loveland, and he still makes catches. Like I would think the defenses would dedicate multiple players to him and make it virtually impossible.
Well, you can, but he's a size matchup nightmare.
Yep.
So even when he's not open, he's still open because of catch radius.
Other games this weekend, Ohio State, Indiana. I think Indiana can make this a game. I like Indiana's defense, and if I'm Ohio State, I'm concerned about the offensive line.
I think Ohio State should be concerned about their offensive line, and because it has to go up Indiana's really good defensive line. Indiana has not been really tested this year. Their schedule has been light, but the schedule is whatever the algorithm spits out for the Big Ten. They just haven't had to play the Big Ten big boys yet. They will tomorrow, and it's going to be a tough one on the road. However, because of those injuries, you think the door is open a little bit. Ohio State's got maybe the best running back tandem in college football. But if the offensive line is compromised, it just doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to run all that well. And if this game turns into just can Ohio State throw the ball because they're unable to run it, Indiana might have a slight edge there. But then you got to throw Indiana's offense against Ohio State's defense. But before anybody says, well, Indiana, I mean, come on, there's not a whole lot there. They average like 40 points a game.
Yep.
So they can score. And their quarterback has gotten healthier.
Curtis Rourke.
Yeah.
Yep. Canadian Curtis Rourke. Other interesting games, BYU at Arizona State. Very intriguing Big 12 matchup. Arizona State's one of the stories of college football that very few are paying attention to. An Army and Notre Dame in Yankee Stadium. God, this feels like a 1940s matchup in Yankee Stadium.
I think it's a great matchup. I hate the venue. I do not like
the Yankees
football. I don't like the Yankees, and it's not because it's in New York. I didn't like this when it was in Chicago. Of course, I have my feelings. I really feel too. Try to discount all that. I don't like football being played in a baseball stadium.
Don't you?
No. I understand it was by necessity before. It's not anymore. And, this is a new Yankee Stadium. I'm still haunted by memories of watching the Pinstripe Bowl, and like you run out of real estate real quick in some spots of that field, and it becomes hazardous. I just pick a better venue. So, I mean, particularly for this game, this is a game that it's Notre Dame and Army, and in a year like this, I mean, you can't predict when Army's going to be great, but this one feels like it should be played in front of 80,000 people, doesn't
it? Sure. But I expect Doc Blanchard to have a big game for Army.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you?
So, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Greg is in Dearborn, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. I was just calling in on Bryce Underwood.
Yep.
I'm excited, of course, about it. But I think it's all going to come down to like how well he plays. Of course, it was just crazy. We're giving him all this money, and there's like no idea if he's going to be good or not. But if I was Sharon, and this is all going to sound crazy, but in the days of NIL, I would get a real OC. I would get a real DC. Well, a DC that can handle things because I mean they were legitimately in Indiana and Oregon. And they had a guy throw a ball into a boom and almost kill one of their players, but I digress.
So, Greg, let me ask you a question. I don't know this to be the case. I do know that JJ has a good relationship. JJ McCarthy had a good relationship with the offensive coordinator. And what if one of the reasons why Bryce Underwood and Brady Hart after him are interested in Michigan and wanted to come to Michigan was because of the offensive coordinator? Who's also the quarterback coach.
Though,
yeah,
right?
He's also the quarterback coach, yeah.
Right, but I mean, that was his role then. So I've been very unhappy with the play calling, but I mean, that's pretty normal, right? It's just, if they're not winning.
Are you underwater, Greg, or ever, buddy? I hate to do this. Do you ever have us on a headset or something? It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Always take yourself off the.
Okay, but what I was really going to get after is that they could basically just totally flip everything in 1 year and come back and be like a legitimate contender with maybe some grad transfers on the O-line, some wide receivers that look like are going to flip, some high talent because they have no wide receivers right now. I just think it's wild that in 1 year they could really turn this whole thing around.
Greg, that's college football now. And, I mean, the best case scenario, what you just brought up, is that Bryce Underwood committing to Michigan leads to others that want to be a part of it. You get other flips, and you get grad transfers that or just transfers, kids from the portal that see they could get playing time at a school. With most of the offensive coaching staff is back that sent 10 players to the NFL last year, and they can build a little momentum and do what other teams have done. It's a lot easier to do in the modern era of college football than it was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, money talks.
And portal. I mean, it's portal
that's
too.
where the money goes. It goes to the portal.
Well, you have you have limited resources. You don't have, but you can spend on portal and you can spend on.
Well, you have money to spend. You spend it however you wish.
You spend it however you want. Whether you put it into veteran players or rookie. It was interesting. Dion came out last week and said that he really won't take you as a high school player unless he thinks you can play as a freshman. He's not into developing. It's mostly portal with him.
Gator, with what just kind of happened with Bryce Underwood here in Michigan, as a state guy, is there some part of you that was like, hey, Ishbia, Magic Johnson, whoever the alumni base that can pony up some money, do you want them to kind of do something similar at this point? Because this is where we are at college football landscape, right? It's
only with every fiber of my being. I mean, of course, you've got billionaires at your in the alumni. I mean, you want this. Every team in the country wants to do something like this. Oh, we've got $12 million to throw at a player to come here. Absolutely, you want that to happen. And I think with the Ishbias, I think they put that money to the basketball program.
Sure, yeah.
More than the football program
specifically. Yeah,
anybody.
But I hear you. You want all hands on deck now that it's everything's legal and above board with paying players. That of course you want that. And I hope that Michigan State is extraordinarily active with that when it comes to the portal, because that's where you get players you already kind of know what they're about. And who knows who's going to become available in the portal, but everyone's fighting for the same players. Everybody wants to get the top couple offensive linemen to put on their offensive line. Everybody wants top receiver to put out there. I mean, if I'm Michigan, it's exactly where you're looking. If I'm Michigan State, I'm looking at the offensive line. I'm looking at the defensive line. Of course you are. Everybody wants that. And if you have the resources, you're doing everything you can to tap into those resources. And does Michigan State have that set up correctly right now with NIL? I can't really say that. I don't know it well enough that, I'm sure Mike and Rico will tell you that they don't or that it needs to be better, and I can't disagree with it until we see results. We saw results last year when they were able to get Aiden Childs to come with Jonathan Smith and some other players to come.
Did he get a big NIL deal?
I believe he did.
Yeah.
But I mean, nothing like what we're hearing for Bryce Underwood, but it's, when you have a coach that's going to leave, it's easy to say, okay, is he going to bring some of his players with him? That's kind of understandable. So is there still that? Are there resources for Michigan State to do the same thing that Michigan's starting to do? You would hope so.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson coming up. We got some picks. That at 140. We'll give you 3 college, 3 pro games, and our locks. That's next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions taking on the Colts on Sunday. Michigan versus Northwestern tomorrow. Michigan State versus Purdue tonight. Bryce Underwood goes to Michigan. Some of the things we've been talking about today.
You want to come over and watch the game tonight?
So I got a kid with a basketball game tonight I will be at. It's kind of your direction. Probably be wrapped up until halftime. Would you care if the wife and my kid came with you? Came over too?
No.
It'd be awesome. Let me work on that. I'll bring some New Belgium holiday ale.
All right.
Excited to get smashed on that stuff on Christmas Eve. All right, so Anthony, Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator. We like to bring coordinator sound, the most interesting stuff they had to say when they meet with the media late in the week. And we got two from Aaron Glenn this week. First of all, Lions have played dual threat guys before, like Justin Fields. Question, does that help you with the challenge of facing Anthony Richardson? Here's what Aaron Glenn said. It's interesting. I feel like at the end, like the last couple of years with Justin Fields, I haven't gone back and looked at this. My instinct is his numbers were gaudy and the Lions still won.
I think you're correct.
Am I? Okay, good. Which is all that matters. Like, sure, give him yards, and stuff. But ultimately, when it's all said and done, you really want to. You just want to win the damn game.
Well, they did split with the Bears last year, so I shouldn't say that completely.
Yeah, I remember the Bears, but they swept the Bears the year before, right?
I believe so. But just going back to when the Bears won the game, 28-13, Justin Fields threw for 223. He ran for 58 and a touchdown. He also threw for a touchdown. Lions were they ran the ball just fine that game. 140 yards rushing, 5.8 per carry. Goff threw 2 interceptions in that game.
Yep. Anyway, so there's the plan, getting off blocks, and I think Anthony Richardson is a good dry run for this team for a perhaps challenge with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, which is probably the second favorite in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl. That's a team that looks like they're rounding into form. They had some weird Nick Sirianni vibes going on early in this year, and they seem to have overcome those and got themselves in good position. So.
Yes. To your point, the previous year, the 2 wins the Lions had against the Bears.
Yep.
Justin Fields ran for 140 yards in one game and 130 yards in the other game. But they were 0-2 against the Lions.
Yeah, but one of those games, the Lions had they grabbed victory from the jaws of defeat, if I remember correctly.
It was. Yeah, they came back to win it 31-30.
Yeah, the Bears kind of blew that game. I mean, the Lions deserved to win. They took the opportunity that was given to them. But, yeah, that's when Justin Fields had a hell of a game. 2 hell of a games rushing, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, more from Aaron Glenn, his early thoughts on what he's seen from Zadarius Smith. So this is a player that every week should make more and more of an impact. He's new to this defense. What was crazy is last week, I think he had 1 tackle and the half a sack, which isn't like a gaudy total. But what was weird about last week is that the Lions defense was on the field for so few plays. It's hard to rack up big numbers defensively against that few snaps, right? They were so dominant that the Jags just didn't run a lot of offensive plays.
No, they didn't. But holding them to 170 yards, it's impressive no matter which way you cut it. And, the Lions scored on the first 8 possessions they had. Well, that meant that the other team had 8 possessions too.
Mm-hmm.
So Lions defense just shut things down. It was great.
Yep. But Zadarius Smith moving forward, right? I mean, we're talking about bigger expectations each week, and where does he settle in? Like, what will he be when he finally really knows what he's doing and is fully integrated into this defense?
Is he Rasheed Wallace? I know he wore the jersey, and the question is he the one who puts him over the top? Now, when the Pistons got Rasheed Wallace, it wasn't because of injury or anything like that. It was literally the player to put them over the top.
Yeah.
Zadarius is kind of replacing and helping with the losses the Lions have had, but is he enough? Is he the final piece to say, hey, man, we're good now. We can win this thing?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like not only are we thrilled that we have him for this year, but we're damned excited about next year when everybody's healthy again.
Yeah, but the problem is the Lions are going to lose Memento Core at the end of the season now.
And they wasted a draft pick. I think it's an interesting comparison because when the Pistons got Rasheed was a good player, but Rasheed wasn't like this amazing player, right? He was good, solid player. Came with some questions about, okay, is he going to be a distraction because he's a little over exuberant?
So you get too many texts.
Yeah,
it hurt your team.
They were worried about that aspect, but I think from a talent standpoint, I think they're kind of apt comparisons to what kind of players they are. That Zadarius Smith is a really good player, but he's not Myles Garrett, right? He was playing second fiddle to Myles Garrett, second fiddle to Danielle Hunter. But it doesn't mean he's not good. He's very good. Like same thing with Sheed. I mean, Sheed was a really good player for the Pistons, but wasn't the focal point by any means.
Yeah, and was a huge addition. Huge addition. I think you look at Zadarius Smith. How likable is it that a guy parachutes into this situation, looks at the context and the culture around him, understands the dual meaning of the Rasheed Wallace jersey, and goes and gets it and wears it to his first game? I think that is so stinking awesome. And, a talk about embracing your new town and your new team. I just love it.
Yeah, I think everybody loves that. That totally endears you to that fan base. And, when those tweets are coming out before the game, you see him rolling up. Everybody just had a huge buzz about that. And then when he was announced in front of the crowd at Ford Field, the ovation was thunderous, deafening.
As it should be. And now it's a matter of going out there and, hey, man, a lot is expected. And I actually think he's more than capable of providing here in the short term, which is what we need. We need a few months of this, providing exactly what this team is lacking to get back to closer to what they were when they had leading candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. All right, you ready to pick some games?
You bet.
All right, let's do it. All right, so we get 3 college, 3 pro games each last week, not our best week, admittedly so. Gator still has an outstanding record of 36-27 against the number, including 22-8 in NFL games. That is a real number, people. I'm 32-31 overall, and I will start. College football, Cam Scatabo is back and healthy for the Arizona State Sun Devils, and they are at home taking on BYU. Arizona State is a 3-point favorite. BYU really kind of sketchy of late. I'll take Arizona State at home to cover the 3. It's my car house lock of the week.
Wow, right off the bat.
Yep.
The U is at home. They're taking on Wake Forest, and the Demon Deacons are getting 23.5 points at Miami. I like getting a lot of points like that. Miami's been strange this year. They've been a team that can throw big points up in bunches, but they also give up a lot of points, and then they surprisingly lose a game. So I don't think Wake Forest has a chance to win this game, but I think they have a chance to keep it closer than to 23.5. They've got a running game, and they've got actually a very good running game. They got a wide receiver who's on the brink of getting 3,000 yards in his career. I like what they can do there.
Next up, Illinois on its way to a double-digit win season is on the road at Rutgers. Illinois is getting 1.5. Yes, please. I will take the Illini.
Colorado is at Kansas, and this is a big-time matchup here. The Buffs are now 16th in the country. They're looking to see if maybe they can go ahead and clinch things to get in to be the Big 12 champion and get into the playoff. I love what Shedeur Sanders does all season long. The guy is tough as nails, gets beat up, and keeps answering the call. They have maybe the best player in the country in Travis Hunter, who plays every snap of every game, and they've been rolling lately. I like the Buffs giving up 3 at Kansas.
Isn't that a game in Chiefs Stadium, right?
I believe you're correct.
Yeah. All right, next up, my final college pick, Iowa State, who beat a good Cincinnati team last week, is at Utah. Utah's been a bit of a mess this year, which is so weird for a Kyle Whittingham team. I'll take Iowa State minus the 7 at Utah.
Doug, it's hard for me to go a week without picking a game from the Big Ten, so I will not disappoint and go back to the Big Ten. Penn State takes its show on the road. They are at Minnesota, giving up 11.5 points. The Nittany Lions, number 4 in the country. The Golden Gophers coming off a rough loss at Rutgers. And I just think this is a time for Penn State to keep things rolling. They've scored a lot of points the last couple of weeks while not giving up many points the entire season. I think they'll hold Minnesota down, and they'll cover this by 11.5.
All right, let's shift to the NFL. I'll start with Washington. Huge number here, laying 10.5 against Dallas. Dallas is a mess. I think Washington at home rolls and covers the big number.
Oh, wow. You're chesty about Washington.
I'm chesty about Washington.
Interesting. Well, I'm chesty about the Lions. They're at Indianapolis, giving up 8 points. I like the Lions giving up 8. I'm chesty all day long. I think it's a double-digit win for them, and I will take the Detroit Lions.
You know how much I like Tua Tagovailoa as an NFL quarterback? He is laying 7 at home, taking on a pathetic New England team. Actually, New England's been playing better of late, but I like Miami at home minus the 7.
Interesting. Seattle is taking on Arizona. It's a pick 'em. And if I get to pick 'em, I'm going to pick 'em. And I'm going to pick Seattle to win this game.
Okay, my final pick. Seattle is taking on Arizona. It's a pick 'em. And I'm glad to hear we're picking the same team. I got Seattle as well in a pick 'em at home against the Cardinals.
Lastly, Doug, Matthew Stafford is at home taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles are giving up 3 points in this one. Yeah, I love Philadelphia in this. They are rolling. They're playing great football on both sides of the ball. I think the Rams are just going to get destroyed in this one. I think Matthew Stafford's going to get hurt in this one. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week. Philadelphia minus 3 at the Rams.
At the end of our picks, we always have Kang endorse one pick and hate on one pick. Which one do you like the most?
By the way, did Gator just guarantee Stafford's going to get hurt? Wow, that was not treating each other with respect.
A little dark.
I don't know if I guaranteed he was going to get hurt.
Oh, okay, just to guarantee the game.
Yeah.
Okay, but you did say he was going to get hurt.
I think he's going to get hurt.
Yeah, okay. Doug, I love the pick of Illinois at Rutgers, and I'm getting a point in the hook.
Yeah.
Give me the point in the hook and the Illini.
Sure. And which one do you hate?
Doug. Tua. You're going with Tua. I think you're doing it in spite of me when I called you out last week when you picked against them because
did you
picked
call me
against
out
3.
last week?
Well, I think I did. I don't remember anymore.
I mean, Doug wasn't here.
Stoney was distracting me. But New England, they've been playing a lot better. I think they stay within the 7. Might lose, but this will be a closer game than I think. I'll take the Patriots.
There you go. And remember, none of our picks are wrong. The teams just don't play right.
That's right.
That's what Leonard of Leonard's Losers used to say.
Nice.
All my picks are right. The teams just play wrong. And that concludes If I Bet It. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
My favorite place to go to watch the game is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. Why? Well, here's why. They got flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. On Sundays, you go there for NFL, you get all the games. No matter what is being played, you'll find it at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. And you can watch these games while having the best wings in town. The atmosphere is great. The specials are great. They got $3.75 for 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite for Detroit football games and all those Sunday games. And for Detroit against Indianapolis, how about this? $4 Honolulu Blue Shots. You get $5 hot dog combo. There's a $6 brat combo. It's awesome. And for new, this is new, on Monday Night Football game, they got a special for only $10 for a burger and a beer. They have specials during the Michigan State football and basketball games as well. And for all Detroit hockey and basketball games, $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. Trivia is back on Thursday nights at 6 and 7 p.m. And if you want to save the travel nightmares that there are of heading down to Ford Field for the games, all the parking issues that you have, how about this? With the Thanksgiving Day game, hop on the 24-second shuttle. You can have a drink on the way to the game, and it's only $40 round trip. They're also open for lunch at 24 on Thursdays and Fridays. And if you're having a holiday party, book yours right now at 24 seconds. It's a great place to have people just hang out. I love the place. Every seat's a great place. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so Spartans in action tonight. Gator, you like him to win. You're worried about the number.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not betting.
I'm
not betting the game. I just,
I
think might be closer, but I don't know. This could be a game where Michigan State just shows up and they blow out Purdue. I mean, Purdue's bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think Michigan State is less than mediocre. So, but that means that they can play to the level of their competition, or they can, suddenly figure things out. I certainly hope it's in the positive for Michigan State, because like I said, I think they need to win these last two games. They got Purdue this week, tonight, and then it's Rutgers next week to finish up the season. These are 2 winnable games. Go out and win them. Feel good about yourself heading into the offseason. You get the you'll get to become bowl eligible. You get extra practices if that's the case. You get a better feeling in your and more spring in your step to get recruiting going with getting a head start in the portal. All that stuff. It needs to happen for Michigan State to take positive steps forward. This has been a rough season, and you knew it was going to be rough with the transition. I think Jonathan Smith has taken some lumps this year, more than maybe what we thought he was going to take. The team has not improved week to week like I thought that they would. There have been some signs of improvement, but others that it just hasn't gotten better yet. And everything goes with that offensive line.
Michigan and Michigan State both battling for bowl eligibility, and I know that there are a lot of people that say, I don't care, right? Got it. You don't care. But if Michigan beats Northwestern, they will be eligible to go to a bowl game and maybe get some momentum going into that season finale. I mean, that's the weird thing is that after the last few years and their success in that rivalry, this matchup doesn't look to be favoring Michigan in any way. And yet, if Ohio State struggles to block Indiana, I could see a path where Michigan can make it difficult on the Buckeyes. But here's the thing that I would say to convince people that don't think a bowl is important. You mentioned the bowl practices. Remember, in this era with early enrollees, and I don't know what Michigan State has in terms of early enrollees, guys that are going to be starting school in January, they're allowed to practice during the bowl practices. So those are kids that get a leg up. You want to make an impact their rookie season, their freshman season. But if you're an early enrollee, you're allowed to practice with the team.
It's big.
And that helps a lot. That's potentially, I think they got to finish their high school semesters or whatever. So I don't know that they get all 15 bowl practices, but you get a bunch of them.
I was looking ahead at the schedule for tomorrow's games and trying to figure out which games I'm interested in.
Dude, it's a great 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there's a game that's on the schedule that I think before the year began, or if you look at this a couple years ago when it was announced that this was going to happen, I think everybody looked at this one and said, I can't wait to see this one.
Alabama at Oklahoma?
100%.
Yep.
I mean, and unfortunately, Oklahoma has not lived up to the reputation. I thought that things would actually had a chance. Brett Venables going down there, and the defense was going to be better, and they just haven't found any kind of footing, and it's been disappointing.
I'll watch it because this is one of those games where it's like the NCAA video game. Just seeing the uniforms on the field together is going to be cool.
I mean, these are two teams that the historic, absolutely. Programs. So
the 1, 2, 3 I was talking about, Indiana at Ohio State at noon. I'll be stoked to be in the Big House final time, say farewell to the seniors and a bunch of guys that helped bring a national championship. BYU at Arizona State at 3:30, and the night game, Army at Notre Dame. That's a good 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the night game's definitely one that I'm excited about to see how good Army is. I mean, Notre Dame fell earlier this year to Northern Illinois of all teams. Army is a team that just controls tempo of every game that they play in because of the way that they run that offense. They run the football. The quarterback had gotten hurt a few weeks ago, but looks like he's okay now. So hopefully that's the case for them because without him, they don't have the straw that stirred the drink. The exciting thing about it's hard to say exciting and Army at the same time, but they actually have thrown the ball this year. And because it strikes you as such a surprise when they do, they get massive yards off the passes. They average like something like 18 yards of reception or something. So if they can keep things close and keep things tight, I just feel like Notre Dame is one of those teams that, they don't handle that all that well. But earlier this year, they just took care of business against the Service Academy. So we'll see. I think you'll get a good feel for that game after one quarter of football.
There you go. Interesting day ahead. Tomorrow I'll be on the air. Pre-game show at 2:30. The tailgate show starts at 12:30 prior to Michigan and Northwestern. Spartans in action tonight. Rico, you going to that game tonight?
I am.
Okay. Gotcha. Make the trek up there. How are you today?
Shrinking.
Oh, the chair.
You got the chair.
One of the chairs is it's like, hey, you're at the big boy table now. If you are watching on video, you might notice that Rico is in the chair, the little chair. Yes. But Yes,
I am.
Yep. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we got TJ Lang going to be joining us at 3. We'll have our prop bet casino. We'll have our picks. And then we'll start off the show. Just a little bit of Bryce Underwood talk. Big news came out last night right after our show ended that Michigan got the number 1 recruit in the nation from Belleville. I asked Doug, was there any truth to the rumor that Doug left the show early? Did he have something to do with it?
To secure the deal?
Yeah. Doug
will not confirm or deny
Doug
it.
was the bag man.
I will not confirm or deny it.
You think so?
Doug was the bag
That's
man.
a big bag.
I know. But he set it up. Like he does the recycling here.
He does.
So we just think that it was recycling.
Oh, I see. Well done.
It's funny because I was in talking with Sharon yesterday. He was in a very good mood, and later I was like, "Did he know?"
Because you didn't know at the time when you talked to him.
Did he
Like,
know?
Doug, I'll buy that steak. Don't worry.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, is that why he was so chipper?
Doug's like, I don't eat steak. Well, it was the thought. It was the thought.
Yeah, it was
And you know what?
fried kale. There you go.
I'm mad at myself though because you stop recording stuff and you have a little chat for a couple
repartee?
minutes, and I'm like, I didn't even ask him. Now I wish I'd asked him.
Oh,
I didn't ask him. So, all right, have a great show.
All right, thank you.
Have fun tonight. Gator, have a great weekend. Maybe, just maybe, I'll see you tonight.
All
I'll
right,
let you know if that's possibly in play. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. We leave you every Friday during football season with the Gator Rant, lobbying for more time in front of the TV to watch more football. 97.1.
Michigan State must win tonight to extend their season. The 4-6 Spartans welcome one win Purdue to East Lansing, and they need a win this evening and next week against Rutgers to reach bowl eligibility. Boilermakers are in the basement of the Big Ten, but with these circumstances, head coach Jonathan Smith says they're taking nothing for granted. Here's something to be positive about, though. They have lost 3 straight, but they're big favorites tonight. Vegas says 13.5 points. That kickoff at 8 from Spartan Stadium. Meantime, 5-5 Michigan. They need 1 win to make a bowl. Wolverines 10.5-point favorites against Northwestern in Ann Arbor tomorrow. Lions are dealing with an injury at corner, but they could get one back for Sunday. Terrion Arnold limited yesterday with a groin injury, but Emmanuel Mosley is a full go and could be activated off IR to make his debut. Detroit 7.5-point favorites at the Colts. And more NFL notes after his benching and the drama that ensued. The Giants have released quarterback Daniel Jones per his request, and Chargers-Broncos Week 16 has now been flexed to Thursday Night Football. That's the first time that's happened this year. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Crab legs for everybody. Oh, do we have a show planned for you on a Friday? We do begin. David, no one cares here, and we got huge college football news to talk about. We've got a Lions business trip. That was such a bad loss for you, and you just hate to see it. Your pain is my pleasure. All right.
And
yes.
Did I hear Daniel Jones is released?
Yes.
And I guess I'm like, wait, Mike didn't get excited. He wasn't happy about this. So
no, because just like college football, my team is so irrelevant and useless. There's no joy.
This is your wish.
No, listen. No, it's all about the draft. If the Giants go 2-15, you will see a happiness for me that you don't even understand.
Okay.
There'll be a party. But we are going to try to break this up and go 2 by 2. I want to start with the Bryce Underwood stuff now, into Lions with TJ at 3, back to Bryce Underwood and who said it, back to Lions at 5. So we talked about it a little bit last week. I loved what Michigan's idea was. What I don't want to do today is the will it work. I just think it's a conversation for a different day. And I don't want to do the whole provocative. Look, the bottom line is, as I view it as an outsider, right? I'm not a part of the cult. All you want your team to do is try. Whether it works or not is who the hell knows? I've seen teams buy high school players and it bombs. I've seen teams go to the portal and bomb. You got the number 1 player in America. Optically speaking, win for the program. Mm-hmm. Bryce Underwood, everything I read is bringing friends. Mm-hmm. Do I know who these people are? No, I just know they're allegedly really good.
Top receiver that LSU was bringing in.
There you go. I read about an O-lineman.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottom line is this. All I can say, and it's funny because I do the hit with the morning show. So Cookies was getting a bunch of texts, and it just shows you how dumb people are. Like, oh, how's Valenti going to spin this negative? What negative? It's fantastic. I wish my school would do something like it. Instead, we're offering all you can eat, all you can eat Flats Grill to some Miami, Ohio commit. Look, I don't know if it will work. If you're looking for me to give you this bold take that it will lead you to a natty or, he's going to transfer. See, I'm not going to do that. It's a win. It's not my money.
Right.
Larry Ellison decided this was the move. All we've got, he's not a U of M grad, is that alleged, Evan showed me a photo that it's his wife or girlfriend might be a Michigan grad and all she wanted under her Christmas tree was a quarterback. So Larry decided, here's your gift. I don't know.
Oh.
Bottom line, listen.
So not the Barstool people.
I think it's both. Or are we kidding?
They split the bill?
I don't know. I don't care. Here's where I've arrived at. It's not my money. Do I like NIL in its current form? No, not my problem. Not my money. What did we say last week? I don't blame Bryce Underwood in the least.
Oh.
Life-changing money. Now, don't run out and buy a $600,000 car. Got to teach him about compound interest. The point is,
he found the price. Michigan was willing to pay the price
because they're desperate,
and he flipped his allegiance.
Right?
Plain and simple. So there's
it's
nothing
business.
To spend. Right?
You prey on desperation.
And here's the thing: right now, Michigan fans are celebrating. Mike, I was up there when Aiden Childs was at a basketball game, and they had just found out that they got him, and State fans were excited and chanting his name, and it's just like, oh wow, we just hit the lottery.
It
we got our
represents
guy.
hope.
Yes.
It's just hope. And for Michigan, you really didn't have an out. Now, again, we could do a different show. I don't want to do it today because I don't think today's the day. I want to know what you guys think about it. It's your team. But what I'm not going to do is what we like to call the Wojo, the faux concern or concern trolling. I'm not doing it. No, I don't know that it'll wreck your locker room. I think that that's a talking point. There are plenty of expensive teams that are about to go to the playoff with plenty of expensive players. They get along. I think it's a win for Michigan. And again, at least you're trying, okay?
And here's the thing. Regardless of what happens, because you'll probably end up 6-6. Is that a fair thing to say, David?
Yeah, we'll be Northwestern tomorrow. Yeah.
You will be winning the offseason.
Correct.
Okay? That's not schmarm. That's none of that. That's for real. That's legit. You're going to be winning the offseason because
there's a word for it.
He's going to be bringing in more and more people to come with him.
Well, I'll take it a step.
Momentum.
I'll take it a step further. Sharon Moore has won the season. People won't even remember 6
no matter
and
what
6.
happens at Ohio State, you don't care.
That's a great point.
They won't remember 6 and 6. They'll remember this.
Hey, if I told Michigan fans you have to go 6 and 6 and get sandblasted by OSU, but you're going to have that natty and you're going to get the number 1 player in America, would you sign the deal?
Yeah.
Not a bad trade.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for everybody who was calling for Sharon Moore's head,
now, see, that's an interesting thing. And again, I don't want to go there.
Go there.
No, because all season I got put in a position where I had to sit here and go, guys, what are we talking about? The guy's been here for 7 weeks. Where are those people who want to can him? Look, and I don't think he's a good coach. But bottom line, win. The whole thing is win. It's not my money. Yeah. I wish my school had their head out of their ass. You know what I like? Michigan's donors said, we're not waiting for Ward. We're not waiting for the school. Find rich guy who maybe his wife wants a quarterback and prey upon it. If I had a hat on today, I'd tip it. Because this is, look, you have to separate for people like me, what you feel about the sport, and then this singular moment you must keep separate. I'm not going to turn Bryce Underwood into this boogeyman argument of everything that's wrong with the sport. If someone offered a family member of mine $12.5 million, you're taking it, period. It's not his fault. I blame the NCAA. I blame what you did yesterday with the whole NIL and the rulings, and I'm like, okay, this is dumb. But if my school were trying, and my school were spending 20, 30, 40 million, whatever it takes, of course, naturally, you would feel slightly different. I think if you're a Michigan fan, you could think it's gross, but you're not going to care if the kid's good because you're not paying for it.
Right there. Because honestly, you didn't care about anything that you heard last season. You got a natty. So you just kind of shrugged your shoulders and said, well, stuff and things.
Right.
And now you get the momentum. David, you put it best. Sharon Moore's going to be remembered for this, not for the disaster of the season. Could you imagine having this conversation a month ago that Sharon Moore, who was in trouble, would be, trumpeted around and picked up on a chair like he was at a Jewish wedding? And Brian Kelly, who at the time looked like, hey, maybe we can go to playoffs. Well, hey, Brian, you want to come to my office and explain this?
He's in some real trouble.
No. Practice is postponed for a second. Brian.
Yeah, we need a sidebar.
Yeah.
Approach the bench.
one thing that Sharon was always touted as was a great recruiter. Everyone knew how wonderful of a recruiter he was.
This isn't recruiting, David. David, he's 20 minutes from your school, and he wouldn't fart in your face for a year and a half. You paid more than double what LSU paid. It's money, and it's okay to say it.
Okay, I get that.
I'm not going to let you get away with that.
But he closed the deal.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Stop.
All right.
David, David, the answer is we're not going to turn this into Wolverine fantasy hour. No. It's a bag. And it's okay to say that. This is a transactional business now.
Yeah. She said no until you bought that sports car. Okay, now you're...
I mean, come on now. If LSU was offering 1.5 and you offer 2.5 per, come on, man. This is a business decision now. So I can't allow that. I'm not trying to be a penis to you now, but come on. Don't give me this whole he sat in the living room and ate mommy's mostaccioli and rolled his national title rings across the table and said, son, you're next.
Okay.
No.
But let me jump in here, and maybe both things can be true.
Go ahead. I'll hear peace pointing at both of us. Dual admonishment.
No, I think that David, what you're saying about the being a recruiter, he didn't quit. He didn't stop. He didn't take the 12 no's and just walk away and say, okay, I'm going to get another quarterback. Okay, what can I do? What about this? What about this? What about this?
5,
and finally,
6, 8, 10, 12.5. Yes. But again, the donors do it. NIL is a donor world. Now, the university can work with donors, and they can help the process if you're taking notes in East Lansing. The point is, the donors had the wherewithal and the desperation to get it done. And that's the bottom line in this business now.
And it sounds like they pretty much told Sharon, just go out there and get them. Don't worry about the zeros behind it. We'll write the check.
Even if you have to put a cheating scumbag on Bryce's sidelines as a conduit. Do what you got to do.
He just wins again.
That's it. Do what you got to do.
You know what? We're
Rico,
just going to call him DJ Khaled. All he does is win.
Another one. Look, bottom line, I want your guys' feelings on it. For me, it's easy. There's no slander. There's no smarm. I don't have to like your school to respect the game, respect the effort. And for me, look, candidly, this would have really hurt 10 years ago when MSU had it cooking. Because then I have something to lose by this happening. MSU plays a different sport. We're in the GLIAC. We are nowhere. What Michigan announced today is you are going to attempt to be Oregon, Ohio State, Ole Miss, Miami. You're attempting to be a have, not for the last 5 years, but for the next 5. All I can do is respect that.
Let me simplify that for you. Michigan said, here's the thing. We no longer play in the Big Ten. We play in the playoff division, along with the other teams that are always going to be in the playoffs. You guys enjoy the Big Ten. We're competing against those other teams. We're going up against Oregon and Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia. We're not really concerned about you, Big Ten. We've moved on. That's what they've done.
But you have to. See, I don't want to make this punitive towards my own fans, but this is why I don't respect when they cry like bitches when I say something mean about Michigan State. You're getting left behind. You're dead. Own it.
Well,
enjoy the 15,000 people in your stadium tonight.
Maybe. And then we'll get to the people. But maybe, Mike, Ohio State came out publicly and said, we're paying all of this money to our team. Our team. Ohio State is now competing for a national title. Michigan didn't. Michigan had to watch Ohio State take a victory lap. Michigan said, this won't ever happen again.
Which is what I love.
So you could only hope that in MSU, they're saying, okay, you know what? Let's get off the sideline.
I know what I would do if I were a Michigan booster, but if I say this on the air, it is going to incite a riot in East Lansing, and I don't want to do it. But I'm just that type of MF that if I were Michigan, I know what I'd do.
How about this? 96. We'll get your calls next.
Rico just broke glass in case of emergency.
But there is something that they can do.
No, I will tell you about it next.
97. No, we're not.
97. When it comes to an IRS collection and audit, you need a law firm that you're a problem. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. Maurice and Jerry, Abraham and Rose, best in the game. They've dealt with the IRS for years. They'll fight for you, guide you, and they will win for you. Call now and don't let your tax problems get worse. 248-539-5040 or you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Now, I'm worried if I say what I was going to say, Rico's going to hit me. I'm in a great mood. Daniel Jones got body bagged. I don't want to cause anger, so I'm not going to say it. Personal growth.
Personal growth.
You sure I can't say
Positive. Positive.
All right, people, I'll wait till Rico's out of the room. We'll come together. All right, David, ticket text, and we're going right to the phones.
Digging the Underwood flip, but I can't help but feel like there could be a cloud hovering over it because of Connor Stallions being involved.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't have to care about that. You don't get to tell people not to care. You don't have to care. Mm-hmm. That's how this game works. You're cheating filth. You don't have to care. You don't get to tell others to not care. Right. So just let it roll. Yeah. You don't need to concern yourself with others. If you seek the validation of people you don't like, you're insecure and need a therapist.
Because here's the thing. What Michigan is saying is, yeah, we'll do whatever it takes to win. And that's okay.
And that's all
because you're
any
winning.
fan can ask of their school in the nonsense carnival that is college football.
There is no such thing as we're going to do this the right way.
There is no right way. Push the rev limiter and go win. And that's what Michigan's trying to do. I respect it.
Yeah, trust me. Every billionaire has done some dirty things to become a billionaire.
Oh, and you won't let me say what I want to say? Unbelievable. Go ahead, David.
Yes.
Sign the deal. I'll take it. Totally agree. It is not my money. There is no salary cap. Spend it. It's hope. Who knows if he will be good, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay, thank you. And understand why I didn't want to do I don't want to do the will he be good thing. I don't want to do the will it work thing. It's immaterial to today. Michigan threw a gauntlet down. I think it's a major statement for them, their fans. They want to be a have in the future. That's huge.
It's cool that they got Bryce. However, Michigan hasn't shown the ability to develop a quarterback. JJ was a first-round draft pick. The last one before that was Chad Henne, Tony in Oxford.
Okay, but that sounds like copium.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you might be factually right. It has nothing to do with they got the kid. The kid decided to trade in development for the bag. Welcome to 2024. And candidly, please don't take this the wrong way when I say this. Whether it's Bryce Underwood or the kid who went to Ohio State yesterday, Bobby St. Louis or whatever his name. Listen, I don't care about them. Sorry. The minute you started paying them, I don't care about you. I don't care about Bryce Underwood's well-being. If I'm a Michigan fan, I just want Bryce Underwood to be really good or I'm going to get really angry. I don't care if he should have made this decision for him. Those days are done. You spent the 12-5? Here you go. Yeah, obviously, if I were a quarterback, I would go to Lincoln Riley, or I'd go to Sark, or I'd go to DeBoer. I'd go to guys putting guys in the draft every year. But if somebody offers you this amount of money, it's give and get. You give up certain things to get certain things. And I don't begrudge Bryce Underwood and his reps or whomever's involved for taking that amount of money. What am I going to say? It's not my money.
I'm assuming Mike is thinking Michigan will go after Nick Marsh. If Marsh transfers to Ann Arbor, it will just confirm MSU football has hit rock bottom.
All I'll say is this. I'm the right kind of MF that if I were a Michigan mega donor, I would seek to destroy my enemies, meaning I would pluck.
You mean like hold them up in a meaningless court case?
No, worse.
That out when it's done?
No, worse. I'd go to Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan State, and I'd take their best player. I'd pay whatever it takes. And then I would put on my social media a big Wolverine ass, and I'd tell everybody to kiss it.
The problem with that is Ohio State and Penn State would then turn you around at the border and say, no, we got this.
That's fine. Then you're making them blow their entire budget on one player.
Correct.
It is a win. It is the art of war. That is where I look.
You know what? It's funny because I had this conversation with Cookies as we did the lounge because he was talking about the Bryce Underwood thing, and he's like, what do you think LSU is going to counter? And I'm like, they may, or it's kind of like in your draft when Mike kept driving the price up.
Exactly.
And made you pay everything, and
you had nothing else.
Right.
You're better off. So again, I'm just saying, if Michigan's going to go this route, there's some. Look, when you get to a level of wealth like Larry Ellison, you can do whatever you want. I'd be like, who's the best player on? And I'd have Kenny spinning a globe in a tuxedo. Bing! Who's the best player on Georgia? Buy him.
Now here's what you have to hope for him is he's Phil Knight. That the love for Michigan will last years and years and years, and you're always going to be able to cut that check. You don't want it to be a one-off like, well, this wasn't a great investment, so I'm not going to do this again. Whereas Phil Knight is like, I don't care.
See, I don't want it to be a one-off. Mike took it a little further than I was going to say, but they do have to take some money, and they have to add to Bryce Underwood.
I'm sure they will.
They can't let it just be Bryce Underwood. He needs weapons now. Get him protection, get him weapons.
And the reason why I say that is because now the price that Michigan's going to have to pay, you can no longer go to the discounted rack anymore. You know, you're up there with the Dion Lewis section.
All right, can we go to people?
Yeah.
We good? See, I didn't say it. David said it, and then I got to say it. That's a win.
You texted it in.
I did not. That is, first of all, that's a breach of contract. I would never. How dare you?
Yeah,
There's no right way. I'm going to Rob in Brighton. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, happy Friday.
Same to you. What's going on, pal?
Am I alone in this, or would you two like to be a fly on the wall in the athletic director's office down at LSU when Brian Kelly saunters into work this morning and what happened to Bryce. I would just, karma is a you-know-what, and that guy is not a good person, and you just hate to see it, as you would say, Mike.
That's right.
You hate to see it.
But Rob, I just expected that when Kelly got to his office, there was a note on the door already. My office
Come see
now.
me.
Yeah, but guys, hold on. One thing to be clear about: when you've made this offer and the player's committed, and somebody walks in and pays north of double, I don't really know what you can do at that point. I'm not defending Brian Kelly, but Jesus.
But in seriousness, it's probably okay. Do we jump back in here and steal this kid back, or do we just walk away?
You go to the portal and
dignity?
you buy the best quarterback you can for 25% of the price.
You're kind of leading into my next point, and like Rico, you talked about a wide receiver. I don't know if you were talking about Derek Meadows or not. Like Notre Dame is going after him hard, 6'5". What signings like this does to universities is, like with a top player like Bryce Underwood, it gets those recruits that he's on these recruiting trips with, the wide receivers, the offensive tackles, like David just said, get them protection and weapons. Ty Haywood, he's an Alabama commit right now, and Derek Meadows, he's out of Bishop Gorman, he's committed to LSU. I guarantee you Bryce Underwood is going to help with getting those kids there. And you don't have to be a Michigan fan, but if there's any college football fan that looks at this and says, congratulations to him and his family, that's generational wealth, good for him and his family. That's what I thought was good for him.
Yeah, I'm never mad at the players. Take the money. I'm mad at the sport. I'm mad at the situation. I'm not mad at the player, or, believe it or not, I'm not mad at Michigan. I respect the hustle.
The climate we live in.
Yeah, I mean, Rob,
climate we live in.
And we all make decisions. My decision largely is I can't care about this sport the way I used to, so I don't. I'm more excited about Notre Dame and Army Saturday night than I am. I may not even watch my own team's game tonight. I'm not proud of it, but I'm just being honest.
Yankee Stadium. I was watching the Ohio State game last weekend. Was it Wrigley? Did they play Northwestern? Or I forgot who they played.
That was last weekend. Yep.
It's got to be strange as football players playing in stadiums like that and arenas like that, because it's just different than a football stadium. And I'm hoping that, I'm not saying that either way. Both teams got to play. It's just got to be weird. But
I'm shocked you're not there.
Mike, you're from New York. I mean, you see the ticket prices of those babies? Yeah.
I didn't tell you it was a bargain. I just know where your passion lies.
So, Rob, is Notre Dame's defense good enough to keep Army out the end zone?
Howard Cross. I hope he didn't play last week. I hope he plays this week. Yeah, they are. I mean, I think they're. I mean, they're a top defense in the country.
Okay.
So
you may want to listen to the prop bet casino. Then I feel better.
Rob, you're going to be fine. If I have to bet the game, I'll bet Notre Dame laying 13.5. You're going to be okay. You know who I'm rooting for, but I think you'll be all right.
Go green tonight, boys. Go green. We need
it. Yeah. Oh, breaking news. MSU has just offered Ernie the Can Man all-you-can-drink pop as a part of an NIL package.
Isn't he dead?
I have no idea. He was tooling around campus when I was there. He'd be 136 if he were still alive.
So Pop's not going to get him, is what you're saying?
I don't think so. Hey, neither will our NIL dollars, so it really doesn't matter,
does it? He may need some of that special water, Greater Life sales.
MSU's NIL is the holy water bottles. We got Dionne Warwick running our NIL collective. We're handing out prayer beads. Michigan's handing out $12.5 million.
Madam Cleo.
Here's a prayer card. What did Michigan offer you? That truck?
How do you think I got here?
Oh, man. I'm jealous, man. I don't hate the hustle in the least. Sport's a mess, though. I'm sorry. All right, Northville Lumber. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody sells more, stocks more. Trex Decking, the Northville. Moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. There is a reason they can move that much product. It's all in stock. It's all in the warehouse. Ready to roll. Get your deck built. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, we'll get back to some of the Bryce Underwood stuff momentarily. Right now, Prop Bet Casino. David. Thanks, Gov.
Well, I don't know. Kenny, do you? Because you won Prop Bet Casino.
All right, we're back.
It's that minority blood you have. All right.
My Lord.
Very uncomfortable with this. Why don't you just ask the first one, Rico?
What a mind bleep that would be.
Wait, what?
Oh, my God.
I'm 25%. Okay.
Okay, carry
You
on.
ready, Kenny? Here we go. MSU's game tonight against Purdue.
No.
Over under 24.5 points scored by MSU.
Have we broken 20, once? Against Iowa,
Twice.
right? Oh, yeah, Prairie View.
Twice.
What a blessed season. For your sake, because you're going to be there, I'll say over.
Don't do it for me.
I'm doing it for you, man. That's my quarterback.
Mike, you won't be watching, so it won't matter. So I'll say under.
Good man. I hope we get shut out.
I'm going to go over.
Wow. I guess you like the number. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go over as well.
Oh, boy.
Aiden Childs rushing yards. Over under 39.5.
Over. It's the only running game they got.
Yeah, when you only have one, over.
This is so depressing. Good heavens.
Under.
Over under 18,000 people in the stadium. Rico's going to count everyone by hand.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Rico's going to be collecting census data tonight.
Oh, crap. I got to start over.
Hey, did you just change jackets? Okay. Start over.
Go ahead.
I got under as well. I think that with the Purdue defense, that one of the running backs will be the bell cow for tonight.
But I will say this. Purdue plays man-to-man. What happens in man-to-man? Defensive backs have their back to the quarterback, which you can break out. It's easier to run against man, but you know what? The hell do I know? Go ahead.
Speaking of which, Nick Marsh receiving yards over under 50.5.
Over. I want you to be happy. This is about
Would
you,
you
man.
just play the game?
I'm going to go over. They're going to have to be throwing the ball quite a bit.
Yeah, over.
See, I want to go under. I think it's going to be a cold night, and they're going to try to run the ball. Just that smash mouth, both teams. Kenny, this one's for you. Wings points on Saturday against Boston, or the amount of made field goals by Jonathan Kim. So Wings points versus Jonathan Kim field goals.
So you're asking, well, if the Wings win, it's 2.
So that means Kim would have to kick 3 field goals.
Yeah, I'll take Kim.
Boston's in disarray, just fired their head coach. I'll put on the optimist classes.
Yeah, and your team can't score in a whorehouse. Nice broken stick break last night.
We got goalied.
Sorokin.
I'll go field goals.
Kenny, I'm going to go Wings for you. Michigan Northwestern, A.J. Henning returning back home to the big house.
Oh, God.
Over under A.J. Henning touchdowns, 0.5.
I'm just going to say under because Northwestern is erectile dysfunction on a football field. Their offense is, they make us look like the 1990 Houston Cougars. Under.
I would love to say over for the story for him, but no, they can't get there, so under.
Under.
I'm going to go under as well. More rushing yards, Dono or Mullings?
Mullings. Cold day, kind of a heartbeat of the team. 4-5 a pop, get the hell up out of here, get bowl eligible. I'll say Mullings.
Yeah, Mullings.
Dono.
Going Dono. You know what, David? I'm going to go Dono as well.
Really?
Yeah. Because Dono, he breaks a tackle, he's going to get a long run. Whereas it's kind of like Gibbs and Montgomery, where Montgomery is the smart play, but Gibbs gets the big runs.
His final home game, yes. He's going to do it.
Oh, that's right. Well, but he can come back next year.
Where's he going? Canada?
The NFL.
You know
what are you
what?
talking about?
You need,
But I think
he's got to come back. You got Bryce Underwood.
He's
He
signing
needs to
a
hand the
big-
ball to somebody.
He's signing a big Argonauts contract.
Edmonton Eskimos. Over under. Alex Orgy completed passes, 0.5.
I'm just going to go under at this point. I think I've lost every one of these. I keep waiting like, no, they got to have a jump pass in here for him.
I'll go over, I guess.
I'm also going to go over for this game.
I'm with you, Mike. I'm going under. More receiving yards. Saturday, Colston Loveland, or Sunday, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Ooh, baby. Amon-Ra against the zone team. Colts play primarily zone. Amon-Ra is going to be able to find the little, gap, sit down.
But that's Northwestern.
Like I said, Amon-Ra.
Colts business trip. Give me the sun god.
Loveland.
I love how David provides no rationale and just burps a name into the microphone.
I'm going to go Loveland.
I have to watch this game. I need hope. I need joy. I need something. So
You
Loveland
just
has
got
to
the
be the
number one
guy.
player in America, and it wasn't your money.
Okay, but he's not playing tomorrow. So
Yeah. You know what? They'll probably stop the game and just, genuflex to him. I'm going to go Loveland as well. Final game in the big house. He's going to want to go out with a bang. So, yes, Loveland. Longest play from scrimmage for the Detroit Lions. Over, under 41.5.
Let's go under. Let's go under. Zones prevent big plays like that. I'll go under.
Over. They'll pop a big one. Just one, though.
yeah, I'm going to go over as well. Screenplay to Gibbs. Yeah.
Yeah, either Gibbs or JMO. One of those two will get a 50-plus yard touchdown.
Or maybe it's mobile golf season.
Hey, all that man does is produce first downs and extend plays. That speed training in the offseason has really paid off.
We'll get to that in a second. Over, under, Jack Fox punts. 1.5.
Over.
Yeah.
And that's just based on you don't go weeks without punting. I know he has, but come on. Real life has to set in, right? No, probably not.
This spread would have to be north of like 14 or 16 for me to even consider that. So I'll say over.
I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go over. I think he may get 3, but that's about it. Mobile golf season.
Yes, I've waited all week for this.
Over, under 6.5 rushing yards.
Over.
For Jared Goff.
Over. This man is a weapon.
He's built like Jahmyr Gibbs. He has the speed. I'll take the over.
I'm just waiting for them to run like a true 9 route with him on a throwback. Like Goff on an absolute 9 route right down the field.
See, I'm waiting for them to do the Philly shove. That's when you know mobile golf season is here.
I cannot hear this in my household on Sunday, so I'm going under.
What, mobile golf season?
I can't hear it anymore. Okay, I'm done. In my household, don't say it. He goes under.
Your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Michael, for you, Army touchdowns against Notre Dame, over, under 0.5.
Over. Come on, dude. You're disrespecting. I mean, I got the
No, that's
sweatshirt
actual.
on.
This is actual bet. You can, for Army to kick only field goals or not to score, is plus 400.
For America. They're getting it. Man, I'll be so bummed watching that Saturday night. They're scoring a touchdown. Come on, dude.
For Rico to even put this on here feels a little un-American. Give me the over.
It does. North Korean.
I love America. I do. I truly do. But Jesus is better. Under.
But no, dude, not a touchdown for the Black Knights of the Hudson.
God over
Come
country.
on.
I'm going under. I think you'll kick field goals. I don't think you get into the end zone. And finally, top 25 upsets this weekend. 20 games, 3 involve 2 teams that are within the top 25. Over, under 2.5.
We had chaos last weekend, and I said yes. Let's bounce back a little more normal. Well, no. I'm going chaos. Yes, because you could see Kansas beat Colorado. You could see Auburn beat A&M. I'm going to say over.
You can see Indiana beat Ohio State. Go ahead.
And that's exactly why I say the under. No chaos.
You said 1.5?
2.
Ooh. Arizona State. Crap. I go under.
I'm going to go over. I think it'll be some chaos this weekend, including the Hoosiers shocking the world.
Oh, go to hell. Put that on the board. What are you, insane?
What you got against the Hoosiers, man?
They're fake. They're phonies. They're frauds. Ridiculous.
Prop Bet Casino.
Better to hate Indiana than hate your country. You're a bad person.
It's going to be a
that
clean,
Army question was offensive, Kenny.
Clean sweep in the state of Indiana this weekend.
Offensive.
Prop Bet Casino, 97.1.
All right, Friday night, FanDuel, you get a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. They let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet anything you want from first basket to first to 15 or how the first basket is scored. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim the Friday first profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we do this every week. We go out to the desert to talk to our guy, Derek Stevens, owner of the Circa Casino and the D Casino. Derek, we missed you the last couple of weeks. How you been, man?
All good. Yeah, just getting ready for a good playoff run, both in college and pro here. So we're ready to go.
All right, Derek, let's just talk about some of the college games first. I mean, I guess for me personally, I'm going to the MSU game tonight. Any juice, anything going on in your casino with the Michigan State-Purdue game tonight?
No, I think everybody's just hoping it snows because it looks better on TV. We had a lot of fun watching that game last night.
Yeah, that was a fun game. I will ask you, the Ohio State, they're going to be playing Indiana. What's that? What are you looking at the Ohio State-Indiana game?
Yeah, that's going to be a great game this weekend. And so far, we've seen some pretty good two-way action. Ohio State's an 11-point favorite currently, but every time it seems to tick up, we're taking Indiana money. So it's been a lot of action on that, and I expect that to be one of the premier games, and probably one of the games with the most handle on the day on Saturday.
Derek, do you guys already have a future for the Ohio State-Michigan game next week?
Yeah, we do not have it hanging, but I just talked to our guys in the back, and as it stands right now, if we were to post, we would post Michigan as a 22. Obviously, subject to how things play out this weekend. But if we were to post it right now, we would post Ohio State as a 22-point favorite.
Wow, my dear Lord, 22! Holy hell! Derek, let's go Lions, because that's another team where the numbers are just outrageous. You can't find a number big enough. Last week was 14. They won by 50. This week they're on the road, and it's 7.5. Are the Lions still just this public, like, ATM machine where people are just hammering these numbers and you can't find one big enough to balance it?
That's pretty much it, Mike. I mean, that's what's happened. I mean, the Lions legitimately have become America's team. This is the most fun team to watch. Forget about us as Lions fans and things like that, but around the country, I mean, people are coming into the casino asking. They come in early. They ask, "Will the Lions have full audio?" All that type of stuff. This is America's team. And I think with fantasy football involved, the Lions have so many players that are notable. Yeah, you're right. They just keep pounding the Lions. And let's not forget about something else. For the first time ever in history, the Detroit Lions are currently the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
It makes me feel good because when we were out there with you in August, that's what I led the show with on Friday. That Friday was, you're winning the Super Bowl, and they've delivered. So maybe I look like less of an idiot. Hey, real quick before we wrap, the F1 thing has puzzled me, and I know you're big into it. Getting it to Vegas is a big thing. Is it less chaotic this year because they've done it before? But is the juice there? I mean, are you seeing real excitement for this?
I would say, year two of F1 in Vegas has been a lot better. They kind of figured out a lot of the problems. It's easy to get around. Some of the logistics problems were really bad last year. It's a lot better now. But as far as wagering goes, I can tell you, it's just not a heavily wagered sport. Americans love American sports. I mean, we've got everything posted. We kind of thought maybe this year, Max Verstappen's not the favorite. Right now, Leclerc's the favorite at plus 270. Lando Norris is second at plus 290. Max is only at 5-1, so he's not even in the top two. We thought maybe that would have an impact, but it really isn't. It's also, it's in the middle of the night. I mean, qualifying tonight, it only starts at 1 a.m. Eastern. So this is a made-for-television event, but it's made for television on the other side of the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what it is too, Derek, is I would comp it out to like golf and betting the majors. I mean, all the numbers are so huge, but it's so hard to handicap something like it. It's hard enough to talk about a football game. How the hell do you deal with a car wreck? So, like, one guy hits a pebble and goes flying. Your bet's out the window. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what you do.
So right now, all we're really hanging is who's gonna win, or you could bet like top three. After qualifying tonight, we post our matchups and things like that. Once we know, pole positions and things like that for the race, which is Saturday night at 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Jesus.
So the one thing I would tell everybody, if you do happen to be an F1 bettor, a couple of things to take note of what happened last night. It's the Mercedes cars. It's George Russell and Lewis Hamilton that really performed. Hamilton won both practice sessions by wide margins. So we're gonna see, and we have seen it over the course of the last 10 hours, a lot of Mercedes money coming in. So Hamilton and George Russell are the ones that really performed well last night.
It's proof positive. You can bet on anything.
Hey, Derek, speaking of anything, how's the Circus Survivor going?
Oh, we're down to 99. We're in double digits now for 14.2 million. So, everybody that's still alive is got a real sweat. When I watch football every Sunday here at Circa, we got a film crew because we're filming a documentary. So we're doing it week by week. And I'll tell you what, it's excruciating to see some of these circus survivors. Obviously we've had a lot of guys, a lot of people, couples on film that have survived week after week, and we've had a lot that have really shown the agony defeat. It is something. I mean, when you're this close, 14.2 million, you can almost taste it. So it's really something.
Derek, we appreciate it. We will talk to you soon, my man, and have a great Thanksgiving in the meantime.
Happy Thanksgiving. Go Lions. Thanks, guys.
You got it, Derek. That's Derek Stevens. Circa, yeah, I mean, how do you bet an F1 race? Don't look at me.
I was about to say, to me, it's just like horses, isn't it? Except for cars.
The level of disrespect that
How
an
is that
allegedly good
disrespect?
Christian shows. First, you assault the United States Military Academy at West Point. Now you're really hitting a tripwire here.
Wait.
This
Cars,
no
horses.
No.
Did you hear this man question if a pebble hit a tire on a car? But no problem with horses that could just stop because they chose to.
That doesn't happen. Second of all, have you watched an F1 race?
What if a pebble hit the shoe on a horse? Maybe he has to stop and tie his shoe. You don't know.
We're getting back into Bryce Underwood.
He didn't have on Nay-Ban.
That's right.
I'll tell you what.
Don't you dare bag an F1.
I'm not bagging on it. Have you watched the show Drive to Survive?
I have, and they all survived.
No, it's fantastic. It's great theater. I don't know how you bet on that. There's nothing to handicap. But I'm sorry, do you get to sit there and analyze their computer data?
You handicap the drivers, just like Derek was saying. The favorite is now the third favorite.
All right, at least when the driver wins, he knows that he won.
Are one of you two pinheads going to say something, or I'm just going to babysit these idiots? Hit the button. I tell you, you're an effing problem. I was in a good mood today, and this man has ruined it.
I didn't know that was going to upset you.
Get out.
Go Army.
Old Nation. That's right. Old Nation Brewing Company. Now listen, you got a miserable weekend. You're going to be inside. Maybe you're by the fire. That's where Old Nation has got you covered. Solace, their new winter release. It's a football beer. It's a fireside beer. Don't be scared. Oh, my God, it looks so dark. No, it's easy drinking, and it pairs. Get ready to roll. Big weekend of football. OSU, Indiana. Big weekend of football. You got Army and Notre Dame, despite what this scumbag I do a show it says. It's Old Nation. Support local. Support independent. And unlike Rico Beard, support America. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. It's a must-win tonight for the Spartans if they want to extend their season. 4-6 Michigan State hosts 1-win Purdue in East Lansing with a win needed this evening and next week against Rutgers to clinch a bowl. The Boilermakers are bottom feeders in the Big Ten, but quarterback Aiden Chiles says that's not impacting their focus with so much on the line the next 2 weeks. The Spartans have dropped 3 straight games, but they are big favorites tonight, 13.5 points. Meantime, 5-5 Michigan needs just 1 win to make a bowl. Wolverines 10.5-point favorites at the Big House against Northwestern tomorrow. The Lions are dealing with an injury at corner, but they could get one back. Terrion Arnold was limited yesterday with a groin injury, but Emmanuel Mosley is a full go, and he could be activated off IR to make his season debut this weekend. Detroit's 7.5-point favorites Sunday at the Colts. And the Wings and Pistons both play tomorrow. The Wings snapped their 3-game losing streak last night against the Islanders. They host the Bruins at Little Caesars Arena. Pistons, losers of 2 straight, are in Orlando. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to it. 3 o'clock, and we've got multiple items to discuss with Mr. TJ Lang. I do want to ask about the Bryce Underwood stuff. If you missed our take on it, Odyssey.com rewind. You tip your caps, respect. At least one school in this state's trying. The whether it'll work and stuff, we didn't get to because it's immaterial to the discussion today, which is Michigan took a big swing to be a big boy in the future. That's all you can ask. And reminder, it's not your money. I don't care. My heart doesn't bleed for Larry Ellison. God bless. He wanted a quarterback. What am I going to do? It's just, I wish we had somebody like that.
Well, you do, don't you?
No.
That basketball guy that
owns
that big company?
Yeah, he was told he can't spend anymore.
Oh. Well, he was when Mel was there.
Right. I mean,
and then he was told, you can't do that.
And then the NBA was like,
oh, yeah. Okay, the conflict.
It doesn't, immaterial. We play in the GLIAC. Who cares about us? I wanted your opinion. No, full disclosure. You and I were texting a little bit last night, and it just, you had big opinion. It surprised me because generally you're just a ball breaker, but you actually had opinions about college football. But like when you heard the Underwood news, you played the game. Obviously, you weren't the most coveted athlete out of high school.
No, 1D1.
But when you see the money getting tossed around, what do you make of all this? Because you like college football like we did.
Yeah, I do. And I used to love college football. Right. I used to care less what happened on Sundays. I was so dialed in, Saturday starting 9 a.m. college game day. I want to see what's going on. I want to keep up with the recruiting, right? Who are we going after? Who the team's going at? Who's the next big thing? Man, I can't wait to see what this kid looks like in 2 years. He's a freshman. Wait till he's a senior. That's gone. That's gone for me, and I think it's gone for a lot of people. Oh, yeah. You can't do that anymore. This game is so different where these are 1-year contracts. You don't really build a program anymore. You build a team on a year-to-year basis. Mm-hmm. And for me, as being a college fan, that's taken a lot of the joy out of it for me. So yesterday, when the news came that they flipped Bryce Underwood, I don't know who to give credit to. I don't know if that's the Michigan guys or Sharon Moore recruiting his not the players, but the donors, right? And saying, guys, hey, now's the time to step up. Or if it's the donors that's saying, hey, we're coming off national championship. We're 5-5. This ain't right. Like, we're going to do something about it. Either way, I think that the more exciting part for a Michigan fan has to be and you nailed it, Mike, the fact that they're playing ball now. The fact that they are changing with the circumstance that is today's college football, which is you got to pay to play, you got to pay to be a big dog, right?
Yeah.
And that's not new to any programs. Michigan, I think, just wanted to take this approach. Oh, we're going to do it our way, and kids are going to want to come here because of the block. That's gone. They don't care about that anymore. It's how much you're going to pay me. So it bothers me that this is where we're at, but I think part of me rooting, for Michigan and growing up a Michigan fan and watch, at least they're trying to do something about it.
TJ.
At least they're not sitting on a 5-5 season and saying, okay, well, hey, let's just try to go do it the old-fashioned way and recruit our butt. Like,
that's
you can't
what
do
happened.
that.
I think they
can't
went,
do it anymore.
I think they went that way. Ohio State said, watch what we're going to do. We're going to spend a bunch of money. We got the block in. We're going to get kids. Wait, we didn't get kids. Ohio State spending, and all the Michigan fans and boosters, this can't happen again.
Exactly.
So we have to match Ohio State's energy.
Yeah.
So what do we need? This quarterback. All right, well, let's find out how much that quarterback costs, and let's go get this guy in the house.
So I'm more if I Michigan fan, I think you should be more excited that Michigan is willing to play this way. They're willing to change. They're willing to adapt to the new age of college football. I'm more excited about that than I am Bryce Underwood. I don't get excited about high school kids coming in that have no snaps of college film that you've never seen play. We've all seen 5 stars that come in and they're absolute trash, right? I'm not saying he's going to be that guy, but I'm more excited at the fact that they're finally starting to adapt to the new age of college football, which means, hey, we're going to be aggressive in the portal. Hey, we're going to be aggressive going to get the guys. We're not going to lose guys to other schools because we just didn't want to pay them, right? Yeah. That's where I look at it and say, okay, this is going to open up more opportunities to bring in other players. Now that other players around the country are thinking, oh man, look at Michigan, right? They're handing out the cash. Okay, let me put them back on my radar a little bit, right? So I think that the opportunities that just this deal represents and being able to flip a guy, and look, Brian Kelly's a douchebag down at LSU. I'm not going to, say LSU was some major program that you didn't flip a guy from Alabama, Ohio State. LSU is Brian Kelly's a fraud. I think we all know that. But
come on, man, I got friends at LSU.
Just anytime you could, throw a dagger at Brian Kelly, I think we would all
call it Rob. Is that you?
Damn. But I think just my overall impression, I was more excited that Michigan was willing to finally change what they were doing and change their mindset more than I was. Oh, we're getting the number 1 quarterback in the nation. Watch this. Like, if we were going to transfer, that's different, right? A guy that's proven already in college football.
I had that conversation.
Then I can be excited
night.
about the player, but I can't even be excited about the player, Mike, because listen, and I'll mention this too. People that are congratulating and celebrating this kid Underwood for taking the money and going to Michigan, if you're going to celebrate that now, don't blast the kid in 2 years when he gets a bigger bag from somewhere else and decides to leave.
Or TJ,
that's part of the game.
TJ, or my thing is, don't blast the kid if he comes out there and throws some picks early in the season. And then it's like, well, what are we paying this money for? First of all, you didn't pay anything. Second of all, it's a learning curve. So we'll get to that later because trust me, that's probably going to happen. But right now, you did what you had to do. You're competitive. You're gaining momentum. You're winning the offseason. And David put it best. Nobody's going to remember this year. If Michigan goes 6-6, nobody's going to remember. They're going to remember Sharon Moore. You got
that's a good point. I mean, I kind of feel that way, as
you opted out there in Fresno State.
Hey, whatever happens to Ohio State, and keep building this momentum of who you're bringing in. I can't wait to see what the signing day is going to look like. I can't wait to see what the portal's going to look like, right? So that's a good point, but this is just the reality of college football right now. NIL, transfer portal. Look at the top 10 teams in the playoff rankings, in college football right now and their quarterbacks, right? Ohio State, transfer quarterback. Oregon, transfer quarterback.
Indiana,
transfer
Miami.
Quarterback. Texas, I know he didn't play much, Quinn Ewers, but he was at Ohio State, transfer quarterback. Ole Miss, right?
Transfer quarterback.
Georgia, I mean, all these, this is just the reality of college football. So the kid hasn't even signed at Michigan yet. I know we still have time before signing day, but if you were asking me to put down, am I going to bet that Bryce Underwood's going to be here for 3 or 4 years? Odds are you're going to find a transfer. He's going to go somewhere else. You can find somewhere else. But I think that this shows if you do lose somebody, you're willing to pay to replace him. And I think that goes a lot farther than just bringing in some high school kids.
See, well, because I think at that point you're going to find out how committed is Michigan to this game. Will they be, is this going to be a one-off? Like, you know what? It didn't work. We don't want to do this anymore. Or it didn't work. Let's go out, do a little better, but we're still going to spend money. Because a lot of schools jumped out there, hey, we're going to spend all this money, and it failed. And now the donors are like, yeah, I didn't get a good return on the investment. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, with who you are in the...
But like Phil Knight in Oregon, he's like, I don't care.
Yeah, I think you've already put your stuff on the table, saying, this is the way we're willing to go now. We're willing to adapt. So
can't go backwards.
Yeah, I mean, time will tell, but I think that this shows that, hey, we're with the big boys now, right? If we lose a guy, who cares? We'll throw more money at another guy to replace him, right? That's a game that they haven't played the last couple years.
You only have one choice. You have to spend and then spend more. If you're looking at it, it's an arms race. And the spending doesn't guarantee a win, but not spending guarantees you lose.
Yep.
So it's simple.
And I hate
they're all well, no, look.
No, we could argue that
separate
all day,
conversation. No, it's largely why I can't give an F about much of college football. I like betting it. I do a podcast that covers it a bunch, and I do this show. The reality is none of it feels authentic to me. As you said, look, I got no problems, but Bryce Underwood had a year and a half to go to U of M. He wouldn't fart in their face. They dropped 12.5 and doubled up LSU, and all of a sudden, I'm home. Nah, son, you took the bag. Respect. Yeah. That's life-changing money. Fantastic for you, and the school gets what they want. You get what you want, right? Put the money on the nightstand. There you go.
Stupid not to do it. I mean,
but
if I was advising a kid,
yes,
yes.
But my point is, there was always an allure with college, and maybe we're stupid people as college fans that the player had an element of wanting to be at that school.
Yeah, and hey, look at this freshman. Can't wait to see what he looks like in 2 years.
That's gone.
You don't have any of that anymore.
Because it's basically like watching the Lions or the Giants. Oh, wait, no, it's not because there's no contracts.
It's a year to year. It's a year to
year.
See, if
Bryce Underwood signed a contract where Michigan was stuck with him and he was stuck with them, I might be able to work my way back towards the sport that I once loved because at least there'd be certainty. Mm-hmm. Much like the NFL, like, hey, my GM's an idiot or my GM's a genius. Now it changes every 5 days.
No, Mike, this is the argument that I had with a lot of State fans during the season. Like with Aiden Charles, I'm like, guys, there's no guarantee he comes back. Now he's come out in the paper and says I'm coming back, but
if you throw 17 picks, sorry, that slipped out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's like emotional Tourette's. I want to apologize to you.
No, but here's the thing.
I'm sorry.
No, but here's the thing. Every new quarterback does that. So the funny thing is, Michigan fan, David may be having the same conversation as we're like, yeah, David, we were you last year. Because you pay that amount of money, there is no development. It is, son, go out there and you got to play from day one.
Yeah.
I've never seen this defense before. Well, you're going to learn on the fly. Don't throw to the opposing colors.
And that's why I didn't want to go down the will it work thing today. The whole idea is what TJ said, what I've said. You tip your cap because Michigan isn't acting above anything. They're playing ball. They're getting in the dirt. No, we're not talking about cheating. We're talking about, okay, this is an arms race. This is what OSU's doing.
Yeah.
This is what Miami's doing. This is what Oregon's doing. You have one choice. Evolve or die, right? Our program's dead. They're evolving. You tip your cap. I can't slander it. Would I do it? Like if you came to me and said, look, we could spend 12.5 on a high school player, or we could take that same 12.5 and put it towards established portal players, I go choice B. But ain't nobody going to complain if you said, look, it'll get you the number one player in America. Respect, man. They're doing what they got to do.
Yeah. And you wonder if what Michigan is doing now will wake up other schools, right? If that will kind of put a jolt in the ass of other teams.
No, us?
Saying,
oh, no.
Well, no. See, TJ, here.
Why not, though?
Here's how I see it.
We're hapless.
Okay. He's cashed out.
Well,
I know.
He's cashed out. He's emotionally damaged right now. So no matter what they do, they can go out there and get the number 2 through 10 player. And you're like, yeah, but you didn't get one. But I'll say this. Michigan, yeah, I said that. Michigan is basically saying we're now competing. We're in the playoff division.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're no longer worried about the Big Ten.
Haves and have-nots.
We handle our business, and we're going to get a playoff spot. We may get a bye. We may have to travel someplace, but we're going to be in the playoffs. We're competing with Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, those teams. We're not worried about MSU, Purdue, Minnesota.
That's why I respect it.
whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it took a slap in the ass of being 5-5 coming off the national championship to wake you up a little bit.
And
right?
I think that, and you're watching Ohio State, and they just keep stockpiling players, and you look at your cupboards, and I think a lot of it was an embarrassment.
Yeah.
This is our quarterback room? Serious.
And I think you're starting to realize there's no honor when it comes to the portal and recruiting high school kids. Like a
TJ,
kid used to be committed back in the day. Okay, he's committed. Unwritten rule, he's off the table, right? We're not going to interfere with something.
Until Urban Meyer showed up to the Big Ten.
Yeah, but not only with that, but with the guys in the portal, right? They entered the portal, and then 2 hours later, and I'm not throwing shade, but like Keon Coleman enters the portal. An hour later, he's at Florida State. You know what I mean? So it's like, but that's just an example. But there's no honor anymore. Caleb Downs, right? One of the best All-American safeties, Alabama. Hour later, he's at Ohio State. There's no honor anymore. I think Michigan's starting to figure that out, and they're finally starting to play that game.
Let me give you a dirty little secret, okay? When a kid goes into the portal, there's one of two kids. Smart kid has already worked out that deal.
Exactly.
And they already know where they're landing. So that's why I'm in the portal. And then all of a sudden,
I'm not.
Here I am. I'm a Seminole. Here I am. I'm a Buckeye.
Right.
And then not so smart kid, I'm going in the portal, and I'm going to wait on Nick Say or Kalen DeBoer, and I'm going to wait on these coaches to call me, and the phone never rings.
Let me tell you, when this man gave his verbal pledge to Jeff Jenick, his word was strong as oak.
Did you just look that up? How do you know Jeff Jenick was that?
I'm a complete loser.
You're a nerd.
Up next, we're talking Ron Woodruff.
We can talk Jeff Jenick all day. Please don't bring up Chris Creighton. That was another.
I'm not. No.
Wednesday
I
night.
told you I'm in a good mood today. Danny Dimes is dead. I'm great.
That's good. You took Doug Karsh's words to heart this week.
What's that?
Be respectful to others.
Oh no, to hell with
I
Chris
was
Creighton.
say,
I'm just saying I wasn't going to
bloodbath in here. But.
No, I wasn't going to do that to you today. Today's a positive day. We got to talk Lions. We'll get to it next. I've got questions about this business trip the Lions are on. Holiday season, it gets busier. The cooking, the shopping, dealing with family. You need a good night's rest. Serta Perfect Sleeper X and Serta Eye Comfort. Save $600 all month long. The Black Friday sale, except you don't have to camp out in a tent like a loser. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. All right. Great commercial break, by the way. Great conversation.
Don't get fined.
Gentlemen. Let's go Lions. Let's talk about this. Well, we'll get back into Bryce Underwood a little later. So last week, I've never seen a worse NFL game. I've never seen a team quit the way the Jags did, nor have I seen a team more motivated to kill said team than what the Lions did. 7 possessions, 7 scores. We're up 36. F you. We're going to burn your house down. Jared Goff's in the game in the fourth quarter. See, this is a weird game this week. I want your perspective on this. When you play to pack, there's a motivation. We're going to Lambeau. The Houston thing, prime time, big game. Yeah. Hey, we escaped last week. We're coming home. We're playing the Jags. Refocus. This game is a weird one. It's a nondescript road trip. You've been flying really high. You've been playing some great football. You haven't won this many games in a row since like maybe ever. I know the last check was like 1960. TJ, is there any element of this where you have to refocus as a locker room and go, hey, we're on a business trip this week? Like last week, that ain't real. This team is going to play. Like this team is coming for our neck.
Yeah. Refocus, no, because I think this team realizes how good they are, and Dan Campbell and the leaders do such a good job of just making it about themselves rather than focusing on the opponent. Hey, we got to stop this guy. We got to stop that guy. We can't let this guy get going. Hey, circle this guy out.
Yeah.
They don't. They still do that. Don't get me wrong, but I think they make more of an emphasis on, guys, this is about us. The talent that we have, the style of football that we play. If we play our type of game and we don't turn the ball over 5 times and we don't have 12 penalties in a game and we don't do stupid stuff, on third down or in the red zone, it's about us, right? So I think that's more of the focus for them, and I think that's warranted. You know what I mean? I think that as long as they continue to take care of their business and lock in like they have over the large part of the last 2 years, no, they're the best team in the NFL when they do that, right? So I think that's the focus. But you're right, though, and I'll just finish with this. Anytime you play an AFC team, take out Tennessee, take out Jacksonville, because they're the ass of the league. We all know that. But you play a Houston team, and you're not familiar with them. There's a part of familiarity when I play the Packers or the Vikings or we play the Bears. Okay, I know what these guys do. I know the speed, right? I've felt this guy's bull rush before. I know exactly what I'm facing. When you play a team that you only play every 4 years, it takes you a little bit to get going. You know what I mean? Okay, I've never played this guy. He's been in the AFC. Yeah, maybe I played him once 4 years. I don't really remember that muscle memory of what it felt like in these individual matchups. I think that's where it can slow you down a little bit and take you a little bit of while to get going. But I'm with you, man. I think I told you guys a couple weeks ago, maybe it was the morning show on a Monday, but I was just looking. I'm like, don't overlook that Colts game. I mean, they're a tough team. Like, they've had some quarterback issues. Don't get me wrong. Anthony Richardson earlier in the year, we all know what happened when he took himself out of the game. Joe Flacco looked great and then whatever. Anthony Richardson's coming off his best game as a pro from last week. And this is a tough team that if you let them hang around, they got some talent, man. They do. And I think in the 10 games they played out of 11, one was a blowout. The other 10 games are one-score games. So you look at that, you say, okay, you don't underestimate them, Mike, to answer your question, but at the same time, you realize this is about us, right? As long as we go in there, take care of our business, you can't really use the road excuse anymore with the way that Lions fans travel. No. Like going into hostile territory, which is a testament to those guys.
Is real.
But yeah, I think it's more about, and Dan Campbell says this all the time, we got to improve. We got to find ways to improve ourselves before we even start worrying about who we're playing, the numbers on the names on the back of it. This is about us. So as long as they take care of that, it should be another fun road trip.
My thing is this: when you look at some of their blowout games, it seems to be a little bit of a hangover in that next game. The Dallas game, that was the most embarrassing game to me because that was personal. And you could see that it was personal.
Yeah, they were trying to embarrass them, which every team in the NFL should try to embarrass.
But then
the
the next week against Minnesota, you fell behind, you battled back, you won. Same, you played Tennessee. Tennessee didn't want to be here. The next week, you beat the Packers, but not necessarily your best game. It was just the Packers kept shooting themselves in the foot. So I just wonder, will it be a little bit of a hangover? Same thing. You go out there, you destroy the Jags. Will it take them a little bit of time to get back to reality and realize, oh, wait, this is a real NFL team and not the people that we just played last week?
I think more so hangover, no, because I think they do such a good job of just turning the page And even after, you're not, trust me, none of those guys are showing up Monday, pumping their chest out saying, we just beat the hell out of the Jags. Like, man, look at us. We're the king. Nobody's doing that. And you even got a sense of it after the game. You're listening to Coach Campbell's speech, and I think Jared Goff said some words, and it's like, hey, boys, we did what we had to do. We're on to the Colts, right? They're able just to focus day by day, week by week. Who cares what happened last week? This is about us. So that's something that I admire about them because that's difficult to do, in my opinion. So I don't think it's if they do get off to a slow start, I wouldn't say as much as a hangover because you just beat the hell out of the Jags as it is we're playing an uncommon opponent. We're playing a desperate team at this point of the year. It's hard to scout for things like that. So if there is a slow start or it does end up being a close game, I don't think you can point at it and look and say, oh, man, they're just riding high from last week. You remember, and sometimes you got to remind yourself, like you did the Houston game, we go out there and we play kind of half-assed and, we're just kind of little slot. It can get away from us in a hurry, right? And that's the NFL for you. You don't expect to win every game by, I think they're winning margins like 18 points in all their victories this year. That's insane. It's unheard of. You expect close games. You know that. It turns out to be a close game. You got to adapt, which I think this team has shown they can do. We got to get into a shootout. Let's get into a shootout. Hey, offense is struggling. Defense, we need a bunch of stops. Okay, go shut out Houston in the second half and let us catch up. They've shown they can win all sorts of ways, and I think that's a valuable reason of why they have been the best team in the NFL so far.
I got a critical. We have the TJ Lane critical question, by the way.
Oh, boy.
No, don't worry. Hermetic. Okay. It's been hermetically sealed. And on the flip side, though, before I ask you that, I do want to ask you about Anzalone. How big of a loss? You lose your green dot. I'm not saying Jack Campbell can't fill the role, but week to week, how jarring is that for a defense? Think about it. We're going to get to that momentarily. That way we got enough time for the TJ critical question.
Oh, that's not the critical question.
No, the critical question's under hermetically sealed conditions, and it's going to pit the two of you against each other. It's going to be very exciting. So we'll get to that momentarily.
It's not about politics, is it?
No. Okay. What the hell is wrong with you? If you purchase your
I know you're divisive, Michael.
Right. If you purchase, I got to tell you, you two are a real problem today. Health insurance, listen up. Time to renew for 25 open enrollment. December 15th is your deadline. I hate everybody. Don't waste your time trying to navigate on your own. Call Mike Pepper. He'll do it for you. Mike's taking. David, will you get these two to shut up? I got to tell you about national benefit plans. Mike will check to see if you qualify for a government subsidy. He'll shop health insurance carriers both on and off. God, get him out of here. Mike will show you a variety of options, including the least expensive one, guaranteed. Just call 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have wrapped up their last full practice in Allen Park before Sunday's trip to Indy to play the Colts. Detroit's got an injury at corner, but they could get one back for Sunday. Terrion Arnold was limited yesterday with a groin injury, but Emmanuel Mosley is a full go at practice and could be activated off IR for his season debut. Dating back to last season, Lions have got the best road record in the NFL, something head coach Dan Campbell says they've got pride in. Detroit's 7.5-point favorites at the Colts Sunday. That full injury report here for today within the hour, about 4 o'clock. And some NFL notes before his benching and the drama that followed. The Giants have now released quarterback Daniel Jones per his request. And Chargers-Broncos, excited for this one. Week 16's been flexed to Thursday Night Football. That's the first time this year that's happened. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, so we got a couple of questions for TJ. One serious, and then one is the signature TJ question of the week. We start with the football. I asked you about Alex Anzalone before the break. He is the headset, the green dot. Jack Campbell steps up. I'm excited to see Jack get put in that position. But in a 1-week span, do you think there's any slippage there?
No, I don't.
No, you're bullish on this.
I do, because I think that Jack Campbell has been playing
really good football,
great football this year. And Malcolm Rodriguez being back, he was kind of that odd man out when it was Derek Barnes, Anzalone, Campbell. Now you get Malcolm back from this couple weeks, I think, with that ankle injury, I want to say, but he's been playing good football. And I go back to, I think it was the Arizona game earlier this year. Anzalone was out. I think, was it a concussion, I want to say? I don't remember the exact injury, but he didn't play that game. And that was a big concern against Arizona and their rushing attack. Kyler Murray and James Conner. And you go back to that game, James Conner, 9 carries, 17 yards. And Kyler had 45. I think 21 was on one play. But you look at that and you say, you know what, guys, when you're missing somebody, you got to step up. You got to do more. Does that mean the defensive line's got to be a little bit better? Yes. Does that mean the safeties, Branch and Kirby, do they have to be a little bit better in the run game? Yes. They have been great. Don't get me wrong. But if you're missing a piece, hey, it takes a little bit more from everybody, right? So I look at this game, and I feel the same way. I feel confident that linebacker group, the defensive backs, you're well more equipped to overcome a guy missing time than you were a year ago. Somebody goes out a year ago, oh, my goodness, who is this guy? Yeah. We're just picked up off the way. We're going to trust him to go play set. You don't have that right now in the back seven of your defense. They're playing great football, not only against the run, but in coverage as well. They're at lowest passer rating. I think they're holding teams to 7 passing touchdowns they've allowed through, 11 games now?
No one's passed for 2.
No one's passed for 2 in you.
Power
so
stat.
I think it takes a little bit more. You're going to hurt on the leadership side and the football IQ side, and Anzalone getting everybody on the right spot, and hey, making some adjustments late when the offense makes an audible. Hey, we got to change up what we're doing a little bit. Maybe, but I think Jack Campbell is well equipped to handle those duties. I really like what I've seen from him this year. I think he's primed to step up in that role and take on a bigger role leadership wise, and obviously having the green dot.
Depending on your answer, this could be a discussion between you and Rico, or it's just you alone. They are in Indianapolis. I truly believe every NFL city has a signature outstanding steakhouse. It's just, it has to happen now.
Yeah.
I am a fan. I think St. Elmo's is wonderful. Have you been?
I have.
Okay. This man to my left said, with a straight face, frankly, unimpressive and wholly overrated. It broke my heart. I think St. Elmo's is great, but I wanted your review here. And if it's not St. Elmo's, what is the number one steakhouse in your travels as an NFL legend?
Or
you said wholly unimpressive and overrated.
Or I said, you know what? It's pretty good, but it's overrated. Because people hyped it up so much. And it's like,
it's delightful.
Is it the best I've ever had? No. But I don't remember. And man, this is going back probably 8 years when I played, but I didn't leave there disappointed.
Right.
I left there thinking, the big thing about them is the shrimp cocktail.
And he don't do shrimp.
I remember thinking my mouth being on fire and regretting what was going to happen the next day. That cocktail sauce was a little extreme. And I like spicy food, but I wasn't prepared for that cocktail sauce. I remember leaving going, oh my God.
You'll see God eating that stuff. No, but I thought of Lions fans on the road trip this weekend, if you were able to get in. It's a great experience. All right, so
it's a staple. It's a place. Hey, if you have a chance to go there, it's worth it. I don't think you're not going to leave disappointed. Are you going to leave thinking that's the best meal I've ever? Maybe if you've never been to a nice steakhouse, you might feel that way.
Best pregame then in your career as an NFL player. The single best pregame you had the night before.
Oh man, there was one in Dallas. I think it was called Ocean 41, Ocean 44, Ocean something. I don't know. I'll look it up. But that was a phenomenal meal. And anytime I'm back in this town is a must. I want to say it was Ocean 44. And everything was spectacular. The appetizers, the drinks, the food, the steak. Yeah, it was that's a bucket. Ocean 44, yeah, in Dallas.
Good, look at you.
And we actually went this year. There's a big Lions fan down in Dallas that likes to get the group together, take it out for dinner.
Had to ask. I just needed to know.
Oh my goodness, phenomenal! That's one that you walk out saying, "Yeah, anytime I'm back, this is my new spot."
And that's fine. Yeah. So Rico and you, outvoted me. All right, St. Elmo's overrated.
No.
That's fine.
I didn't say overrated.
Right. Come on,
the best I've ever had. Now,
TJ,
but,
who are we talking to?
It's a staple.
Who are we talking to?
What about
has he never taken anything and twisted it before?
I had fun with it.
Ask him about Peter Luger's out in
overrated.
New York.
Massively overrated.
How dare you say that?
No, I can say
that is a New
it.
York staple.
I could say it.
You would not recommend people to go
when
to
I
Luger's?
told him,
Never. Wouldn't make my top 10. Wouldn't make my top
TJ,
15.
When I told him about one
there.
of the greatest pizza places in New York, you know what he told me?
Trash?
Yeah.
Never heard of it?
Yeah.
First of all, America's favorite mall pizza does not qualify as New York pizza.
Hey, it was good enough for the fat boys.
That's right. Zabaros. No, Peter Luger's totally overrated.
Ocean 44, now that I'm thinking about it, that might have been Arizona. I don't know. I think
the Dallas one I'm saying is Ocean Prime.
No,
is that it?
It might have been Arizona.
Sorry. Just listen, if you're a Lions fan, you're going down there this weekend.
Scottsdale. It was Scottsdale. Okay, so it's not in Dallas. Actually,
Get
I'm glad
yourself
it's not
some
Dallas.
shrimp cocktails.
You're in Scottsdale. Go check out Ocean 44. It was Scottsdale.
Good man.
Yeah,
that's all. See, there was
unbelievable.
Nothing bad to ask you. I just wanted to see what your opinion was as an O-line.
Yeah.
Did St. Elmo's stack because Rico was just Robin Leach?
I appreciate St. Elmo's. I do.
Okay.
I think we might check it out.
Not a big
tomorrow
seafood
night as
guy.
well.
Are you going?
Yeah, might check it out. Yeah.
Look at this. Who got the Reza?
I'll give you a proper review.
Because they got the other restaurant,
Harry and Izzy's.
Harry and Izzy's, yeah. Solid, too.
Yeah.
I
Good
actually like
restaurants.
that one better.
Now, unfortunately, we'll never be there again, Rico, because we're never making the Big Ten title game. All right.
Who hurt you, man?
NBA.
Who hurt you?
I hate sports. Oh, the Giants did it to me. NBA, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. FanDuel giving everybody 3 months NBA League Pass. You bet $5 on any NBA game, you get the free trial. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. The official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass, automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, it is time. Don't let me get hot. It is time for the picks.
We won't.
TJ is still by far and away the king of the castle right now. I'm dog water, but I went 8-2 last week. Give me a moment to feel decent about myself. All right.
Getting hot.
College football. Number 16, Colorado laying 2.5 as they travel to the Herpy Birds, taking on Kansas at Arrowhead.
Yeah.
Rico Beer.
You know what? If I get another bad week, I'm hitting the portal and I'm out of here. Because I used to be up there with TJ.
Oh, that was week 2.
Yeah, now
You're a lot like MSU football.
Now I'm down there with you.
Here today, gone tomorrow. All right, what do you got?
All right. You know what? Colorado is putting up points, and I think Deion is really going to try to get 2 people at the Heisman ceremony. I see the point spread. I don't believe it. Give me the Buffaloes.
Kenny Cat.
Roberts. Yeah, I don't like picking Colorado because Rico just did, but it's under a field goal, so I will. Give me Colorado.
David.
Yeah, I can't see BYU in the playoff. I need to see somebody else. So Colorado has to keep winning. Colorado.
TJ.
I got to take Kansas.
Oh,
I know,
and
look,
there it is.
I
I just lost another game.
I don't know if I'm super impressed with the win last week over BYU, but they've got a really good defense. They got a good rushing attack, too, that I think can control the clock a little bit and keep Shadur Sanders
much
and Travis
better
Hunter
this
off
week.
the field. Thank you.
Listen.
And they've got Kansas has a couple really good corners.
Look, Kobe Bryant being one, Melton the other.
Yep,
It's senior
Mello Dotson,
day.
yeah.
They need it for a bowl game. And look, Daniels and Neal, it's a hell of a combo. I'm going with Kansas. I can't take any more to Colorado.
I didn't know if they can still have a hangover effect from the BYU game.
Well, they just been winning for a while. I got to do it. I can't do this Deion stuff anymore. Texas A&M laying 2.5. They're out on the plains, traveling to Auburn. You know what to do.
Yeah, Mike, I thought I knew what to do, but then, you know what, all of a sudden, a little me popped on the shoulder and said, wait, that's still Peyton Thorne as quarterback. Take A&M.
Kenny.
Yeah, Auburn stinks, and you just hate to see it. Give me A&M.
David.
Also can't go Auburn. Got to go A&M.
TJ, you know what to do.
Rico, I'm going to put my trust in my man, Peyton Thorne. I don't know why. I feel like this game should have been 9.5, 10 points. I have no idea why it's 2.5. I'm sick of asking questions.
Dude, you got house money.
The home game.
You
I
can
think
go
Auburn needs
0-10.
it.
Needs
Doesn't
it for a
matter.
bowl. Hugh Freeze
don't give a
needs
damn.
it for his job.
Peyton Thorne, come on, buddy. Give me one final performance here. I'm taking Auburn.
One time, you POS. Give me Auburn. All right. Indiana at Ohio State. OSU laying 10.5. Rico Beer.
I look at this game, and I'm going to take Indiana because when Ohio State has played tougher teams, ranked teams, they've won or they lost, but they didn't cover. So, therefore, give me Indiana on the points.
Kenny.
Top 5 matchup here, double-digit point spread. I'm going to take Indiana plus a 10.5.
Over to David.
I had a family member that went to Indiana. She's going to have a horrible weekend because Ohio State's going to win.
TJ.
I know Indiana's coming off a bye. Ohio State really is, too. They played Northwestern last week. But I think Ohio State just has too much talent. Emeka Egbuka, Smith, Tate, Judkins, and Henderson, the running backs. I think that's just too much talent for Indiana to overcome. Might be able to keep it somewhat close.
Yeah.
13 point. Yeah, I think Ohio State's probably going to win big.
Indiana, strength of schedule, 106. Put them 6 feet under. Give me Ohio State. I've had enough of those frauds. Purdue at Michigan State tonight. You can feel the electricity. Rico Beard live from the President's Suite. Michigan State laying 13.5. What do you got, Rico?
Is this one of those you know what to do games?
Yeah, not watch.
Okay.
What do you got?
You know what? Give me MSU because I don't want a sad car ride home.
There you go. Selfish but justified. Kenny.
Mike, you will not be watching, so I will be taking Purdue.
No surprise there. We go over to David.
I really want to take Michigan State here, but I just
you
can't.
got people from Purdue, don't you?
I do, so I'm going Purdue.
Over to TJ.
I just don't know if I can trust Michigan State with that big of a point spread.
Short
I think
answer.
Purdue is ass.
You can't.
Don't get me wrong. Purdue stinks, but Is Childs over the turnovers? I don't know.
Yeah, he's over.
Michigan State wins, but I think Purdue is able to keep it within that.
TJ,
13 points.
we've picked exactly the opposite on
Oh
every
boy.
game.
Okay. All right. So somebody's going to make a move this week.
Who'd you
I
take?
can't take all the home teams. I'm taking Purdue. I'll probably regret it.
I don't want Rico to be sad. Give me State. All right. Northwestern at Michigan.
thank you.
This game will be a thrill a minute. Michigan laying 10.5.
Senior day at Michigan. Northwestern's not any good. Michigan will roll. And they just got the quarterback. They're going to be celebrating.
Kenny.
Northwestern's not any good, but I don't know if Michigan's any good either, so I'll take the 10.5.
There you go. Over to David.
Bryce Underwood's going to throw 4. Oh, not yet. Sorry, Michigan.
No, he'll be signing autographs.
He will. Michigan.
Yeah, Rico, I think I'm with you. A little bit of positive momentum this week. Let's get one on the board together.
Okay.
You know, big news coming out of the recruiting guy.
There you go.
That might
All
amp
right.
you up a little bit. And plus, I think Northwestern's offensive line stinks. And this has got to be a game that
I heard you know
Stewart,
offensive
Grant,
line.
Mason Grant, that they just completely dominate. So I'm going to take Michigan.
F them. Go Cats. All right.
Spiteful.
Detailed right there.
Nuanced.
Leave emotion out of the pick.
I do. I just 10.5 for a team. I mean, Michigan's not. Either of these teams is good.
Northwestern.
I know.
It's Northwestern and it's senior day.
Do they have
They
any
play at a
seniors?
lacrosse
Yeah.
field. They don't
Their
have a
new
real
stadium's going to be
stadium.
beautiful.
In 10 years.
Listen,
2
all right?
years.
And Spartan Stadium's going to fall down in 10. So what does it
There we
matter?
go. There
All
we go.
right. Let's,
Hey, Mike, have you ever had a Hershey bar? Well, Spartan Stadium.
let's go to
Like
Sunday.
puppies.
14 years old.
People,
Crusty.
we have a bomb cyclone. Cards traveling to Seattle. It is a bomb cyclone. Cards are laying 1.5. Rico Beard.
Cards are laying 1.5, but I don't think that Seattle will lose this game. Give me the Seahawks at home. Yeah, I'm going Seahawks.
Kenny.
I don't love the Seahawks the way Rico does. Give me the little guy, Kyler. Cardinals.
Over to David.
Since week 7, their defenses have gone in opposite directions. Cardinals defense looks good. Seahawks don't. Cardinals.
TJ.
What is a cyclone bomb, real quick?
It's like who was the scumbag in Charlie Brown, where he had like the dirt nap that followed him around.
Pigpen.
Okay, that's a bomb cyclone, except it's weather and not personal funk and lice.
So like
it just sits
raining.
over your stadium and rain and snow and nonsense.
Oh,
I
well,
think
now I
that
feel even better
yeah.
about Seattle.
I think that benefits the Cardinals better. I think their run game's starting to catch on. They've
One
won
problem.
4 straight. Seattle's run defense has not been great. I don't trust Geno Smith winning back-to-back weeks.
Small people don't win in the rain.
I'm
Give me
taking
Seattle.
Arizona. I'm taking Arizona.
Is that a fact?
It is. Their feet can't grip the surface. Too tiny.
Just like Fred Flintstone just
Eagles laying 2.5 in LA on Sunday night against the Rams. Rico.
You know what? Give me Philadelphia. Saquon is looking like he wants to be an MVP candidate. And plus, by that point, they would have known that the Lions have already won, so they're trying to keep pace with them. Give me the Eagles.
Over to Kenny.
Yeah, Saquon ultimate try-hard mode. Give me the Eagles.
David.
Daniel Jones will be in the stands in L.A. to watch his friend Saquon win. Eagles.
Mr. TJ Lane.
I guess I'm opposite Rico the entire day. I'm taking the Rams. I
right.
think, look, Eagles' passing defense has been much improved this year, but you have 2 rookie corners out there going against Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, veteran quarterback Matthew Stafford. I think that's enough to give the Rams a win. Plus, I really want to see the Eagles fall apart like we did last year. I hope it happens.
Eagles. That offensive line for the Rams, I feel so bad for Stafford. Oh, my God.
They're getting Havenstein back.
Who cares? They need Whitworth back from 5 years ago.
You see they benched Jonah Jackson.
Yeah, hate to see it. Ravens laying 3. They traveled to a revitalized Bolts. Rico Beard.
I think it's going to be a bounce-back game for the Ravens. Give me Baltimore.
Kenneth.
Again, I'm afraid to agree with you, Rico, but I'm also taking the Ravens here.
I know, Kenny, you should be. And you know what that means? TJ is taking the Chargers.
David.
Jim Harbaugh. It's 0-2 versus John, so I'm going to go Ravens here.
Oh, yeah, the
TJ.
The Harbaugh Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, remember when the lights went off at the Super Bowl and your team gagged
I
again?
remember that.
You hate to see it.
I'm getting really scared of taking all the opposite.
You know what?
picks
I
that you're
hope Tommy
taking.
wins.
Not so fun when the rabbit's got a gun, is
I
it?
hope Tommy wins.
I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna take the Chargers because I think Justin Herbert's playing at
There
a
we
different
go.
level right now,
Yes.
and I think that the Ravens secondary is very vulnerable
terminal.
against
You
pass.
just
They're not good.
picking with me today, aren't you?
How about
I had them
this?
written down when I came in.
How about this? Justin Tucker's already missed 6 field goals.
point, yeah.
He's got the yips. It's going to be a close game. Maybe Khalil Mack's back. Give me the bolts. Niners, Packers. Is Brock Purdy in one piece? What's the latest?
He's going to play. Kittle's supposedly going to play. You know
Bosa?
what? I don't know.
Maybe,
He got a sack and just walked off the field.
Hate
you know
to
what,
see
Mike?
it.
This is what you call the emotional hedge.
Packers.
Give me the Packers.
Good man. We go to Kenny.
Yeah, it seems like the Niners have been hit by a chair. This is the only home team I've picked so far. Give me the Packers.
Over to Hatchet Man.
Purdy was not at practice today, so I'm going to go with the Packers.
Yeah, I saw on the bottom line it goes, missed practice, parentheses, legs. That's never a good sign.
Right.
TJ.
Oh, man.
Niners.
Purdy being questionable, Bosa being questionable.
Take the Niners.
See,
I don't care. Jordan Love's a turnover machine. Niners are desperate. They
Take the
gotta win.
Niners.
They got to keep up pace in that West. They got to keep up pace to make the playoffs. I'm taking San Fran. Lord help me.
Good for you. I got the Packers. Just picked up a game. All right. Lions laying 7.5 as they travel to Indianapolis. Do we want an alt line or do we just go with 7.5?
I'm good with 7.5.
Let's
All
go
right.
7.5.
Go ahead, Rico. What do you got?
I think the Lions are going to continue their winning streak. Mobile QB and Anthony Richardson tries to keep this thing close. The Lions win, but they don't cover. Give me the Colts.
Kenny Cott.
These QBs mirror images of each other. Mobile golf season. Lions.
I don't want to hear that anymore. Lions.
I think the Colts are good enough to keep it close. Lions still win, but 7.5 on the road. You just can't keep blowing out teams,
Two
can you?
games. Wow.
TJ's man, I got to take the Colts. I think it's gonna be
TJ's being
7-point
negative.
Win. 7-point win.
And I'm joining him. Give me the Colts with the points. Lions win, Colts cover. That's how I see it, at least. Those are the picks. Great job, everybody. 97-1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The injury report is out from Lions practice this afternoon. Corner Ennis Rakestraw is out against the Colts with a hamstring, while Terrion Arnold questionable with a groin injury. Emmanuel Mosley also questionable, but he could come off IR for his season debut. Detroit, they're 7.5-point favorites in Indy. Michigan State must win tonight to extend their season. The 4-6 Spartans welcome one win Purdue to East Lansing. They need to win tonight and next week against Rutgers to clinch a bowl. Boilermakers are in the basement of the Big Ten, but with these circumstances, head coach Jonathan Smith says nothing is being taken for granted, that is. The Spartans, who've lost 3 straight, are big favorites tonight, 13.5 points. That kickoff at 8 from Spartan Stadium. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we get to Who Said It at 4:15. We got to check the injury report, and then we have ticket text we just have not gotten to, and we need to. Also, Odyssey.com Rewind. We spent about 90 minutes on Bryce Underwood. Great day for U of M if you're a fan. They're trying.
Yep.
No idea if it's going to work. That's not the conversation today.
You're playing with the big boys.
You tip your cap. You're trying because you saw what OSU did last year, and you didn't like the poo-poo platter this year. David, what do you got?
You want some good pizza? Get some Chicago style.
Oh, it's like a soup.
Okay, now people are trolling. That's not
They
pizza.
I do like a good Chicago pizza, but that's like a bowl of soup.
It's
on
a casserole.
crust.
It's a disgrace.
They are trolling because they do say later on, I know that pisses Mike off.
It does. Look, listen, here's the deal. Detroit-style pizza is still pizza. Now, it's a different way of doing it. Chicago-style pizza is like if you flunked out of culinary school, knocked your head on a toilet seat, and said, oh, look, here's my idea. It's garbage.
You almost need a spoon to eat.
It's disgusting.
You don't almost.
No, then you roll into one of those Chicago joints, and it's like a hostage situation. You walk in the door, you haven't even kicked the snow off your feet. What's your order? Because it takes an hour. Well, then it's not pizza.
They do not treat each other with respect in Chicago.
They don't deserve it. That stuff's disgusting.
What do you want? Hey, welcome. What do you want?
I have had my reservation since May for St. Elmo's for my son. And I go Lions, Bill NGP.
Make it happen, and on behalf of me, you apologize for Rico Beard's slander of that fine establishment, a Midwestern cathedral.
Well, someone is calling you out, Rico. They're saying you must have ordered your steak well done and doused it in ketchup.
Whoa, no, I'm going to stick up for my man here because he is a cultured man.
Yes.
I have witnessed this man eat a medium rare steak. He is a gentleman. Don't put that evil on him. I may disagree with his review of the place, but come on now.
Because, you can't disagree with anybody in life. So, yes, I got ketchup. I asked, could I get French fries with it? Yes. And while I was at it, I said, hey, is there any grape Kool-Aid? Let's go.
Not going to hit a single drop. You are on your own with that remark.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to read this one.
TJ enjoys a good glass of grape Kool-Aid as well.
I do. Yeah.
There you go.
I want to crawl under this table right now.
Tapping out. Tapping out.
From Jonathan, he says, love the Underwood news, but we still have to fire Campbell and Martindale for this to have a chance to work.
Okay. I don't want to go down this road. Here's what I'll tell you. You don't have a great infrastructure to developing quarterbacks. You don't. So, yes, along with getting Bryce Underwood, what I would look to do is poach a coordinator who has truly elevated quarterbacks that have to throw more than 14 times a game. It's been 25 years at Michigan. You've had one guy taken, and most people made fun of what the Vikings did. So I would hire a real infrastructure around Bryce Underwood.
So, question. And I'm just, if you're Michigan, because he just got fired, would you go get Tom Herman and let him run the offense?
Sure. Brilliant offensive mind. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with it. And again, maybe
you need creativity. That's the thing that I think Michigan, especially this year, has been lacking.
Yeah.
When Alex Orji's on the field, you know exactly what's happening.
Why won't they call a jump pass?
I don't understand. How many times you see 3rd and 4 and Orji come in and run for 1 yard
TJ,
and you kick a field goal? It's like, what? There's no creativity to what Kirk Campbell's doing.
But apparently it works because only one team figured it out, and that was Washington. Like, he doesn't pass the ball.
No, it's not true. They kept trying to do it against Illinois, Indiana. They kept trying to do it against those teams.
Don't worry, though. We came rolling to town. We really knew what was
No,
going
but
on.
I'm saying Washington just said no, and that's when they benched him in the game. They were like, yeah, this isn't going to work. They were just like, yeah, he doesn't pass the ball. We're not even going to even have safeties
but I'm
back
saying,
there.
but if he's coming in off the bench, like what Justin Fields has been doing with Pittsburgh the last couple weeks, he's going to run the ball, but hey, we're going to dial something up to where at least you got to keep guessing, right? There's no guessing with Alex Orji. You know exactly what's going to happen.
They've been saving it for OSU.
Yes, if he's still going to be on this team next year and you want to use him in that capacity, you need an offense coordinator that can at least design some creativity
next year.
What's he been doing
Someone's
this
got
year?
to hold Bryce's hat.
He's doing nothing this year, anyways.
Yeah, maybe Bryce tips well.
Maybe he can come to Eastern Michigan. We could use quarterback.
What is happening? David Reed.
Mike is probably ecstatic. Daniel Jones has been granted his release.
It's a great day, man. It is. And truthfully, at least I know one team in the state of Michigan's trying to win collegiate football games. So I'm in the interesting business. Michigan getting Underwood, interesting. MSU offering Zeke the Wonder Dog an extra biscuit so he doesn't transfer to Boston College, not interesting.
You know, Tommy Cutlitz he's a tryhard though, man. He'll go win a couple games he ain't supposed to.
Okay,
Rico, prediction: 4 weeks from now, Mike's pissed off that Tommy DeVito has gone 2-2 over that stretch.
Let me tell you what Tommy DeVito's going to do.
4 weeks?
Take their draft
4 days from now. How about 4 days
from now?
Tommy DeVito is going to use my family's Thanksgiving turkey as a toilet. He is going to pop a squat on Thanksgiving. He's going to beat the Cowboys and ruin my dad's life.
Okay, but is that
Cooper
really
Rush versus Tommy DeVito?
I was about to say, is that hard to do?
That sounds like nap time.
To beat the Cowboys? Like,
no, you have one job to do if you're Tommy Cutlitz. Lay down and die.
Oh, no, he doesn't do that.
He wants a job.
He's going to win.
He wants a job.
Hey, is Halloween City Agent going to be there in his stupid little outfits?
He'll be 6-11. See a little bit of hope for the future, Mike.
No,
hey guys,
Making like 12th in the draft.
You know what? My hope is you don't wake up tomorrow.
Hey, TJ.
Whoa.
TJ.
I need a quarterback.
David, shut his mic off. Is Root for Radio wanting the Giants to win or lose?
Yes, win. 100%. We want the Giants to win.
It's wanting you to get hit
You
by
knock
a car.
off Philly, that'll be good for the Lions. Maybe you knock off Washington. I don't know if they played them twice, but
if you don't care about me, could you at
we want
least
the Giants
care
to
about
win.
my dad?
Yeah.
You said he's cashed out.
He's rooting for them to lose. He wants them to lose. I finally got my dad to go Hollywood Hogan and turn heel. I finally succeeded. Don't ruin this.
No, as you said, we're in the interesting business.
And the Giants having a quarterback is interesting.
Or bringing back Daniel Jones. Because, Daniel, we sorry.
It is a 5.5 point spread for the game this weekend. Buccaneers.
That's the devil's number.
Look, the Giants.
Michael always told me, you know what to do.
Yeah, they've already lost twice to the Commanders, so that's out. But they can still beat the Eagles.
That
in
helps
in
the
week
Lions.
18. It might help the Lions out, Rico,
Oh, the
right?
last week of the season.
Yeah.
When draft pick status is on the
yeah.
line.
Tommy Cutlitz.
You know what,
running
Mike?
for
Never
about
mind.
80
Never mind.
yards. A couple tuds.
You know what, Mike? I'm on your team because I can only imagine the angst and anxiety you will have in week 18 in a meaningless game as you need. You're playing Philly?
Oh, yeah. Imagine Tommy Cutlitz trucking Cooper DeJean on
Okay,
a goal line
here's
in
what you-
overtime for a touchdown.
Here's what you need is Philly to keep pace with the
to get,
Lions.
like, the 8th
so
pick
they
in the
need
draft.
that game.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know who Philly's backup QB is, but you don't want to see him.
This is painful. Y'all got to stop, man. This is painful. This
David,
sounds
can you help
horrible.
us pray this into existence? You tell me that wouldn't be great?
You know what? Yeah, I could do that.
Come on. All right.
I could do
Appreciate
that.
you, man.
While you're at it, pray to
I hope your
Sunday
church.
morning.
I hope your church collapses. Okay?
David, while
Okay?
you're at it, how about you pray
There.
to beat the
How about
Browns the
that?
next time?
How about that?
Hey, leave me alone, Rico.
Pray to beat the Browns next time.
You did.
Yeah, everybody ate a W except for your team.
By the way, how did the game go from this to then cutscene snow globe in 4 minutes?
Apocalypse.
And then George Pickens says after the game, well, the weather played a factor. We scored both our touchdowns after it snowed.
Why is George Pickens fighting with the
saw that.
DB as the play is going on?
George Pickens complaining about the weather. If only Pittsburgh wasn't a,
Thank
dome
you.
team that played down in Florida. They've never played in a cold weather
Yeah,
outdoor
we must play in
game
a dome.
themselves.
I don't know.
It only snowed on one side of the field, didn't it, George?
Oh,
Who said
and
it
the
is
field was
next?
crowned.
Who said it is next?
Go G-Men, baby.
Who said it is next?
All right, what you just heard, Mike? Mike, that's a tease, Mike. Be curious.
Next.
Mike just gave a radio tease. You hear the fun we have every Friday, and you're like, you know what? I want to be like these guys. You can. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career. Or you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist. Hey, Specs at LTU will get you started. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught like people like myself who work in the business. What does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. So if you want to make that switch, let Specs at LTU get you started. With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, wintry driving season is here. Reckless drivers everywhere. Look, bottom line, you're on the road. You're at risk. You need an injury attorney that you can get on the phone and then is going to fight like hell for you. Pick up the phone right now. Call David Femininio, and he'll answer. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. We were on our game last week, and it angered David, which means this is going to be exponentially more difficult. It is time for Who Said It.
All right, guys. Here's who's eligible. Everyone from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So Rieger and Wojo.
To 8 p.m.
Okay.
So here we go. They can't score. They can't play 5-on-5. Their penalty kill is atrocious. They cannot pepper the opposing goalie with shots. They always get outshot.
Initial thought, may I?
Yeah.
Only hockey nerds use the term pepper. Pepper the net. I almost felt like it was caught.
Yeah, either him or Cookies, right?
I think we're missing one.
About saying Gator?
Well, that too. I think, but atrocious is the one that's sticking with me.
Because that's a word I normally
That's a word you use. I could see Cookies using that, and I also have heard Rieger say that a lot.
Ooh, he's also a hockey nerd.
Exactly. That's the one I think we're missing. I'm going to go with Rieger, but I think all of those guesses are in play.
Kenny, that's too big of a word for him to use.
You know what? Pepper the net.
No, atrocious.
Oh, atrocious.
That's three. That's
pepper.
Too many syllables. I'm going to go with Rieger. I'll go Rieger. I think Kenny's talked me into it.
You know what? I'm going to go with my original thought of Gator.
TJ staring into space. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, this is a tough one.
Do you want to hear it again?
Yeah, I do. One more time.
They can't score. They can't play 5-on-5. Their penalty kill is atrocious. They cannot pepper the opposing goalie with shots. They always get outshot.
So that to me screams somebody that's just looking at the box score instead of watching the games, which is why I'm going to go with Gator.
David.
You know, hey, they're bad in all these scenarios. Like, if you're going to watch the games, at least give me a player description. And Kenny, I'm not trying to be mean.
Whoa.
I know Gator's got to get up early. So he can't watch all the games. I'm going to go with Gator as well.
How early you got to get up to be here at 9:58? All right.
Sorry, Gator. That's
Kenny,
a swing and miss.
Great work
Strike
by
one.
me and you. Kenny Cott gets half a point there. That was tremendous. Yeah. All right. Now,
contract. This thing is definitely set up. They built this house brilliantly.
I got a major Woj vibe. Major Woj vibe.
Why?
I just the brilliantly and the big word in the they built this house. I don't know. I can hear that, and before you talk me out of it, because I know you're going to, but I'm getting major Bob Wojo vibes.
Okay. No, I'm not going to talk you out of it. I don't have a major opinion on this one.
I don't either.
Who's using the house analogy? They built this house.
Dude, he's a writer. He's got to come up with different ways to describe things.
That strikes me. That strikes me more as a Jansen-ism possibility. Who's using that as?
I thought that too, but I think Jansen would say like foundation or hey, they got the, you know what I mean? Woj,
too many syllables for him.
Editorial. Hey, I got to throw a new word in here.
House?
I'm getting Woj on that. I'm getting Woj, man. Boy, I'm riding this hill hard too.
Okay,
Rico, what do you think? I'm going to say
vibes.
Jansen.
Brilliantly. Jansen wouldn't say that.
I'm going to go Gov. Same show, Kenny, but I'm going to go Gov with this.
I'm going to go Jansen. This house. America.
Brilliantly, though?
Deer meat. I'm going to go John.
Who said it?
That was my second guess. That was one off.
Me too. To hell with him. I totally whiffed. Damn. All right, let's go to number 3.
Yeah, none of us had that.
That was bad. It was bad. We call it a bad play.
Yeah, good. Shake it, move on.
They're not fun to watch. They don't create shots. The shots they do create don't go in. They're not good. They do nothing well.
Me. That's exactly how I would describe the Red Wings.
Do nothing well is a phrase I've heard you exactly to the word describe the Red Wings as. I think it's you.
I think that's me.
See, is he talking Wings or Pistons?
No, because I've given the Pistons a lot of credit since the 0-4 start.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm not going against you. You think it's you? I'm on board, man. You think it's you? If you're that committed to yourself, then I'll join you.
Yeah, Michael.
Who said it?
There we go. All right. I'm on the board.
I effing hate that guy. All right. Let's go to number 4. 2 for 3. This is good. It's a banner day. And Danny Dimes is dead. What a day. Go ahead.
Why are you so upset? Why? Because it's year 6? When are we allowed to have expectations?
Another hockey take?
Oh, hell, that sounds like something I say too, because I hate when. Wait a minute.
I think I'm gonna use the jank rule because I think I know exactly who said this.
I thought it was me or you.
One more time,
But
David.
now he's doing the jank, which means it's got to be someone off this show, right?
Wait. That's not what the rule was. I thought if you know who the answer is.
Yeah. I mean, if you're janking yourself, then you can't talk.
Always.
Go ahead, Rico.
You want to hear one more time?
Yes, please, David. Save us.
Why are you so upset? Why are you a crumb bump? Like, no. Why are you so upset? Why? Because it's year 6? When are we allowed to have expectations?
Why are you so upset, though? Was he talking to a caller?
It might be me
That wouldn't
blowing
be
up
Kenny.
at a caller.
Yeah, that
but
wouldn't be
Kenny's also
Kenny,
done the
though,
same
right?
thing.
Why are you so upset?
We got into a lot of fights on this show.
Could it have been Costa?
God, I'm kind of leaning cookies too, Rico. Give me
Season
your
ticket,
reasoning.
Costa?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Costa.
I think I'm with you too. It sounds like he's having an argument with a caller.
Or
That's,
just
a
fictitious argument where he's
upset
like,
upset that they're
People are
talking
sending in
badly
mean-
about
yeah,
Steve Yzerman.
yeah, sending her mean text
I'm
messages.
kind of leaning Costa too. Oh, but he janked himself. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Does
but
he
the
listen to
only-
the mornings? Kenny, do you listen to the mornings?
Driving in.
I'll never tell.
I'll go Costa because you guys
I'll go
convinced me,
Costa.
but I swear Kenny and I said similar. All
Is,
right.
is everybody in?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I said this. I'm like 99% sure.
I pointed to you, and then you did the jank thing.
It's because I didn't want to ruin the game.
Yeah. If he's going to jank himself, we got to trust him.
I had it.
Just got to believe that.
I had it.
you know, he knows what
David,
he's
do we have a
doing.
last one?
We sure do.
This is good, though. This is very positive this week.
Are you kidding me? Did you see the roster that he put out there? Did you see the starting quote-unquote rotation? To be determined almost on a nightly basis.
Whoa. Now that sounds
That's
like...
got to be basketball.
Yeah, but we haven't done that.
Yeah. Who talks? Anybody talk about the Pistons?
No, like in a passing remark, I've said, guys, they're actually competitive. They're a lot better than their 0-4 start, but we haven't broken down rotational stuff.
We haven't any Karsh yet. Are you going to get Karshian vibes from that? I don't.
With basketball?
Yeah.
Wait, one more time, David.
But,
I like
sneak one in
Montana.
there.
I'm glad you asked. I'm going to read it one more time. Everyone pay close attention. Are you kidding me? Did you see the roster that he put out there? Did you see the starting quote-unquote rotation to be determined almost on a nightly basis?
Okay, I got it. It's about the Tigers. Somebody's talking about the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
That they were upset that AJ Hinch didn't get manager of the year. Okay, I got the vibe. The rotation
Now,
he's putting out there.
the person-
how did he not get manager of the year?
The
Okay, I
person
got it
who
now.
got
All right.
angriest, and I don't know whether it was legit or a little play acting, but the person who melted down the most was Kang. Kang was livid about AJ Hinch not getting manager of the year. I don't know that he said that. I just know he was pissed.
I was going to say Kang for, well, I thought it was basketball. Like,
Yeah, me too.
that's probably
He's
Kang.
the only one that cares
So,
enough
yeah, I'm
about
going to go
rotation.
Kang, passion. Yeah, Kang.
Kang was upset about it. I was sitting right next to him when he was yelling about it.
But you don't know that he said
I
that.
don't know that he said that exact phrasing, but it's a good guess. I'll guess Kang as well.
All right.
I'm kind of on board with Kang, but I'm just going to throw in a Karsh just to try to even up the record here.
If you can collect it, he'll talk
yeah,
about it.
I know. Well, I got a lot of collection.
Let's go.
Damn it. Shot in the dark.
Now, this is amazing because Kenny sits next to the guy, didn't know it was him. The very next thing that said was Kenny in the
And the other
it was Kenny.
Oh, good Lord.
So he wasn't even listening to the guy, but then he speaks right now.
That's shocking.
The guy says a lot of words, man. I can't listen to all of them.
He's too busy janking him.
And that is who said it.
All right, fellas. Let's see you See you in a couple of weeks.
You got it. All right, let's tell you about
Happy
Hungry
Thanksgiving.
Howie's. Great weekend of football ahead, whether it is Lions, Colts, or some great college football. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. If you're a traditionalist, yes, you stick to the classics. If you're Kenny and you're, let's just say it, more exotic, the chicken and waffle pizza might be for you. Tender bites, waffle bits, maple syrup, you name it, they got it. I'll stick to the classics. So treat yourself. A large chicken and waffle pizza tonight, $15.99. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's. Hey, can I just say something real quick? I just got a text message from a friend. This is the type of stuff that just pisses me off, like to no end. What is the point? We do a radio show where the whole damn thing is available on podcast, much of it on video. You don't need to make up stuff that I said that I didn't say. Can I just address this now and put a bullet in it? Yeah. I said something to be funny, what I would do if I was a Michigan booster. I never said what was happening. I never said on good authority. I never said that Nick Marsh was going anywhere. I made a funny that if I were Larry Ellison, this is what I would do to F with my rivals. You don't need to make things up, you rat bleep losers. The whole show is Odyssey.com rewind. Never said it. I made a joke that I didn't want to upset Rico. I made a joke about Nick Marsh that if I were a Michigan donor, here's what I would do. Nick Marsh would be the cherry on top of a Bryce Underwood sundae. There is no evidence Marsh is going anywhere. I don't have any authority, much less good authority. Please do not make things up. And then I have to get texts from people that I know. We don't need to do that. The whole damn show is available to you. If you want to know what's said, go listen. Christ on a cracker. I don't understand it. It's like we live in a simulation. Mm-hmm. Then I get 3 texts and it's like, dude, we didn't say that. And if I had said something like that, Rico would have slapped me into Sunday morning. I don't make things up. I make funnies.
And now you see why. Because I knew where it was going to go.
But there's no one said that.
But the second that you even joke or insinuate it, it's social media. Did you hear what that creep said and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, my God. I
This
just said if I were a Michigan mega donor, I would treat it like Game of Thrones. I would try to make this the Red Wedding, and I would pick the best player from State and the best player from Penn State. Minimum, I'd make those schools choke on massive financial offers. Maximum, I'd steal their player, wear a crown, and make them walk down the street naked and throw tomatoes at them. I never said anything's happening. And where the hell do you ever think that I would say on good authority that's happening? What planet?
What platform?
Dude, if I get a couple texts about it, the people have seen it. That just says it's out there in the universe. Didn't say it. Didn't say it.
Yeah.
It's crazy because the whole damn show's available.
I know. But it's one of those, I knew where this was going. It was funny.
Right, we were having
It was funny when you said it in pre-show. And that's like, it will not get taken that way. Not in this society. State fans are way too sensitive right now. No.
All right, I want to say this.
So I wasn't trying to be a jerk earlier. It was just, Mike,
Rico,
I'm your boy.
I love the way you played it. It was funny. And then a ticket texter brought up Nick Marsh, and I said, okay, fine. Cat's out of the bag.
And that's how it came up. It was the ticket text first.
And what I said is, clear as day, using Odyssey.com rewind, if I were a Michigan booster, I'm just the type of MF, this is what I would do. How do you get out of that? Oh, on good authority, this is... First of all, who the hell uses that language? What are we on, CNN or Fox News? Here's the second part. Here's a message. All right, I both love and hate my fan base at the same time. I think Spartan fans are some of the most loyal and they want the best for the program. I also think they're incredibly insecure and incredibly naive. And honestly, no fan base eats their own more than Spartans. No one. Michigan fan, believe it or not, I think I get more hate from Spartan fans than you. Now, I lost the ability to care about that years ago. It doesn't matter anymore. Because no matter whether they love or hate me, they listen. Either way, I win. But I just, guys, figure it out, man. Program's in a bad place. Ain't nobody going to say good things about you. And if you think I'm going to be what you hate, which is a bought and paid for shill like Michigan has, it ain't ever going to be that way. Win, I'm nice. Lose, I'm not. But I never intimated, said no. I said what I would do if I were one of these billionaire Wolverines who were all bricked up about getting Underwood. I'd absolutely look at Ohio State. I'd go, hey, Caleb Downs, I'm going to poach you. Oh, Nick Marsh, I'm going to go get you. Hey, Wisconsin. That's how I would play this game. And I'd re-announce that, look, we're not here to make friends. We're here to win. So I'm sorry, but when I get a couple texts like that during a commercial break of like, what the hell did you say or where does this go? Dude, it drives me insane. Insane. And by the way, Odyssey.com rewind, we talked all about Bryce Underwood. Major tip of the cap to U of M because now you're with the big boys. You're going after it. There's none of this, it will or won't work. There's none of this, oh my God, it's irresponsible. By the way, does Wojo have his concern piece? Does he have that ready? When State paid Mel Tucker, it was, it's a lot of money, Did he release a piece like that today about Bryce Underwood?
I have not seen
No,
one.
that's not what he said.
Interesting. The
He
point
says
I
he's a
make
game
is
changer.
we didn't concern Troll. I'm not concerned. It's not my money. Allegedly the second richest man on the planet. It's his money. He didn't even go to your school. So it's good to be a Wolverine today, and you guys are going after it. No slander, no smarm. Respect. That's all. I need 4 minutes in a 4-hour show. I had to do that. Nothing annoys me more because I say things as clear as day. You don't need to make things up.
And Mike, that's how I've ended many a discussion or argument. You said this. Hey, go on Odyssey Rewind. Go listen to what I said and then call me back.
That's it.
Funny. I never get that call back.
No.
Did you hear it? Well, no. Somebody told me that you go
Never
listen. David,
said it.
you think I'm kidding? Well,
I know
heard
you're not
this.
kidding.
I'm like, no, go back and listen to it for yourself.
And then people wonder why I do not participate in social media. Why? Why would I ever? So I can sit there and then have to what? Clean up messes? It's better this way that largely I'm blissfully unaware. Because none of what happens there means an F to me. But man alive, you guys need to stop being so insecure. People are going to make a run at Nick Marsh. They're going to make a run at any player. Luckily, we don't have that many good players. They're going to make a run at anything we got. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Here's a news flash for you. Dirty little secret. They've already started making a run at Nick Marsh.
There you go. And guess what? Spartan fans. Here, I'll be your boogeyman. I ain't mad no matter what happens. I wasn't mad at Derek Harmon. I wasn't mad at Simeon Barrow. You know what? They're both playing for a national title this year and making copious amounts of money. So don't be mad at me. Be mad at Alan Haller. Be mad at MSU as a university and athletic department. Be mad that, unlike Michigan, we don't have a donor base united. They're more interested in fighting each other. And who's got the biggest salami on the block? We don't have anything organized. That whole deal I did last week that everybody freaked out about, gee, it's weird. It's almost like it was prophetic. Because then days later, Michigan announced to themselves, to the world, we're back. And whether it works or not, they're going to win this offseason. They're going to win the recruiting cycle. They will have momentum, and it will largely erase one of the more embarrassing seasons in recent Michigan history.
Yeah. I think David put it best. Nobody's going to remember this 6-6 year at all. They're only going to remember this was the year you got Bryce Underwood.
We have lost the ability in this society to actually listen. You hear things, you don't listen.
Mm-hmm.
You hear what you want to hear. I think it is by far, after almost 24 years in this business, I think that is the biggest negative evolution of my customer base, a.k.a. listeners of the show, the ability to actually listen, not just parse what you want out of it. Oh, mercy. You're better than I am for dealing with it.
Mike, I don't.
Well, you're on social media. I'm not.
No.
But when I get text during a commercial break and I'm going, I didn't say that, where would that come from? We're going to put a bullet in that right now. Now I give you 2 points to rewind to. Cut it out. Don't make stuff up.
Trust me. Rieger lives by it. Me, I get it for the instant news. Other than that, I don't respond to
whatever. All right. That's okay. Sorry. 4 minutes in a 4-hour radio show. That just annoyed the absolute HELL hell out of me.
All right, take him to church.
Prop Bet Casino. Paulson's audio, video. Look, technology, Super Bowl run. It's a match made in heaven. Get your man cave ready for when the Lions win the Super Bowl in New Orleans. I said it. I don't care. There, I did say that. Odyssey, rewind to that. They're winning the Super Bowl. Buy yourself a TV. Get a nice one for that night. Paulson's will set you up. Soundbar, speakers, home theater furniture. They got it all. Go to paulsonsav.com. check their complete stock, and then roll to their showroom, which is the best in the entire state of Michigan. These are pros. It is the absolute best audio-video operation in the state. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, we'll get back to some of the Bryce Underwood stuff momentarily. Right now, Prop Bet Casino. David.
I don't understand.
All right, 5 o'clock. Happy Friday, everybody. We've got a couple things to touch on. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. Big news of the day, Bryce Underwood, and obviously Lions going Indy. Let's do the Bryce Underwood thing like we started the show. There's no slander, there's no smarm. So if you guys are all bricked up, ready to really grab your marbles in ecstasy that like we're going to do something salty, no, it's just respect, man. Michigan has made a major move, and I don't care if it works or doesn't. That's a conversation for another day. You've announced you're not going to let OSU pass you by. You're not going to let Oregon pass you by. You're not going to let Miami pass you by. You are now going to play the game the way it needs to be played to succeed at the highest levels. Forget about what was. And I'm not trying to demean you, but whatever happened 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and last year, that's dead. You're trying, wow, our reality this year was horrible, never want to endure this again. Mm-hmm. Bryce Underwood represents an idea. I don't think Bryce Underwood on his own turns you into a superpower. But the financial commitment you made, your donors, how you got Larry Ellison, who didn't even go to Michigan, and then apparently Evan showed me a picture with his, I don't want to be disrespectful, wife, girlfriend, fiance, whatever it is. She might be a Michigan fan, so that might be the tie to this. Look, I don't care. I don't care if Mickey Mouse donated the money. At least one school in this state is trying. And I think you got a taste of success, and you did not like the dessert course. And now, my guess is, first of all, Bryce Underwood's going to bring a number of players with him. But I am fascinated to see what Michigan's approach is in the portal, because Rico and I are in lockstep on this. There are very few things in college football we totally agree on. The portal is where you're going to be able to turn your team into something for next year. Bryce Underwood's a long play. I think it's an optics play. I think it makes you look great. But the portal is where you get All-Americans, grown-ass men. Mm-hmm. So, look, man, if you're a Michigan fan, I think you should be pretty stoked, because the money behind it is what's more exciting than just the individual player. Underwood might be the next Trevor Lawrence. He might be the next Vince Young. I don't know. I've never seen the kid play. And I'm a cynic. I just don't care what you did in high school. I got to see you put a helmet on and play in college. Fabulous prospect. You're the headline everywhere. That's why it's worth its weight in gold. So kudos on look, I told you I liked the idea of it when the story broke 2 weeks ago. And you pulled it off. Now, if you want to have a conversation about how I feel about the sport, the health of the sport, no. That's separate from this. And you already know my thoughts. What's your takeaway from it?
Michigan tried. Michigan was persistent, and Michigan got the guy that they wanted, and they're going to win the offseason. This year, they said Ohio State has a budget. They publicly let it be known, we're spending this amount of money. And they looked at the quarterback room and said, this is what we have after winning a national title. This is unacceptable. Where we're going into games and we're no longer favored. People aren't afraid to come into the big house. Yeah, we got to get back to the fact when Texas doesn't come in here and use us as an open practice. So we got to go back and we got to pay money. He's right down the street. What you did, yeah, you raised a flag and said, we're back. No offense to Texas, but hey, we're back. Okay? We're going to go ahead.
Sam Ehlinger's never going to live that down this lifetime or the next.
Never. But no, but now if you're Michigan, you're going to have to keep spending this money every year. And I think that they're doing this, Mike, because I don't think they're going to hit the portal as hard, because remember, Michigan likes to say, hey, not anybody can just transfer into Michigan. You got to be a grad transfer. So I don't see a ton of portal movings, but I'd see this. You're going to bring in a lot of young players, and you're going to try to hit the ground running next season, this spring, because a lot of people will early enroll. But, yeah, Michigan kind of put everybody on notice. Forget about this year. We're going back to winning, and we're going to try to win the Big Ten. We don't want to read about Indiana and read about Penn State. No, that should be us there.
And candidly, it's what any fan, I mean, if you're a Buckeye, Spartan, Irish, Penn State fan, whatever, all you want from your team in this day and age right now is to show me you're trying, because if you're not trying, you're dying. And yes, MSU football's dying. Purdue football, dying. Wisconsin football, dying. Like, if you're not going all in, you're all out. Do I hate that that's the way it is? Well, of course I do, but nobody cares. The sport that I fell in love with has been dead for 3 years. and my passion for it has largely died with it. But we're here to talk about what's going on now. That's amazing what Michigan did.
No, and what you find out is you can't halfway be invested.
No, it's got to be
You
all
have to
in.
be fully invested, or because you know who was halfway invested was Wisconsin. They kind of paid some money, and they kind of went in the portal, and they kind of got players, and we may be changing the offense, and it failed. It blew up in their face.
And I do think the strength, look, I mean, there are a million things I can't stand about the University of Michigan. That's called a rivalry. But the strength that they have is, it's not an insult. It's a cult. There is a strength there. There's a resolve. I think the donors simply said, we're not dealing with this. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if behind the scenes they just steamrolled everybody and went, look, here's the money, here's the player. Do you want to be the ones to say you didn't get him? Now, I don't know how that's went down. I don't care. The point is they mobilized, and they did it in a forceful way. And I do think in college football, you have to approach sadly, every day with a desperation. Because every day you have to recruit your own players. You got to recruit somebody else's.
You got to retain yours.
I think the portal is going to be fascinating to see how. Look, ultimately, here's what's going to happen. And this is where it has nothing to do with U of M. This has everything to do with the sport. If Michigan has entered the arms race that Ohio State and Oregon and Miami are playing, to name a few, like last year when you heard Caleb Downs was a multi-seven-figure as a safety. Well, what happens if Michigan and Ohio State are now battling for that player? Mm-hmm. And now what you brought up yesterday was, all right, the schools get the revenue to use plus NIL. The $2 million player becomes a $4 million player.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be fascinating. And look, if Michigan has this type of resolve, if they have that type of donor money, if Larry Ellison's making a deeper commitment, plus whoever, nameless, faceless donors, I think the portal is where Michigan fans should be truly excited because I rate the approach over one individual player. That takes nothing away from Bryce Underwood.
Now, to me, Michigan will be at that final level once they get rid of the illusion that not anybody can just transfer into Michigan. Because that's the biggest holdup.
You're on your own with that.
No, I'm just saying.
I know.
Well, we can only take grad transfers because we don't know. Forget about that. Do you want to win at football?
Take anyone now.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've said that for years. But, I'm just a.
And that's not a shot at whatever medical school or whatever school at the University
the football
of
players
Michigan.
don't go to those schools.
It's, guys, if you're going to school for general studies,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing. We're arriving at a point, and again, I don't like that we're at this point, and I've never been under the illusion it's the Ivy League, but this is no longer college football. This is semi-pro ball that happens to be played on the campus of Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, whatever it is. You may as well not have players go to school, to be quite frank with you. You're paying a kid $12.5 million. I got bad news for you. The books are not.
You on the Shador plan?
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Breaking news, by the way, Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa are out Sunday for the Niners. Wee sports. So look, the Underwood thing, we've dedicated a ton of time to it. You should be thrilled. And look, maybe you don't like it or you don't dig where the sport's going. All I would tell you is you'd much rather be a school trying than a school not. So I tell you what, I'll go to Brett. What? I mean,
no, I'm just your breaking news.
I'm sorry, buddy. Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, I think now the next logical move for me is that they need to invest in infrastructure. I don't believe they have the infrastructure set up right now within that coaching staff to be able to facilitate and grow a player like Bryce Underwood. When you see what Ohio State did with getting like Chip Kelly from UCLA, you get a head coach from a premier program like that who's willing to come for that amount of money just to be a coordinator. I think that is the next logical move.
Brett, I said it earlier in the show. I'm glad you've reaffirmed it. Whatever you have to do, you find someone who has a track record of developing high-level quarterbacks and high-level offenses. And look, Brett, and again, you got the guy you wanted not because you're going to develop him or not because you have the track record. It's because you gave him the bag, right? If you were about development, you go to USC where Lincoln Riley basically guarantees you're a number one pick. Or,
now, if Michigan's approach now is to throw all of the money at it, it will be very short-lived if they're not able to then do something with it.
That's
so
right.
you now need to go get. I'm with you on. You got to go get the guys that have proven it because we don't have that.
No, you
And we
can't
just
have Kurt
essentially
Campbell
have
and Wink Martindale as your coordinators, as an example, right? Like, yes, you have to do it. It's what Rico said, Brett. If you're in, you're all in. And from this type of commitment, I don't care if he's number 1 overall recruit or not. You make this type of commitment, it is very suggestive you're all in. So it should be a very exciting time if you're a Michigan fan.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you got it, Brett. Like I said, man, I can't change stupid narratives. I shoot you straight. You do good stuff, I say nice things. You do bad stuff, I say mean things. You cheat, I get real angry. There's no slander. This is playing the game that I only wish my school would play. But hey, I'm pretty sure we just offered all-you-can-eat melting moments to the recruits on campus this weekend.
Oh, I'm in.
I thought Jersey Mike's was offered.
Well, that's
It's
actually
Jersey.
a national chain.
It's Jersey Giant. If you're going to
Oh,
slander the
Jersey
team,
Giants.
get
I'm
it
sorry.
right.
See, that's what I get from
Yeah,
you.
And MSU's trying to flip a Miami corner of Ohio with all-you-can-eat Flats Grill.
Melting moments.
I can't wait for your report later. I can't wait. That might be the highlight of my weekend.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Let's talk Lions next. 97.1.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity has a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are here right now. Learn how you can get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you could also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So you don't have to wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say
a gig deal?
There you go. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of a free 5G phone with the Unlimited Plus line. Plus, get a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included in your data option plan. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing is actually free. You want a fair deal. You go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they will beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you will save up to $2,000. Great fast installation. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, brief words on the Lions, because, look, they just win by 50 every week. But this is one I would just take a little more serious. The Jags laid down and quit. The Titans quit. You needed the comeback against Houston. Look, Indy's no world beaters. But they can run the hell out of the football. They got a freight train mobile quarterback. You down Anzalone. I think you win the game. But I just wouldn't take it lightly. If that makes me the devil for saying it, so be it. But I think you win. But I'm just preparing you. It won't look 34-3. I'd be stunned. If you just go to Indy and blow this team's doors off by 2, 3, 4 touchdowns, you know what? Then we're watching history. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at with it. Enrico comped the 99 Rams. I talked about the 07 Pats. I would be highly impressed if you put that performance out there this week. David, some ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
Tom, a UPS driver, says, I may not like the parameters that the new college football has set for teams to get players, but I'm glad the school I root for is working within those parameters to get the big players.
But there are no parameters. No disrespect, sir. And I appreciate greatly, especially around the holiday season, what you do for a living, because Lord knows the world depends on it. There are no parameters. How much money you want? Okay, here it is. There are no parameter.
Well, but before Michigan wasn't doing this.
Right. Well, he said within the parameters. There is no parameters. Short of you robbing a bank, the parameters are give me money, I get player. Now, you're right. The willful decision to play the game, that's different. But you're not playing within anything. Like, think about it. There's no such thing as tampering. You could be calling on players now that are on teams. There's no mechanism for tampering.
I am thrilled that Michigan was able to flip Underwood, but I still hate this NIL stuff. Players should be paid out of the TV revenue only.
Yeah, I don't want to do that show today. I'm exhausted by it. I know, and you're right, but I'm trying to keep the topic specific to the news today because anything else other than, wow, they got this kid, anything else is negative with my view of the sport. And I don't want to do that to Wolverines today. I don't think that's right.
Well, then let this Wolverine do it. Michigan just paid millions for a wrap present without really knowing what's inside. How many millions will it cost before a high-priced recruit pans out? NIL is a train wreck, and Michigan just jumped aboard.
Okay, well, I don't want to do this. Look, have I seen it work with a freshman out of high school? No, not at the quarterback position. I haven't. I mean, Rashada was another one of these $8-9 million kids. He's yet to play, and he's on his third school. Nico Iamaleava. I mean, I'd argue he's the weak link on their team this year at Tennessee. That's why they're a running football team. He stinks. Now, I don't think he'll stink long term, but he stinks. And he was reportedly, $11 million over 4 years? Out of, Cal Poly or whatever it was? Quinn Ewers, he went to OSU, didn't play, went to Texas. You want to say that worked? Yeah, it worked, but it took him 3 years. Mm-hmm. Guys, you're either playing the game or you're not. What I would argue is this. You're either paying for the best and brightest and hoping you can develop them and keep them, or you become portal QBU, where every year you will have a new quarterback and it's going to be very expensive, but you're going to do like what Miami did when they got Cam Ward, and you'll go out next year and get another Cam Ward. Or I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Or you hope that the guy that you brought in is not like Will Howard at Ohio State. Buckeyes don't really care for him because they thought they were getting better, and he's okay.
Well, next year they think they're going to hand it over to this Julian Sayin kid, the kid that was at Bama. Bama got him out of high school, 5-star. Yeah. Now he went to OSU, and then they got another kid yesterday who's not as good as Underwood, but he's a 5-star. What is it, Bob St. Louis or whatever? I don't know.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay. I know the one kid that Dion got, but
he flipped from. I can't keep up with any of this crap. I think if you are paying attention to high school recruiting, you're a sociopath.
No, if you're letting high school recruiting, if you're letting that affect you, you're a sociopath.
Like, I can make fun of MSU's class without knowing a single name because we're behind Georgia State. Okay, I can just tell you on surface things aren't going well.
No, but I'm talking even for years before when people would get upset because this kid didn't go to my school and you're angry. It's like, first of all, you don't know what the kid's going to do. Second of all, you're not him. He's doing what's best for him. Yeah, but he should want to come to my school. He didn't want to.
I think the anger really began in that industry when coaches started making like NFL owner money. Yeah. When you started seeing coaches make $7, $8, $9 million a year, I think there's an expectation from fans, even pre-NIL. Man, you ain't here to fail. You're not here to not get the best players. What the hell are we paying you for?
Right.
Then we started with the NIL stuff, and you're like, oh boy. So yeah.
Now it's a business. And until some schools have realized, okay, you know what? It is a business, and maybe Cardale Jones was right. It's not about school anymore. It's about just winning on the field. Michigan just started to embrace that yesterday. They went out, and certain schools get it. Certain schools are still trying to say, nope, we're an academic institution, and we're here for this, and we're here for that, and we're here for this.
Live from MSU.
Okay, you're making it personal.
You know what? That slipped out. Everything's fine.
I'm talking.
Daniel Jones is not my quarterback. Life is good.
I'm talking. Most schools are still under the illusion we're an institution who plays college football.
Yeah.
Some schools have said, no, this is a business, and we're about winning.
The problem is it can be both.
I don't think it can.
It should be both.
I don't think it can.
I didn't say under the current stuff. I'm saying it was so easy to make it both.
Yes,
you're going to make some money, but you still got to do X, Y, and Z. This is not a flesh auction. Mm-hmm. We're not just going to be able to say, hey, I'm getting $1 million today, and tomorrow. You know a very specific player at State who left school last year, who they signed, and he was gone like 2 weeks later for a better deal.
Right.
Now, how does that work?
And that's what I'm saying, Mike. It's changed. It could have been done. It's kind of like the playoffs. You could have come out and did it the right way from the beginning. You decided, nah, watch this.
Yeah, let's go to 12. Why? I don't know.
It's a good number. Why not just make it 16? Well, we'll make it 14. You're still not doing it right. So
you're right.
At this point, I don't think you can go backwards and say it can't be both.
No, and that's okay because the sport moved to a place they're moving on without me. And that's who cares about me? I just know there's lots of people like me who look at it and go, look, man, I do this for a business. This is my job. I'll always pay attention because I have to. But do I see a scenario when I'm done with this business that I pay attention? No, absolutely not.
See, I look at it now, the way sports are, especially football, the name, like on the front of the jersey, Ohio State, that's just the sponsor of the team.
It's football and things presented by
So it's like the Eagles play at Lincoln Financial. The Spartans are the Michigan.
Right. It's like you see the Pistons jersey with the little logo on it. Yeah. It's now turning into, Ohio State. That's the sponsor. Okay? You play for Ohio State. You don't go to Ohio State. You don't have to even attend classes for Ohio State. You just play for this team.
Uplifting on a Friday. You're a real breath of fresh air. You know that?
I try.
248-539-9797. All right, football is here. Tailgating time. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $259 a month. $999 down. They've also got employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GXs. 39-month lease, $309 a month, 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for. Yukon Denali's are in stock as well. It's Moran Buick GMC, MoranExpress.com for any service. You'll always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Friday night FanDuel, all customers. Bigger payout on select first NBA bets, whether it's the opening tip, first to 15, how the first basket is scored. FanDuel's got boosts all over the place. FanDuel.com/ticket. Claim your Friday first profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, we'll pass the baton to Woj momentarily. Hell of a good week. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Next week, we're with you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We will absolutely do Black versus White Thanksgiving. As our complete menu coverage will happen Wednesday. We're also working to get TJ in here on Wednesday. So it'll be fun next week as we are in the prelim here for Thanksgiving.
That drop is going to be played so much next week.
Prominent. David, a few ticket texts before Woj comes in.
Their feet can't grip the ground has me dying laughing. Cannot believe you said that, Mike.
Why?
But good thing.
Tiny people don't win in the rain. You don't notice? It's one of the oldest betting trends in the book.
College football is like the basketball tournament, teams associated with the university sponsored by outside sources.
You know what's funny, David, and we don't get into it because college hoops is a zero unless it's March Madness, but like Rico and I have talked about it a ton. Like if you think I've fallen out of love with college football, you ought to see where I'm at with hoops. It is dead to me. You think it's hard to keep track of college football teams. Go look at college basketball. I mean, you'll see like when MSU played Kansas State, I think it was not one player on Kansas State's roster was recruited by Kansas State.
Yep.
I mean, it's because there's 340 teams. It's lunatic behavior. Now, does it help that Izzo has basically run the program into Midville? Yeah, but I mean, I just don't care.
See, but then you also, and I know
I used to live and die with state hoops.
But I'm getting
Don't care.
I'm getting nerdy because I've been telling this to Kenny. I've been watching college basketball on this screen.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's playing the number 19, but they don't look good. And it's probably 19 because of their projection of everyone that's come together.
I've just kind of made a rule for myself. I don't even begin to bother evaluating a thing until January.
Yeah.
There's no point. I mean, I've evaluated states not very good. We've done that, but that's an annual tradition in basketball at this point.
Exactly. It's November. That's what we do.
Play big non-con games. Never win one.
Someone who is scared is talking to you, Mike. They says, you brought up the 07 Pats, the greatest show on turf. They fell short of the ultimate prize. I am a scared human being hearing that comparison.
Greatest show on turf didn't fall short.
He meant the Patriots.
Yeah, but guys, I'm making a point. When you're beating teams by an average of 14 a game, that's historically all-time good. So if you're keeping it up, you have to acknowledge you're watching history. Now this week, you're laying 7.5 on the road. It is a massive number. I'll take the Colts, not that you're going to lose, but the idea if you go there and blow this team out, guys, at some point you got to just wrap your arms around, maybe we're one of the best teams ever. You don't run from it. Don't hide from it. Enjoy it. You've waited 7 lifetimes for this.
You know, I look at that 7.5 spread, and I'm like, everything in my experience says it's on the road. It's an NFL
Colts
team. They're desperate for their quarterback bounce back last week. They have a good running back. I can't. I have to lay the points. I can't.
I'm not mad at you.
I can't take it. I mean, I think they're gonna. I don't know. It's not going to be 52-6. It might be.
You
52,
sure?
It might be 52-13. Something. No, I don't know what it's going to be. But
you know that Rico called St. Elmo's overrated.
He's gone then, right?
I kicked him out.
No, he doesn't work here anymore, does he?
Isn't it slanderous?
Yes, it's slanderous.
Plus, what's a guy doing who doesn't eat shrimp going to St. Elmo's?
He doesn't eat shrimp?
No, sir.
See, I am personally offended sometimes when I hear foodstuffs that certain people will not eat. It bugs me. I mean, I know it's their body, their choice, their life, all that.
I'm pretty sure that's a different issue. But
yeah,
okay,
that too.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Jesus. What's coming up next? I'm guiding you.
Yeah, I know. Their food, their choice. I get it. I'll talk about the Lions. I'll talk about the Bryce Underwood situation. You know who I thought of today?
Come on.
Who would view this current climate of college football? What would Bo Schembechler say? What would Woody Hayes say? What would any of those guys say? Like, they can't. Coaches.
You don't have to go back that far. Imagine D'Antonio.
No, I know. You're right. And coaches don't have control now. I mean, some of them do, but it's why Nick Saban got out.
It's why Roy Williams got out. It's
absolutely.
why Jay Wright got out.
Absolutely.
It's why I wish Izzo would get out. It just, look, I don't blame Michigan in the least. I think their donors did an unbelievable job with this. It was the idea of we have got to get serious, or doesn't matter what you did last year. This sport's moving at light speed.
Mm-hmm.
But, Bob, there does come a point. These are still mostly underage players. They're not pros.
Oh, for sure.
And coaches and schools should have more control. I think it is nonsense that you could sign. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you could sign this kid today, allegedly. He could be gone in 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
You don't, and that's not, I'm not purporting that. I'm making a case that I mean, I've seen my own school pay a kid, and he's gone in 2 weeks, and I'm going, no, we need contracts.
I don't know, but I don't know what things get signed. like deals get signed. I don't know what
how
level
enforceable
of binding,
are they in court?
right? Or
Right.
how binding, because he's already signed brand deals and sponsorship deals. So I don't know if that changes. I would just say this, and Michigan fans should be happy, and they did get their highest rated recruit of all time.
Since Peppers.
Yeah, but
your boy.
But it can't stop here.
No.
People just think they're going to throw Underwood in there and go, okay, here we go. Smash and also throw and run. And no, they need to revamp the coaching staff, the assistants. And absolutely. And they are, trust me, they are going to dive into the portal.
They have to.
They are.
And listen, this is their response to Ohio State. That's how I view it.
To a certain degree, yeah, although Ohio State